Today on
Doomed!
I am back from the Tim Pool compound after my discussion, debate, whatever you'd like to call it, with Tim Pool and crew. And we'll be breaking it down. I'll be taking calls. I'll be discussing my thoughts about what went on, how it was, what I thought about the discussion. And I'll take calls. Got a number of new subscribers, so I hope some of them are watching. And feel free to call in. The details to call in, if you're watching live, obviously, is in the video description on YouTube. I am also streaming on Twitch. Let me pull myself up on the screen here. This isn't the usual episode of Doomed. There's no guest today. Well, in fact, the guest will be you guys, anyone who calls in. So I went on the Tim Pool show, Tim Pool IRL, and I just got home. They got me a train down there, and they got me a hotel room for the night, and then got me a train right back. And it was it's a decent round trip. So I'm a little bit tired, traveling, commuting. I hate commuting, but I thought it was worth it. Number of things to talk about, so I guess let's just dive in and discuss what went down. I haven't had time to go through and clip. What I do have, though, is I quickly ripped the video from YouTube, downloaded it, and I threw it into a transcription service that I pay for and use. And so I have, basic time codes for certain chunks. So if there's anything specific I bring up or anyone wants to see, I can try to find it. If it's something very specific, we could probably pull up the part in the... I talked to him for like 3.5 hours. We were supposed to do 2 hours and then a post show for an hour. So in total, we were supposed to do 3 hours. Again, 2 for freebies on YouTube and then an hour for his members. We ended up going 3.5 hours live for free on YouTube for everybody. I joked yesterday, and I'll say it again. That's my my socialist gift to any of the Tim Pool people who are fans, I should say, who are watching my stream right now. I thought it went well. In fact, when I was there, I thought I had my moments. I thought he had his moments, and when I rewatched it, I actually thought I thought some of my moments that I thought, weren't my strongest. When I rewatched them, I was actually like, hey, actually, that turned out really good. And then there were moments where I thought, oh, that was pretty good when I was, right after I said it, when I was there in the studio. And then when I watched it after, I thought to myself, it wasn't as strong as I thought, but eh. And, I think maybe the same for him. If you want to compare it to, he hasn't obviously debated many people on the left. I think he had, I watched his Vosh debate. I think he had Destiny on as well, but whether Destiny's on the left, I think that's debatable. I don't think he is. But he's not Tim Pool, though, in terms of where he is. I thought Vosh and Tim Pool, their styles matched up better. I thought both of them, if you compare it to my discussion with Tim, I think they had, each of them, a stronger conversation with each other. I think or at least how I approached it with Tim and how he approached it with me yesterday, I think we, in terms of like smoothness of a conversation, I don't think we matched yesterday. I think we, in terms of me, I think there are parts where I should have just said, enough of this, move on to the next topic. But I was trying to be respectful. It's his show. I wouldn't want someone coming on this show and telling me what the topics are going to be. But I also think there were times where he could have just been like, all right, let's move on. We talked about Roe v. Wade and the abortion topic for way too long. Personally, I did not really want to talk about that one because there were other things that happened that were more pressing this week. I was really disappointed, honestly, that we didn't get to really dive into the Buffalo shooting. And I think perhaps strategically he did not get to it right away, even though I think it was the most important story of the week. Maybe, who knows? But that's what I think. In terms of, I should have definitely pressed for it more. I mean, I did when he wanted to talk about other stuff first. Fine, his show, open with what you want. But there's a point where I should have been like, all right, enough. We're staying on this topic about this white supremacist shooting in Buffalo. But, I fucked up. I can do better next time on that. In terms of the abortion debate, though, I saw a few people before I went on, because he had that tweet that went viral. He had that tweet that went viral that about the stupidest fucking tweet. I should have, I went. They were very nice to me, obviously, before the show. They were very everyone who I met. He's got a lot of employees. We had some chit chat before the show, and I sat down and I went in specifically saying to myself, who am I talking to on this? On this show? I'm talking to Tim. I'm talking to. Well, I thought Ian was going to be there, but he wasn't. I'm talking to Lydia, who really didn't partake in the discussion. And then the newest guy on the Tim Pool show, Seamus. Or am I talking really to Tim Pool's audience? Maybe some of you are watching right now. I think that obviously I could have maybe been more of a dick, but I thought, I know how his audience is going to react. So I chose to sort of not be that way, pretty much. It's funny because some of them thought I was being smug. They interpreted my kindness as smugness. And I was truly trying to project, just being respectful. I was in his home, that he lives there. And I wasn't going to let him get away with anything. There are moments where I think I succeeded. And there are moments I think he successfully did his thing where he brings up a number of anecdotes and goes on hypothetical tangents. And I think some of them he was successful in getting by me and reversing the conversation. Reversing the conversation? No, reverting the conversation. And, one thing that I did not appreciate is that they did not tell me beforehand that I could bring a laptop. I truly never realized that. They said to me, "Oh, that's weird. You didn't bring a computer. Every guest we have on the show has a computer sitting in front of them." I truly never realized, that they all sit at one big fucking table. I don't know if you saw the wide shot if you were watching. They did the wide shot just for me when I brought that up. I always thought, based on how the camera angles are, that's the magic of cinema, the magic of movies. But I always thought from watching the show that it looks like they're all sitting at separate desks. That's how we did it at the Majority Report. Sam's at a separate desk. I was at a separate desk. Michael's at a separate desk. If you watch now, Sam's still at a separate desk. Matt, Emma's at a separate desk on the same side as Sam. It's like one of those like dual desks, but still it's two separate sides. But then a completely separate desk for Matt, and really just another desk pushed together, but it's still a separate desk for Bradley. And I always thought they had separate desks. So I always thought when you see the monitor peeking above, I thought everyone just had a monitor in front of them to see whatever they were, whatever was being pulled up on the screen. Because they also don't have that. They don't have a way for you to see the feed, which makes it difficult to know if the camera's on you. Like, I'll talk to Tim, but there were moments where I wanted to also address the camera. But I can't tell if I'm on because there's no screen there for you. There is a screen, but it shows whatever's on their computer. I'll take your calls in just 1 second. Let me just finish this analysis, and then I'll take calls. Give me like 5 minutes. Seriously, give me like 5 minutes. So I did not appreciate that they didn't tell me I could bring a computer. Do I think it was purposeful? Not necessarily. The fact that every other guest knew, but not necessarily purposeful. I would have definitely brought a computer. I was using my phone where I could, but let's face it, that's not the greatest way to look up anything. If I had a computer, I'd be a lot faster. And then two, what and this is not. I don't think this was unfair because I literally told him it was fine. Um, I would have actually preferred. And Seamus told me he didn't want to interject too much because he didn't want to seem like it was ganging up on me, which I truthfully believe that's what his intention was. From talking with him before and after the show, I do believe that was what his intention was. But by doing what he did, what ended up happening was, and again, I don't think this was purposeful, but this is what ended up happening. By doing what he did, this is what ended up actually happening, though. If he was interjecting in the conversation more, ostensibly, Tim and Seamus would have had opportunities to trade, comments with each other and discuss what each other was talking about. And I would have that moment to listen in, formulate something based on what they were saying, and then I would offer a retort. But what they did, what ended up happening was he stayed out of it. I do think it was respectfully. But what ended up happening was when he did butt in, it was just to offer up a number of data points and facts that he looked up to back up Tim's position, leaving me without anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Tim is able to argue his point while talking with me. And then I'm able to argue my point back to Tim. And the whole time that's going on, Seamus is pulling up data to back up Tim's POV. And then by the time it gets to me, I need to then have a reply to that, or we then move on to the next topic. I don't have the opportunity, nor a secondary party, to also be looking up the data to back up what I'm saying while this was all going on. So what ended up happening was Tim would say something, I would say something, Seamus would interject with facts to back up Tim via data he looked up online, and then I would have to reply to that without any time or resources to get the data to refute what they were saying or back up my point. And so, was it unfair? No, because I agreed to it. But is that what ended up happening? Yes. Yes. But that's what ended up happening. And I think it went well though. I'm just stating this in general. Like, you want my opinion on what happened, and that's what it is. But in general, I think it went really well. Do I think like there was, his viewers obviously walked away, I think, for the most part, thinking that, Tim won. And then my viewers mostly walked away thinking that I won. But I will say, when I say mostly, I do mean mostly, emphasis on mostly, because it's not all. I've done a lot of debates over the years, and maybe, usually I get someone coming and saying, I'm not a fan, I appreciated it, and you made some great points, and you have a new listener, and it made me think about some things. Usually that happens once or twice. I have surprisingly, it shocked me actually, had more people privately reach out to me, and probably going to think, oh yeah, private. You'd say private. I think they privately reached out to me because they're not comfortable going public yet. If you want me to dox them and out them and go against what Tim Pool's own beliefs are on that, and also private messages, I don't think, unless it was something newsworthy and relevant to the public interest, I wouldn't do that either. Or if you were just like, if you're being a complete dick to me, that also you lose any sort of privacy, by the way, in my DMs. I'll let you know that right now. But I've had a lot of people privately reach out to me saying, I've never heard of you before. I usually watch Tim. It really annoyed me he did this, and I thought you made a really good point here. I also heard from someone who said they didn't know who I was. They watched Tim and don't agree with him, and they watch him from just to critique him. And they were super happy that finally there was someone to confront him on his show. And I mean, this person said that he thought, based on that and what his position is, that it was the best episode of the show. And my position basically is, and I say this to everyone I've talked to. I said this to Michael Tracy. I've said this to the Convo Couch guys, people who called into this show. I think I even said this to Paul Elam back in the day. I said that I have, regardless of what I think about your positions, Um, I do have a level of respect for someone who engages. I do think his reasoning for not engaging with certain people is lame, but he did engage with me, and so I respect that. He did invite me back. He said I could come. He thought it was really good. I would go back on, based on the results that I saw. If I did not receive those results, I probably would just maybe not go back on. But I'm fine with going back on. And next time I would ask for and I don't usually do this. They said, "Do you want a list of things we're going to talk about?" And I said, "If you usually do that, sure." And um, they just like mentioned a few things, but then things came up on the show that they didn't mention to me. I usually go into these actually blind, but I guess usually when I'm talking with someone, there's a specific news peg that there's a reason we're talking, right? There's a specific reason where they were like, "I want to talk with you or debate with you." And so we go in with that, even though we're not, we didn't choose a specific, area of debate in that broader topic. We still go in knowing basically what we're talking about. I had no clue what we were going into. I assumed we would talk about the shooting. We barely did. I don't even consider what we did really talking about it much. I knew we would talk a little bit about abortion based on that Tim Pool tweet. And I want to say, I didn't mention earlier, there were a few people like on the left who did the whole like, oh great, two white guys going on thinking they could talk about abortion. I mean, if Tim invited me on specifically to talk about abortion and only abortion, I would have said, I will go on if I can go along with a pro-choice woman, frankly, because I don't think I should be the only representative if that's the planned debate. I'm already on the fucking train going to talk with him. Ostensibly, again, I thought we were going to talk about mostly the shooting and whatever else was going to be in the news. I'm on the train going to him, and that topic, he does that tweet that he was trending on Twitter, the one about if a woman's going to a clinic to get an abortion, and all of a sudden in the lobby she has the baby. What happens then? I mean, buddy, the woman gave birth. That is now a live person doing anything to that, which no one would do. But doing anything to that would be a homicide. It would not be an abortion. Abortion is terminating the pregnancy. You do abortions. Abortions are performed when a woman has a miscarriage, and the placenta has not come out. Various there's still fetal tissue or something. Abortions happen with all sorts of things that happen that the fetus dies in the womb and needs to be removed. But I thought after he tweeted that it would be derelict of me to not bring it up. Just couldn't not bring it up. I think it was a waste of time to go in circles that long on this one specific issue, for sure. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I thought it went well though. Otherwise, I mean, he got his points in. I was very happy I was able to point out on his show that his positions are not what they say it is, and I can. There's one specific clip that I do have that that I think really drives home everything. I think this one specific moment makes it all worth it. I guess I'll play it now. And I think this moment went under a lot of people's radar. I saw that Rational National, David Dole, he did a segment pulling some of the good moments or his favorite moments from the debate. I've seen some other moments floating around, but people have missed this. And I realized he said it during the discussion. And honestly, after I got this out of him, I mean, unfortunately, I do think he successfully was able to get past it and not dwell on that moment. But his whole position, Tim Pool's whole position this time, is that he's pro-choice, defender of Roe v. Wade, believes in Roe v. Wade. He's not happy Roe v. Wade is going to no longer be the law of the land in this country, that the Supreme Court is, based on that leak from a couple of weeks ago, it seems like they're going to rule on a case that's going to overturn Roe v. Wade and this subsequent KCV Planned Parenthood. That was his position the whole time, though. Even when I was discussing, no, I'm a pro-choice liberal. I just don't agree with when once viability comes in, I have different opinion from you and the rest of the left. But that's what's in Roe v. Wade. And the subsequent Casey v. Planned Parenthood, which allows for more restrictions. Again, Roe v. Wade. First trimester, states cannot pass any laws to restrict a woman's access to an abortion. Once we're in trimester 2, a state could put forth some restrictions that are based on the health of the mother. In trimester 3, states would be able to outlaw abortions completely, except obviously in a case where the mother's health is at risk or something is wrong with the fetus. KCV Planned Parenthood allows more restrictions even in the first trimester, and takes away the trimester framework completely, and says, no. You could actually ban abortions completely, barring in cases of the health of the mother, once the fetus is viability, which can happen. It differs for each specific case, for each specific pregnancy, but typically, from what I've read online, it's between, it could be as early as around 20 weeks, typically 24 weeks. Obviously, they would do tests for viability, and that's how you'd know for each specific pregnancy. Casey allows complete ban for states to completely ban abortion, except in the case of a mother's health, after viability. So if Tim Pool is he said, he's pro-choice, but wants restrictions up to a certain point. That sounds to me like Roe v. Wade and KCV Planned Parenthood. And he said, once again, when I specifically asked him about Roe v. Wade, do you support it? And he says, yes, I do. But then he said he didn't. He, clear as day, said he didn't. Once I posed a specific question to him. And we can play that right now. Let me pull it up. It's around 140 and change, I think. But we can start right here. He definitively said on the record, what is your position on Roe v. Wade? Do you prefer it? For it. Yeah, my issue outside of Roe v. Wade. There he is saying, right there, clear as can be. So
this country is being ripped apart.
No. But you just said
conflict.
You just said before that you'd prefer it not to happen because you hated what was happening in Colorado. And
no, that's not what I said.
That is what you said.
No, it isn't.
I wish we could rewind this. People would be able to rewind this. That's what you said.
Calm down.
That's what you said.
Colorado is the extreme left position. If I were to say the states can make their own decision, Colorado is allowed to keep doing what they're doing. That's not restricting it. If I were to say the federal government should...
Okay, so I want you guys to know what's allowed in Colorado. Because you think, I live in New York State, and you probably think, liberal New York probably allows no restrictions all the way up to like late in the third trimester for, in case of the health of the mother. And guess what? New York does not. New York allows up to 24 weeks. That's the New York. I can pull up the exact New York abortion law. Within the first 24 weeks, or even after 24 weeks if necessary to preserve the mother's health or if the fetus isn't viable. So actually, New York changed that law recently. I think it was in 2019. Because prior, I knew people, an acquaintance of mine who lived in New York, and there was a medical emergency in after 24 weeks. It was like right after 24 weeks, and they actually had to fly to Colorado to have an abortion to protect their life. It was not a choice. It was not a choice. It was not elective for reasons of birth control or anything like that. And now the Colorado law, let me pull that up. Is the abortion can happen at any point in the pregnancy, but based on the medical choice of the mother and the doctor. This is under the federal laws. This is under the Supreme Court's Roe v. Wade decision. This is the law now. It is completely legal based on the laws here in this country. And so what I was saying to Tim is if you support Roe v. Wade, then you have to support this the ability for a state to enact these laws. If his position is he does not want these states to enact these laws, then he simply can't say he's a supporter of Roe v. Wade. It's very simple, because this has been the case since Roe v. Wade and in the 70s and Casey in 92. It's fairly simple. I mean, we hear people say that they don't support Roe v. Wade. They're literally the main voice right now cheering on what's going to be the Supreme Court decision. Now listen to what he says.
Should step in, it would stop Colorado from doing it. My position on Roe v. Wade, for the most part, is that I agree with it. My position on today's politics across the board is that the country is being gutted and ripped apart, and perhaps preventing conflict means pulling back on what states can do, weakening the federal government.
Okay. I mean,
that's not a position on abortion. It's a position on authority versus liberty. It means bad things will happen I don't like. But it also means I'm worried that the extreme polarization of Colorado or Virginia versus Oklahoma are deeply troubling.
So I want to make this clear, though. The bad decisions that, the bad decisions that he doesn't like that are going to happen here. He's not okay with it's the law in Colorado that's completely legal under Roe v. Wade, which, again, he says he supports. But he doesn't seem to have the same problem. I mean, later on in the discussion, he adamantly admits to me that he would prefer states be able to allow it to completely ban abortion altogether, 100%, take the opposite position of me if a law like the Colorado law exists. And so, I mean, I don't know how else you say you support Roe v. Wade. But let's continue to hear what he says.
And maybe pulling back federal authority can help alleviate some of the tension. I'm not saying it's a guaranteed answer, and I don't know what's right. But my position on authority versus liberty is irrespective of abortion. My position on authority and liberty means bad things happen I don't like, but But again, he is fine if the bad thing
to him, in his personal opinion, if the bad thing is what's legal under Roe v. Wade, which he says he supports, that bad thing he doesn't like is not okay, and he's ready to throw everything out. However, if that bad thing that he claims he doesn't like is complete abortion ban, no, I'm sorry, excuse me, but a complete abortion ban doesn't seem to be, in some states, doesn't seem to be one of those bad things Tim doesn't like, because he doesn't hold that same position there. Let's continue, though.
Trying to stop people from killing each other. If you have a total ban on abortion, the left goes nuts. If you have unrestricted abortion, the right goes nuts. I'm actually
so what we
worried.
have right now, it seems to be you talk about compromise, right? I've heard you talk about compromise. What we have right now would be your perfect scenario, right?
It's not, because
what we have now would be your perfect scenario, right? It's not. What we have now is Roe v. Wade. I want to play it again.
Colorado is the extreme left position. If I were to say the states can make their own decision, Colorado is allowed to keep doing what they're doing. That's not restricting it. If I were to say the federal government should step in, it would stop Colorado from doing it. My position on Roe v. Wade, for the most part, is that I agree with it. My position on today's politics across the board is that the country is being gutted and ripped apart, and perhaps preventing conflict means pulling back on what states can do, weakening the federal government.
Okay. I mean,
that's not a position on abortion. It's a position on authority versus liberty. It means bad things will happen I don't like. But it also means I'm worried that the extreme polarization of Colorado or Virginia versus Oklahoma are deeply troubling, and maybe pulling back federal authority can help alleviate some of the tension. I'm not saying it's a guaranteed answer, and I don't know it's right. But my position on authority versus liberty is irrespective of abortion. My position on authority and liberty means bad things happen I don't like, but I'm trying to stop people from killing each other. If you have a total ban on abortion, the left goes nuts. If you have unrestricted abortion, the right goes nuts. I'm actually
so what we have right now, it seems to be you talk about compromise, right? I've heard you talk about compromise. What we have right now would be your perfect scenario, right?
It's not.
It's not. What we have now, Roe v. Wade, would be your perfect scenario. He's saying he wants states to be allowed to have restrictions. That's what we have now. And I ask him, and he says no. I mean, it's pretty clear he does not support Roe v. Wade. He's going to continue to hedge and he and haw and hedge and do whatever he does on it. But he just doesn't support Roe v. Wade. And if you're a listener of Tim Pool, it should bother you that he can't just come out and say this. Whether you support Roe v. Wade or not, as a Tim Pool viewer, I mean, in my opinion, it should bother you that he's just being a fence sitter, like people call him, on this. And that's not a term of endearment. It's kind of weird that he looks at that as a term of endearment. That's not a moderate position. That's you wanting to have your cake and eat it too. Have it both ways. But you can't on this. All right, I'm going to take some calls. I'll get to some more segments in a minute. Let's take this first call right now. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Hello? Hey, you're on the
Hello?
air. Hey, you have to turn down the stream and just listen to the Skype.
Oh, yeah. I have the stream still on. Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you great. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, Matt, I'm on. Hey, is this me? Sorry,
this
I have
is
to do my
you.
majority
You're
report little reference there.
Oh, no. Oh, okay.
My name is Ben. My name is Ben. I'm calling from Philadelphia.
Hey, Ben from Philadelphia. What's up? What would you like to talk about?
Yeah, so I just tuned into your stream a couple of minutes ago, so I'm sorry if it's already been covered, but kind of what I wanted to ask you is, the whole back and forth of, Tim just not addressing the fact that trans people exist, et cetera, et cetera. I guess my bigger question is if conservatives or people on the right, however you want to say it, aren't willing to accept social sciences and just accepted scientific fact when it comes to gender and these sort of softer sciences, what do you, you kind of just said over and over, if you don't acknowledge trans people exist, I don't know what to tell you. How do we, like, communicate with that, have any sort of rhetoric back to that?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, exactly. You
Yeah.
really, I mean, it's that's the question, right?
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, I don't have the answer. I felt your pain in the moment. I mean, because I was like yelling at my computer. I was like, I mean, this is the language itself is denying the social sciences.
Right. I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like, at one point on the Twitter policy on misgendering people, um, he says there's no conservative that says trans people don't exist, and then
Mm,
literally moments later, Seamus says, "I don't recognize transgender people."
yeah.
I mean, he does not recognize their existence. That doesn't mean he doesn't think that the person who is trans is not he sees that they're there. They're a human being standing before him. He doesn't recognize that they're trans, which is what I'm saying. You're saying
Mhm.
trans people don't exist. Not the actual human body of a trans. I'm talking about the person being trans. You don't view them as a trans person. and
Exactly. Yeah.
and
It's like, yeah.
it's this like it's this weird anecdotal hypothetical and I'll say it's a very effective thing they do for their audience, but
Hmm.
I know there's many people who thought that who thought it was pointless or even a net negative. I can tell you that based on the responses I've received, I have chipped away at more than a few people.
Mm,
I'm telling you, I really, and I don't mean like, I mean, I looked at who was messaging me to make sure I looked at their feed. And this is just not the usual responses you'll see publicly to me. You'll see a number of public responses where it's like, they're saying, oh, I don't agree with anything you said, but I respect that you went on there. No, I'm not talking about those people. Like,
mhm.
it's nice that they'll maybe listen to what I say because they have a respect for me being willing to engage. It's the same thing I say, that I there's a respect I have for people who are just willing to engage, even if I don't like anything else they say. I mean, that's fine, but that's not what I'm talking about. I have received messages from quite a few people who said, there are specific things that really pissed them off about what Tim was talking about, and they agreed with my position wholeheartedly, and they had no idea who I was, and they're going to be listening to me now. I mean, and I don't mean it in like yeah, I got more
Mhm.
subscribers. I mean, I hope they go on to listen to more leftists. I hope they go on to listen to Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. I hope they go on to listen
Mhm.
to Vosh, Hassan, David Dole, the Humanist Report,
Mhm.
and down
That's
the line.
necessary.
Yes.
That's necessary because, like, I have all that context. So, like, that's why I was banging my head against the wall, like, listening to you try to explain it to him because I have all that context. I mean, their diet of media is just so, denying of trans people's existence, denying of so much science in general. Uh, I guess they just, you have to, I guess the overall greater mission is to drive people towards more leftist spaces to consume this media so they have context going to this conversation. Because I was putting myself in the shoes of like a conservative watching it, and I was like, I mean, I know what Matt is talking about, but like if there's someone who just denies the existence of trans people watching this, I like, they're probably taking Tim Pool's side in this. It was just so frustrating.
Right. Listen, I usually try to, let me bring up the probably what might have been my previous most well-known debate. Well, probably the Michael Tracy one too, but one with Paul Elam, the men's rights activist.
Mm-hmm.
I went in knowing that his audience was not going to listen to me opining about feminism. That's how they would view it. Oh, but look at him opining about feminism. We hate women.
Mm-hmm.
So when I went into that debate, my
Mm-hmm.
position was I'm going to bring up actual men's rights uh, issues. And I mean, I don't believe there's such thing as men's rights, but what I meant is uh, when I framed it for that was the framing for them. But what I meant was issues that predominantly affect men, like for
Mm-hmm.
example, war. Who gets sent off to war when we go to war more? It's more men than women. That's just how it is.
Mm-hmm.
And so I brought that up. Why doesn't men's rights activists care more about war? Like that should be one of their main. They should be anti-war activists as well, and they're just not. They cry about alimony. That's their main issue. Like, give me a break. Another
Yeah.
thing. Another thing.
Typical like surface level right wing just
Yes.
commentary on everything. It's like
Yes.
you are so close to realizing the problem if you just dig a little bit deeper,
Yes.
and hear what I'm explaining.
Yes. So now, if I one other thing I brought up was at the time, stop and frisk was a big thing in New York City specifically, but in other major cities, and that was a issue predominantly affecting men. The problem for the men's rights activists was it's an issue predominantly that was affecting Black and Latino men, which obviously they don't really care about. But because again, they don't see race issues as being race issues.
Mm.
And so I brought that up, and I said, you guys should be against, you should be stop and frisk reform advocates, and you just don't bring this up. There was, and I saw someone say, how I should have, and this was someone who I guess is on the left, how I should have been more like Vosh, and I don't know what Vosh did. I watched a bit of the debate. Of his debate. I didn't see him do this. Maybe he did later on, but and they said that I should have just basically for the purpose of reaching out to his audience, just conceded on certain topics or
Mm-hmm.
certain framings of topics. But what would I have
Mm-hmm.
conceded on in this specific discussion?
Yeah, it was hard. It was very
I'm
Tim was
not gonna
coming very sharp.
concede on anything when it comes to trans rights. There's nothing
Mm-hmm.
to concede. There's no ground to concede there. I guess the ground
Mm-hmm.
I conceded there was that I don't think it's a big deal when someone, not in bad faith, misgenders somebody. I don't think that's an
Mm-hmm.
issue. I think if someone accidentally makes that mistake, as long as they're willing to learn from it, I don't mean like learn from it like you have to listen or get reprimanded. That's what they think. Again, I'm sure that's what they think. They're reprimanded by social justice warriors. No, I just mean like you realize you misgendered someone and you go, oh, I'm sorry. I actually meant she or they. Or if that really bothers you so much, just don't address them by a pronoun at all.
That's what I'm saying.
Just
Like, yeah,
leave
it's
them.
like
Just leave them
you
alone.
realize
Just leave them
it's
alone.
like, yeah, you realize you could just call them by their name. Like,
Well,
if you
that's
have
a
like
problem.
such an issue with that, like,
That's a
yeah,
problem
that's
for
I
them.
mean,
That's a problem for them too. Although I think one of the I don't know if this was said off air, but I don't think this is a secret. I don't think I'm like divulging any off air secrets, but it might have been on air. I think one of their positions was you can legally change your legal, like you could change your name legally, which is funny because you
mhm.
could actually also get government issued documents that gender you correctly based on what you identify as. But I guess they don't view that in that aspect as being the equivalent for some reason. But so that's why they would possibly call someone by their new given name and not their dead name. But I mean,
It's funny that they'll align with the government for those things. Like, all right, you officially changed your name, so now I'm going to acknowledge that. But I just real quick just want to bring up I was going to bring up the Vosh thing. You should watch that whole debate if you have time. Vosh really, like, in terms of conceding points, abortion came up like towards the end of their debate with Charlie Kirk, and Vosh was just kind of like,
I'm just with Tim Pool. I didn't get a chance to catch the Charlie Kirk one in full. That one I haven't watched in
oh,
a long.
I didn't even know. Yeah, sorry, I
No,
didn't even
Vosh
know
had
there
a
was another one with just Tim Pool.
Yeah, Vosh went on first to first do Tim Pool, and then he went back on for the Charlie Kirk thing.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, Charlie Kirk brought up abortion. He's like, when do you think life begins? And Vosh was like, I don't know what life is. Kind of just like pointing out how abstract this idea is. And like, at the end of the day, it's the material outcomes that really matter.
But that didn't even really come up. And in my position, it's that to me is really that's the other thing. We get to the other topic. Where am I going to hedge on abortion? And that's the one thing that I made sure I stood strongly and firmly on. And I knew what they were trying to get out of me. They were trying to make it a moral discussion of what my personal
Yeah.
feelings are, and they could not
Over and
accept.
over and
They
over again, he
yes,
kept saying the moral
and
thing
they
over
really
and over.
they really wanted me to break on that, and I refused. And I'm sure there are a lot of people who are annoyed, who are Tim Pool fans, who are annoyed and look at it as like me being intellectually dishonest. No, 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 no. That's my position. It's that you can't understand that because again, you think you have a right to have a decision in this. And my
Mhm.
view is that you do not. Your moral opinion, your feelings on this do not matter. That is my position on this. My moral position on this is if that a woman is carrying a fetus, it is between her and her doctor what happens. That
Right,
is
and
the
like,
law under Roe v. Wade. I don't care when you view life begins. I don't care when you want me to pin down when life begins. I don't care if you don't know when life begins. All of that is irrelevant to me. It is irrelevant to
yep.
me.
And Tim, he kept bringing up the provisions, that provision in the Colorado bill. Like he hammered that home a million times.
Right.
And you were like, I'm not sure if you understand. First off, like a woman's body, that includes the fetus inside of her, so she has a right over her own body. And also, like, I'm not sure if you know how medicine works, but a doctor isn't going to just like phone it in and be like, all right, well, we might as well abort it because I
Right.
don't feel like saving the
Right.
baby. Like, it's like, Tim, like, I don't know, like, how you don't understand that.
Right. And here, I missed this during the thing. I caught it when I rewatched it later that night. Because, that's one of the things, too. I couldn't keep track of everything he said because you got
Mm-hmm.
him coming at me, and then you got Data coming at me from the side, and then Tim's continuing while I'm trying to look up my phone, which is extra difficult because they didn't tell me I could bring a computer. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to do that, and I missed apparently once or twice. He brought up that that guy Gosnell, the abortion doctor who is a criminal. He went to jail for performing illegal abortions. That
Law
was
and
his
order.
that was his case. His proof that this was happening and it was fine. No, it wasn't fine. The guy went to jail, went to prison
Yeah.
because what he was doing was illegal.
And you kept saying well, that's the law thing. And then all of a sudden he brings up someone who broke the law. And you're like, yeah, well, I just said, like, that's the law.
Right. If he wants to bring me back on after whatever, after if, God forbid, hopefully, but who, we don't knock on wood, after Roe v. Wade is overturned in Casey, then we could talk about what comes next, for my opinion, because it'll no longer be the law. But as of right now, my opinion is that I agree with the law. I don't even know what else what do you want from me? Like, and that's my moral opinion on what I think. But my moral opinion, what I think is the moral thing to do when it comes to abortion and what happens to the fetus inside of a woman's body, my moral position is whatever a woman and the doctor decides is best for the woman and the pregnancy, which then would go down, obviously, to the fetus and potential child. That's my moral position. If you want something
And
else from
it aligns with the law.
right,
It
right.
aligns with the law. It
If
just so
you want
happens.
if you want something else from me, I don't know. You could think it's. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You think it's dishonest for me to tell you the truth? That's exactly my position.
I would have taken your kind of thing with it too, of like, my moral position is, I think, exactly the same as yours from what I gathered from that debate. And it's just like, yeah, if the right wants to completely strip women of abortions, my hard stance right now is just the current laws, not the Texas and red states like trigger laws they have in, but like the current laws. I'm cool with that. If like the other side is fighting so hard to completely strip away those rights.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and that's what I got down. We talked about something similar later on, like really late in the discussion, where he was saying that if he had to choose to stand with me and allow abortion up to 9 months, or
Uh-huh.
get rid of abortion altogether, he would stand on the pro-life side and get rid of abortion altogether. And so I
Mm-hmm.
said, so then you are fine with women losing their lives because they would not be able to get an abortion. And he would go, no. And I would go, yes. And he would go, no. And I would go, yes. And he just went back and forth like that because he
Oh,
refused to, because obviously he's not going to admit that because that would look horrible to a portion of his audience. There's probably a portion of
well,
audience
it's
who would actually.
hypocritical, and he caught himself. He realized how hypocritical he was being in that moment, and you could tell he just got like real mad after
Oh,
you
yeah.
were kind of like,
That,
oh, okay, so you're just like, yeah, and then it was kind of like a personal, like super hard moral stance he was trying to take against you of like, oh, I'm not even gonna take your side if that's the case. Like, it was frustrating, but Matt, you did fantastic.
thank you. I
I
appreciate it.
really look forward to you going back on there, and I look forward to seeing you on the Majority Report on Thursday.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Have a great night.
Awesome, you too. Thanks.
Bye. Yeah, I mean, that's how it went, right? That's exactly how it went. And another thing, here, well, there's people calling in, so let me take it. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, it's me. Okay. Hey. I think it's me.
It is you.
How's it going,
Yep.
Matt?
It's going good. How are you? What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, my name is Jack. I'm calling from Minnesota.
Hey, Jack from Minnesota. What's up? What would you like to talk about?
Hey, so I just wanted to so are you aware of oh wait, one sec, sorry. Oh. Uh I was playing a game. I didn't expect to call so soon.
No, it's all
Okay.
good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, have you heard do you remember the candidate that ran for the governor in Michigan who lost to Gretchen Whitmer, Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed? He was a Justice Democrat.
I do. Yes, I recall. I remember him very well. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I was wondering if you and your audience were familiar with his new-ish book, Medicare for All: A Citizen's Guide. I just finished it, and it is like one of the best books I have ever read. It is like incredibly informative.
What's it
It
called
has a
again?
foreword from Bernie Sanders. It's called Medicare for All: A Citizen's Guide, and it goes through in like excruciating detail the history of like how we got to where we are now. Like little questions like even why we have our insurance system tied to our employment, and it goes back to like FDR and the Great Depression. And so like the first like third of the book kind of lays out where we are. The second chapter kind of lays out all the possible ways we could go, and also breaks down some of the like Republican positions and some of like the like Medicare for all who want it, things like that. And obviously, I mean, probably predictably, it lands on Medicare being for all being the best choice. But it was just like it was the most informative book I've ever read, and it's written in a really interesting way. But yeah, I just wanted to float it for you and your audience to be aware of. It's Dr. Abdul Al Sayed, and the book is Medicare for All: A Citizen's Guide, and it's really good. So
I have to check
yeah,
it out.
that's
Thanks.
all I had. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, good talking to you, Matt. I appreciate the podcast, and you're doing a great job.
I appreciate it. Have a great night.
Yeah. You too. See ya.
I'll have to check out that book. Well, I just missed a call. Call back in. There's a few people who tried to call in during that last call. I'll take the calls. Let's see. Here. Hey, what's your name? Where you calling from?
You're doing a great job.
Hello.
Hello. What's your
Wait
name?
a
Where you
minute.
calling from?
I think I'm Renee. Am I Renee?
You are Renee. Can I put you up on the screen, being that you're using video?
Yeah, I'm using video.
Hey, Renee. What would you like to talk about?
No, I wanted to ask you some questions about the debate, not to bore you or anything like that, but
No, go
it's
ahead.
kind of interesting because I'm kind of like a lapsed Catholic, but unlike Caleb Yakubian, I understand. I mean, I can understand the humanity of the fetus in a small amount, but on the same time, I understand the ripple effects and how it is authoritarian to push people into a certain direction, kind of like what happened with bootlegging and the prohibition and all that, especially with women, on such an intimate detail, because of illegal abortions, because of sheer despair, plus from a Marxist point of view, like forcing people into changing radically their lives and forcing them into like avenues of social reproduction and child care and all sorts of things, sorts of decisions, spur of the moment. Not to mention how their own parents' economy might react to that. It gets out of control, right?
Right.
You might say that to synthesize that, as a man, I should just shut up. But I mean, I go into a bit into the woods about that. So my question was, for instance, regarding Tim Poe, because I know a lot of people like that here, and also I've noticed it from Steven Crowder. These people kind of like talk about laissez-faire, and to them, kind of like when they talk about freedom, they kind of like talk about freedom like for business owners, and you of course are a business owner, and for the rich and all that. But then suddenly, this laissez-faire kind of dissipates when it comes to Puritanism.
Right.
How do they square that circle?
Yeah, they just avoid it, ignore it, right? I mean, they don't really have to
They
square
can't
the circle.
ignore it.
I mean, they sort
They
of
can't
do
ignore
though.
it.
They sort of do though, and their audience is fine with them ignoring it.
It's a logical contradiction. You should carry them to task to it next time.
Oh, of course,
It's
but I
like,
mean, it's not gonna.
I mean, for instance, what's the question? Like, what's the point? I mean, do you care? I mean, what do you think about trans people? It's not my business.
But
I'm not
they're
going to get
saying,
into
no, but his position was, you can't force me to recognize their gender identity, which means the whole thing was based on stupid Twitter policy.
You're forcing them. You're forcing them.
Well, you're not
You're
forcing
the people. That's the main focus.
Right. You're forcing. You would force. Well, his opinion is that Twitter would then be censoring or being biased against conservatives.
But it isn't. Everybody knows your opinion.
Right.
What do you want to do? Like, kill people, threaten people? What else? Everybody knows what you think. Everybody knows you're an asshole.
No, that's a good point.
To be more specific.
Right. Well, that wouldn't really work, I don't think, in terms of, because they probably don't.
I'm being logical.
Yeah.
This is impossible.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And the other thing is to parody a bit. So his argument regarding the Marvel thing, like Captain America versus Iron Man, is to placate Hydra. Then I already call him Hydra Pool. So
yeah.
Right. It's like Sam brought it up regarding because I'm also like, this sets a bad precedent if they repeal Roe v. Wade or dissipate into nothingness. What comes next? Like they repeal women's suffrage, which they would probably be in favor of. Emancipation. What? They're going to return the United States to the House of Hanover, which is like a small estate in Germany that wouldn't know what to do with the United States.
No.
How much far back can they go?
Right. Thanks for the call, Renee.
Okay, I finished my bit.
You were on point, especially with the I liked your trans the point on your the trans rights especially. I mean, but basically what we said, basically what we talked about, they'll just he and haw and hedge on it.
That I was taught very early on, and by an American, it's like your freedom ends at the tip of your nose. That's your space and all that.
Right. All right. Have a great night, Renee. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from? Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's like your freedom ends at
I hear you. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, is this me?
Yeah, this is you. Yeah, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, kia ora. My name's Aslan. I'm from New Zealand.
Hey, Aslan from New Zealand. Can I pull you up on the screen?
If you want, yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
sure. I always ask, you're first time caller, I can tell because I don't recognize you. But I always ask just
Yeah.
because some people might not realize that they turn the video on their Skype and they don't want to be seen. So I always ask to be safe.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I first time caller. I listen to the Majority Port a lot, and I subscribed to you and had watched a couple. I was watching a couple of the like clips from the Tim Pool thing, and I wanted to kind of discuss a little bit. It was really interesting.
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about it.
Well, one of the things I find really fascinating is the people like Tim Pool and Blair White, these people who claim to be like liberal centrist people. It's such a bizarre thing. They've got like an aversion to wanting to be identified as someone on the right. And is it like a tacit admission that right wing is bad, or like why is that? What's the point? I don't really,
Well,
I mean, because it was such a
there's a large percent. I don't want to say. I don't want to give it any sort of variable because I don't have the data in front of me. But there's a
mm,
significant, take that as you will, significant portion of especially younger people, younger millennials and Gen Z, who do not like to label themselves
mm,
on the political compass, regardless of whether what they espouse is clearly one thing or another. They don't want to be labeled, man. It's like, it's the same sort of thing that we saw in a way where, like, 10 years ago, there were all these right wing gamers who called themselves like egalitarian or something like that.
yeah,
During like the Gamergate years, they were egalitarian. They weren't for equality or feminist. They were egalitarians,
classical liberal.
classical liberal. You actually didn't hear that one so much from the younger people. Usually they went with egalitarian. But yeah, the classical
I heard
liberal
it
is
a
one of
lot
them too.
from because I used to listen to a lot to Sargon of Akkad and various others along that line, back in earlier like anti-feminist YouTube days, and it was a big thing to be called. He called himself a classical liberal, and there were a lot of his followers who kind of also who kind of share Venn diagram of Gamergate, anti-feminist YouTube person, the Venn diagram, might even just be a circle. But so that was quite a common label as well, and it all just really rings familiar. I don't know, maybe there was a recent thing I remember seeing Blair. This is why I brought up Blair White, is because she tweeted quite recently something about how, I'm not on the right, or I'm not such and such. I'm just a liberal. And it ticked this thing in my brain of, this is exactly what those people were doing. Yeah, back in early, YouTube anti-feminist stuff. And it's just so weird to me that they have this aversion to, a lot of people in the comments are saying it's a grift. And yeah, I get that.
Yeah. No, I
Totally.
mean it is. I mean they want to appeal to that audience. I mean it's that simple. I mean, if you truly were somewhere in the middle, then you wouldn't simply just focus on one thing like he does. Like all of his content. Like sure, in their long look at him yesterday. I was there with him yesterday, and
Mm,
everything he came at from a right wing position. Even when he would
mm,
say, no, I agree with you, and then he would come out of a right wing position. He did that
yeah.
constantly, where he would say something like, he would put me on the, try to put me on the spot and say like, how do we just throwing something out there? How do we pay for Medicare for all? Something I agree with, by the way. I'm for that, by the way. How
Mhm.
do we,
Same.
how do we, I don't know. I can't remember. There was another one he did specifically. I can't remember that one. But for example, another thing he said was, $15 minimum wage, which I agree with, by the way. But why would you want the government to? I mean, he didn't do that one specifically, but that's like he would constantly frame it as, I support this, but I'm against it. What do you say
Mm.
about that?
Yeah, that there was that bit where he said something like, he brought up the Green New Deal and then said, "Why would you support, free college for black people?" Um,
Oh, that was his exact phrasing
which
of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was really there was a really good point that someone made about that whole thing, which is, it doesn't really matter what his personal views are. Like, he can say that he's a liberal or a leftist or a centrist, until the cows come home, but it, he's got this massive platform. He's a public figure, and what he does with that public platform is espouse these right-wing views. He defends right-wing people. He shits on, progressive politicians, and he votes for Trump, for fuck's sake. So it's like, well, it doesn't really matter what your personal views are. What you are putting out and what you're doing with your position of power is the important thing, right? Surely.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's
So-
exactly that. I mean, and there's a point where it just becomes obvious to anyone who actually isn't on you, who doesn't have the same positions as the one you're actually espousing for. Like, they use you then, like, as and he wants to be used in this way to provide that cover for
Yeah.
certain conservative positions, like his audience. Which I will say this. A lot of there's a significant portion of his audience that believes he is what he says he is, but they are not what he actually espouses. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm.
So he espouses conservative
Yeah.
right-wing positions on things, but there are people who think he is this, center-left moderate, but don't agree with all of his right-wing positions. But they don't know that what they're hearing is a right-wing position because they're hearing it from Tim Pool.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of where, like, dog whistles and shit come in as well, right? I mean,
Because you
he-
usually hear, like, when you hear people say that, oh man, I was a conservative. One of the names you hear come up, at least in the past few years, as to who they listen to, is Tim Pool. Like,
Mhm. Yeah.
that shows that the what he does works.
Yeah, it's that like pipeline whole thing, right? He's a good gateway. I mean, again, he does have a lot of, if you look, you can see him espousing some pretty terrible ideas, but Rogan, I mean, Jordan Peterson to some degree, these are people, they espouse this kind of rhetoric which can, I suppose, like, draw in people who think of themselves as that kind of center thing, and pull them towards the right. It's like that meme of the comic where the bad evil left wing person is pushing the center person over to the right, but it's the other way around. It's actually
Right.
the person
Right.
dragging. Yeah.
Right.
Memes are really well explained. They're better when you explain them rather
Yeah.
than actually look at them. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I
Hey
think.
Matt, it was
What time is it over there, by the way?
what time is it? It is currently 2:15 in the afternoon. I
Oh,
think
wow,
the day
geez.
before you.
No,
It's
the day after.
What day
me.
is it? It's
Day
Wednesday.
Yeah, it's
What day are you?
It's still Tuesday here.
Oh yeah, I'm in the future. Do you want to know the lottery numbers?
Oh yes, please let me know. What are the lottery? What's the?
I was trying to think what the lost numbers are, so that
what you could do next time is you can tell me how the debate went, and then I can recalibrate for when I do the debate.
smart. That's a great idea. That's a fucking great idea. We can make this work. We can definitely make this work.
Definitely. Have a great afternoon. Enjoy your lunch.
Hey, thanks, Matt. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your stream.
Take care. Bye. Feel free to call in again, by the way. I know it's your first time. Definitely call in again. I enjoyed that conversation. A bunch of people tried to call in just now. Yeah, just I take them as they come. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hold
It's
on,
you.
my audio is messed up.
It's all right.
Come one.
It's all right. Hello. Hello.
Yep, that's right. Let's see. Hello, hello.
Hello. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Joey from South Carolina.
Hey, Joey. What would you like to talk about?
All right, so first of all, I have to commend you on last night. That was, I don't know, hard to watch. I don't know how you did it. I've told multiple people that I like would have gouged my eyes out having to deal with that, and I don't know. Good job.
Thank you.
Um,
Yeah, I mean, it definitely wasn't the smoothest for sure. I mean, I think both of our, both of our styles sort of did not mean it was going to be a smooth debate. But which made it obviously rough for people, his audience, and certainly my audience to watch. But I think I do think it overwhelmingly went well, with
yeah,
some issues here and there, but otherwise I think it went well.
yeah. So one thing I was wondering is, you guys were just talking about it, where he, claims to be a social liberal or whatever. What happens if they're questioned on, like, then why do you always take the right wing narrative with every story? What do they respond with?
Well, he would usually say that the left has gone too far left and gone wild. So he has got no problem. He's got no choice but to take the other side's position or move closer to their position.
Okay. And I guess with the whole hang up with the Colorado bill thing, first of all, like, it didn't really matter, as you were saying, like it's acceptable under Roe v. Wade anyway. Oh wait, no, I'm not thinking of the Colorado one. I'm thinking about the one that couldn't pass through Congress, where
Oh
he
yeah,
kept going back
that
to it
one
over
that
and
one
over and over again.
yeah, it's supposed to just codify a problem with the wording, which is basically just
Right.
like another way of saying exactly what's in Roe v. Wade.
Right. So my thing with that is, first of all, I don't know how you let him keep just going back and forth on that specific issue over and over again.
I mean,
But like,
I wish I just refused at some point to, like, I
yeah,
viewed it as if I keep saying the same thing, he's eventually going to move on. And what I underestimated was, he's not going to move on. So I should have
right.
just said,
Yeah.
listen, I'll just sit here then until we decide to go to the next topic. But then also, I guess his audience could have viewed that as me not wanting to engage, because I couldn't answer the question, even though I answered the question multiple times. But it was it's one way he's able, I guess, to get a performance win over me, I guess, right?
Yeah. So the whole time I was watching that specific back and forth, I was like, dude, if you have a problem with the language of the bill, just call your representative and, like, you know, send them your questions or concerns or whatever. Like, come on. Like, holy moly.
I think well, he did. He took credit, by the way, for Joe Manchin's position.
Yeah.
I mean, which is obviously funny, but
Yep.
yeah.
All right. Another thing is, I was thinking it would be really interesting to see him talk with the birds aren't real guy. I think that would be quite the experience.
That would be, yeah. Well, the thing is, the bird's not real guy probably shouldn't go on there to do his thing. Do you know what I mean? That's it's you do that with a friendly audience, no? Like an audience that you want to be in on the joke with. You don't necessarily want to be in on the joke with his audience. Although maybe it'd be interesting to see how they react to it, right?
Yeah, that's what I was more
Yeah.
going with. Like,
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be interesting actually. Now that you bring that up, sure. Yeah.
yep.
Thanks for. Is
And
there anything
another
else?
thing, yeah, one last thing. I'm not really familiar with, like, the whole type of YouTube debate type culture. Like, that's pretty much the only one I've ever watched is you with Tim Pool. Other than that, it's just Sam, dunking on libertarians. But are the debate style thing, is that generally how it goes, where the host kind of just, like, pummels the guest the whole time, and like each side comes out thinking they're their own winner.
For the most part, no matter what the debate is, yeah. I will say it's not usually like this is the thing. Like obviously, again, I'm not saying this is unfair because I agreed to it, so it was totally fair. But I mean, this is one of the reasons why Tim has it in his studio and refuses to do it online too. That's his comfort zone, right? I'm going into a space I've never been before, sitting down with people I've never met. He's sitting at the same seat he's in every night, 5 days a week. It's literally in his home too. So he's really comfortable there. And so, it's just that added little extra for performance. I'm not saying it adds anything to substance, but for performance, I'm in a whole, and again, I have not, especially when you add on to the fact that this was my first time talking with anyone like this in this scenario since before COVID. I've done all sorts of my online discussions with people. I mean, all my discussions on my show or on the majority part over the internet. I haven't seen, other than when I went on the live show, which I was on stage for what, like 10 minutes in Brooklyn with Sam and Emma. So, I get why they do it. It does add to, obviously, having someone in the same room with you does add to the overall feel. But also, B, he's in his comfort zone, and the guest is not. And so, if you're debating someone, you do have that small advantage. Again, not saying it's unfair, because I agreed to it, but the advantage exists nonetheless.
Gotcha. Cool. Yep. All right. That's pretty much it.
All right.
Thanks for doing all that you do, and catch you next time.
Thank you for calling in. Take care. There's a bunch of super chats, but I see one from Orange Red. And I'm going to ask this person if they would like. They don't have to. Orange Red, would you like to call in? I would love to talk with you, actually. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, I'm Brian Lead.
Hey, Brian. Can I pull you up on the screen?
Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah,
great.
Yeah, please.
Hey, Brian.
I'm still hearing your voice. Sounds like you did a commercial or something.
Oh no, you might have to turn down. You might have to turn down the stream if you're watching the stream.
Okay.
Yeah, turn the volume off on the stream. Yep, and then just listen to me through Skype. Yep. Hey, how are you? What would you like to talk about?
Yeah, I saw you on Tim Pool, and I am a conservative viewer of him, but I liked your appearance there. I think you did a great job. And I think you did the best job because he always wants to bring on people from the left. And he always described it like he wants to hear their explanation of what they think. So I never thought of it like he's trying to like openly debate and win more than he just wants people from the left to express what they think. And I thought you did a great job, even seemed equally matched and comfortable. Even though you're saying you're not the home team last night, but there were some times when he was like getting a little flustered and you were just keeping your cool. So I think I'd like to see you guys get on there again and you can have some more preparation. Bring your computer or anything you need.
I really appreciate the call. If you don't mind, I want to have a little discussion with you because I have some questions actually for you because this is interesting.
Okay.
You're the first Tim Pool viewer to call in who wasn't already a viewer of mine, and you say you're a conservative. See, my main issue with Tim and the reason the main reason, other than obviously I enjoy having these discussions with people who think differently, my main reason specifically to talk with Tim is that his positioning of himself really bothers me. Like, I find it disrespectful to his audience. I really do. Like, when you tune in to me, I'm not like throwing performing a magic trick and saying I'm not who I am. When you tune in to me, whether you know me or not, I am adamant and upfront about who I am, what my position is.
Yeah.
I am someone on the left. And if you're listening to my show, you don't have to agree with me, but if you listen to the show, you'll know you'll be getting my personal position from a leftist perspective. And I think that's really important because maybe there are viewers like you, I don't know what makes you conservative. Maybe if you feel comfortable, we could talk about that, but you don't have to. But whatever
Yeah.
makes you conservative, you might be, you might have those strong convictions and beliefs, but there might be some viewers, especially if we're on YouTube with a lot of young people, who might not have those
Yeah.
strong convictions and might not know what they are, might not know exactly what their beliefs are. So they tune into Tim Pool, and he's, performing like a trick in front of them and saying, I'm a liberal. And I'm sorry, like you saw yesterday, I came on with these positions, and it's not like he thought a little bit different than me. He was straight up agreeing with Seamus on nearly everything, and we know Seamus's opinion. We know Seamus is staunchly open with him being, a religious conservative. There's no
Yeah.
hedging there. Yet they were on the level the entire time. There was no debate back and forth between the two of them with me sitting there. If he
Yeah.
wanted to, there certainly could have been some sort of pushback on a point Tim made or vice versa, but they didn't do that with each other. And I think that was, purposeful. Again, Seamus said he wouldn't interject to make it more fair, but then I mentioned how, that came out to end
Yeah.
up, him always having data to back up Poole, which, he never
Yeah.
had data to refute anything that Poole would say, right?
Yeah.
I just want him to be upfront with what his position is. I'm sorry, just saying you agree with a Green New Deal and then voting and advocating against all the politicians who will actually make the Green New Deal happen, that means you do not support it. Like, you could say you support something all you want, but if you are openly advocating for the positions against it or the politicians who don't support it, then I mean, how can you say you support it? Like, actions speak louder than words. Like, if I went on Tim Pool's show and said I was a right-winger last night, but continued to argue every position I had, you would have been like, this is ridiculous. This guy's not a right-winger.
Yeah. I think that does come up. That topic comes up where Tim seems confused why people on the left think he's a man of the right nowadays, and I don't.
Would you
No,
would you consider someone who voted for Donald Trump to be on the right? I mean, to me, that seems like, I mean, that's
conservative on the right. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, that seems to be
Yeah,
like
sure.
the deal breaker right there. Like, I mean, the
Yeah.
one position I could and this is not Tim Pool's position. The one type of person who's not a conservative that I can see who votes for Trump would be an anarchist who literally just wants chaos. Like, they want to the worst possible
Yeah.
candidate, like, and they view Trump as the worst possible candidate. Or on the flip side, an anarchist could vote for Biden if they think he would be the one to be the worst possible candidate. But otherwise, you usually vote for the person who you are on board with their positions for, right? I mean, so if you vote for Trump,
Yeah.
you're conservative.
Right. Well, I think I grew up like a teenage delinquent, and when I was like 35 years old, I became a Christian, and so now I have different views, but I also remember what it's like from the other side, looking at these things. Like I know someone that had a sex change operation decades ago, and but they don't want to come out and be in the public eye. They want to live in their new role, and they are doing that. They've been doing that, and so I'm kind of that kind of thing is what I think. I'm more like I want people to just live the life they want, but not necessarily try to force everyone else to live that same thing. We'll give each other the freedom to live the way you want to live, the way I want to live. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I cannot force everyone to become a Christian, and that's even in the Bible that we can't force people to do that, because then that's not a true conversion. And we have to, it's just time to put government things in the government place and religious things and godly things in the godly place. So that's kind of where I'm at with those things. I watched Tim Pool. I first saw him on Rogan when they were talking about Twitter a few years back, And then I thought he was fun, and so he's become my main source for news. And I do listen to other sources. And I mean, I saw you, so I thought, hey, that's kind of interesting guy. I'll check him out. But so he's not my only source for news, but he's my main source every day or weekdays. I check him out. He has 3 reports every day, and then he does the nightly show. And I don't necessarily watch or listen to every minute of it, but I see, what's going on there. So that's just kind of like what I just wanted to encourage you to go back on there and just explain. What I liked is you kept on. He was hitting you with his points of view, and then you kept on. You didn't just shut down. You didn't just refuse to answer. You were trying to look at it from different angles, or trying to move it to different angles where you could kind of make more conversation progress. And I like that about what you were doing, and I think they liked it too. And especially I liked it that even though Tim got a little flustered and sometimes seemed like he was getting mad, but I didn't see you getting mad. But I've seen other people on there getting mad, and sometimes even stand up like they want to start throwing punches or something. And so that's not cool. He just wants to have a conversation, and if you understand that sometimes, it's his show, so you got to let the host run his show for a little bit, like you're in somebody's house, I guess. But other than that, he does really genuinely want to have you explain your point of view, and then I think maybe he went a little bit over trying to convince you that his point of view might be more logical or something. And I don't know if he necessarily needs to do that if he wants to hear people express their point of view.
Right.
Does it necessarily have to convince them?
As a Tim Pool viewer, does it bother you that he goes to these wild, extravagant hypotheticals so much? Like, it seems like if you want to have a good faith discussion about these issues, you would talk about the vast majority of them, right? Because we wouldn't want to get rid of something that helps 90, 92, 95% of the population just because of these small cases. Like, maybe if they're like, if the small percentage of cases is something that really bothers you, you would directly focus on just solving whatever it is in those rare cases. You wouldn't attack the broader thing that helps 90, 92, 95% of people, right?
Well, yeah, I think I've seen him evolve a little bit on the abortion issue, where a while back he was saying he doesn't like it, but he consider the situation. The more it looks like a newborn baby, the less he wants to agree to an abortion. So if it's like very early on, then he thinks it's the mother's choice, or like it or not, it should be the mother's choice. But the more that it can even live outside the womb, then he's more to saying, well, why do you have to kill the baby if you can remove the baby and the mother's still alive? It didn't damage your health. Why does the baby have to die?
Right.
Just because?
So he's become more conservative on this. You've personally seen him evolve as someone more, taking even a more right-wing position on this. Yeah, I mean, listen, like
on that position,
like, here's the thing, like we know, like I don't know if you personally do, but I think a lot of people, I mean, based on how many women get pregnant and how many women suffer miscarriages and how many women get abortions, I think we all, or most of us, know someone, at least one person, who was put in this position. And it's never a good position to be in. That doesn't mean I also don't view abortion. I said this on the show. I don't view abortions as like a tragedy, because we know that there are situations where an abortion is actually a life-saving measure. Like a woman stays alive. She lives because of an abortion procedure if something's happening early on. So it's not always like the idea that it's always, no, it could be life-saving sometimes. That's what happens with medicine and science. Even if you come with it, I'm a Catholic. I don't practice, but people might not know this about me. I was
Yeah.
fairly religious as a young. I was an altar server for many years. I was fairly religious actually when I was younger, and my position on this was always, if you believe that, like, God allows people to, and God gives people free will, and due to advances in medicine and science, we can come up with things to better benefit people and society in our everyday lives, then this is one of those things. Like, it's just one of those things. And obviously, we don't, no one wants this to happen when it's like an elective abortion, when a contraceptive wasn't used. Everyone prefers it to not happen, but it does, and we have to live in that reality. And my issue with hedging on this, in the way he wanted me to, is that once we give that small restriction, we've seen in this country that once we do that, we automatically see people try to criminalize things for for women who didn't want an abortion, who wanted birth. You can look up right now, if you want, look up stories of women who suffered late miscarriages in red states that have strict anti-abortion laws, and how they tried to criminalize these women for suffering miscarriages under these laws.
Yeah.
This is
We don't want
horrible.
that. I wouldn't
This is horrible. And so I have those cases in mind when I say, the vast majority of these things, like, if you're carrying a baby at 8 months, you want that baby. We're talking a very, very small amount. And again, there must be something going on. Like, it must be something horrible that happens, that someone makes that decision at 8 months. And even then, again, there are restrictions on it, and you'd have to go see a doctor, and the doctor would have to agree with your assessment, because otherwise the doctor could say, no, you can't get this, you can't have it done.
Right. Right. Yeah. It's a very bad situation. I can't speak for everybody or anybody that's going through it. I hope that everybody, loves their babies and they love life, and we just want to respect everybody. And sometimes there's conflict when the situation arises in this. So I don't know if I can really say much about abortion overall right now. That's kind of a wimp out, but.
No, it's you're not here to debate me. Me talking with you is, I just wanted to sort of outline, you're a Tim Pool viewer, and I want to just sort of outline, where my position was and what my point was when I was trying to talk with Tim. Like, I wish if he just came out and said, listen, I was down there at Occupy. Maybe I had sort of left-leaning, center-left views. Maybe I still hold some views that maybe sort of moderate or center-left. But overall, I mean, it's quite obvious. I'm a right-winger. I'm a conservative. You're getting a conservative opinion here. I just wish he would do that, but he doesn't. And
I thought it was interesting what you're saying a little bit ago about like the identity of declaring yourself a conservative or someone on the right, or declaring that you're someone on the left. And that seems to be like, to me, seems to be sometimes more important than I thought it would be with folks. Maybe some people want to hold on to, hey, I'm a Democrat at heart, but right now they're going too far towards like communism or whatever.
I wish, but they're
not going too far.
Democrats are actually fairly, and I know you as a conservative might not agree, but they're actually fairly right wing in this country. I mean, just if you look at that political spectrum in other countries, it's not even close. Right? America is actually fairly right wing country, at least right now. It's it's just I mean, think about it. Other industrialized nations, at the very least, have universal health care. We don't. And I could even, again, I'm not here to change your mind or anything like that, but like you could even make a conservative argument for universal health care in terms of like what do conservatives prioritize in this country? The idea of capitalist market and being able to start your own business and things like that. Well, what's the number one thing a lot of people cite as the reason why they can't just leave their job, even if they're like financially able to? Like they could replace their salary, do enough start up or save up enough money to cover their salary for a while. But what's the thing stopping them from leaving their job? Their health care is tied to their job. Now imagine if everyone in this country didn't have to worry about that. We were all covered. So if we had to go to the hospital, no one would say, oh, I need your insurance to see what's covered. You'd be covered. You'd be able to literally say, you know what? I want to start that business. I don't need to worry about not having health care. I don't need to worry about how my job provides health care to my kids. Because I have the family plan under there's the benefits under my job. On top of that, imagine being the business owner who doesn't have to worry about covering the healthcare costs of your employees. You would be able to pay them a little bit more, meaning it'd be more enticing for people to come work at your business. Or you could, in addition to paying your employees more, you could invest that money into other things that can, expand the business, do more things. I mean, these are things that you would think like, even if Tim was like, I mean, maybe he has made these. I can't say he has never made that argument. But if he's someone in that position, you would assume you'd hear from him more about it. Like you think he would have brought that up or something. Have you ever heard that position from him as a Tim Pool viewer?
I haven't yet. As a viewer, I can't speak for him at all. But as a viewer, my impression is that he hasn't really talked a lot about healthcare in the past 4 years. I've been watching him, so that's nowhere near as intense as like the abortion topic last night, and just if it's in the news. I think when the Green New Deal came out with AOC, I thought they were laughing about it because originally it had the thing about for people that don't want to work, that kind of thing, and then they tried to say, oh, that wasn't in there, that was in the draft or something, and so I'm surprised to hear if he's now saying that he likes the Green New Deal. I think he's not against trying to take care of the earth, but I don't think he wants to necessarily shut down the USA economy more than like China's economy. And if we're letting China put up as much factory smoke as they want, but we're trying to shut down everything. So there's no the economy slowed down in honor of cleaner air.
I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot and debate you on the issues, but I think if that's your understanding of it, I think that's not 100% accurate. You should definitely look a little bit more into it for sure. I mean, Ian, you're not here to debate. I really appreciate you calling in, seriously, and I think it's very interesting that that's what you took out of the discussion. Because that's important to me. Because someone like you is exactly who I was trying to reach, and the fact that you heard what I was trying to say, and you at least took some of what I said, and it resonated. That means a lot, truthfully, to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time I've ever been on like Skype.
Oh, I'm sorry. 1 second. You're breaking.
Or Skype or anything to talk about stuff like this. I've been on personal stuff for at work or something, but never for the open to the public to listen in on. So I liked your appearance there, and I think they liked your appearance there for the reasons that I was talking about, because you brought different ideas, and you didn't shut down, or you didn't get hostile. Even when nobody could convince each other of the different points. So,
I really,
so I think that's what they want.
I really appreciate your call, Brian. I really appreciate you talking with me for this long. And
Oh.
I hope you continue to watch, and I hope you definitely call in again in
Yeah.
the future. Yeah, this was great. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Great, man.
Have a great night.
Okay, you too. Thanks.
I mean, before I take any other calls, I just want to say, like, literally, that makes it all worth it right there. Seriously, like, that made it all worth it. Hey, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Great night. Okay, you too. Thanks.
Hey, what's your name? Where you calling from? You have to turn down the stream because you're on the air.
Before I take any other, I just want to say, like, literally, that makes it all worth it right there. Seriously, like, that made it all worth it.
Hey, you're on the air. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, what's your name? Where you calling from? Good night.
I don't think he realizes he's on.
Hey, what's your name? Where you calling from? You have to turn down the stream because you're on the air. Before I take any other.
Hey, what's your name? Where you calling
James
from?
Waller.
Waller? Hey,
And I'm
Waller.
calling from Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Can I pull you? I see you're using video. Can I pull you up on the stream?
Sure, go for it. I don't
Great.
care.
Hey,
I got no
so Waller, what would we have to talk about?
I watch your debate, if that's what you want to call it.
Yeah, sure.
More like
I
a
think you could
debacle.
go ahead, sure.
I watched that with Tim Pool last night. I was not impressed on the performance of Tim.
Of Tim?
I'm. Hold on one second. I kind of lost my hearing on you here. Hold on a second, please.
You were not impressed with Tim's performance, you said.
No, I was not, and I was quite impressed with your own. To be honest with you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Now,
and you're
I want to say that with a caveat that I am not, by today's standard, liberal.
Sure.
Not by today's standards.
That's
I am
fine.
far, far more to the right than today's liberals.
Okay, and I'm glad you're calling in because I would love to discuss that with you. So tell me a little bit more. How long have you been listening to Tim?
Since he was reported with Vice, actually.
Wow, so you've been a longtime fan.
Yeah, I caught him when he was reporting out of, did his live report out of Sweden.
Oh, okay,
Going
right.
into
right.
those,
and what did you think of that report? His report on Sweden.
I thought the report he did out of Sweden was very well done. Very well done.
I would love for
it
you
was
to.
A different pool. It was a different Tim Pool at the time, though.
Right. I would love.
I watched him evolve.
He's gone further right, you would say?
Yes.
Right.
Definitely.
And you should also check out. There's a great video on that Tim Pool Sweden video. A great YouTuber did a breakdown of it. You should definitely check it out. Hold on, let me pull it up for you. It's Hey, it's Vadim on YouTube. You should check out. Hey, it's Vadim. That's his YouTube name, and he did a fantastic breakdown of that video. Where is it? It's
Let me say and type that into the text for me, would you?
Oh, sure. I'll send it to you. You're on Skype right now, right? So I'll send it to you right now. I'll send you the link actually.
Please do.
Cool. Yes. So he has a great video on Tim Pool's his Sweden video, and you should definitely check it out as someone who enjoyed that. Let's discuss first, then I'll send it to you when you get off on Skype.
Yeah.
What did you not like about Tim's performance yesterday?
He was all over the place. It's like what you say. He was all over the place. He was not articulating himself very well at all, I don't believe. And I don't think he did a great job of representing a large majority of the people who probably listened to him.
Wow. Okay.
His views on Roe versus Wade, I thought was like, just like you say. I mean, first he's like saying he doesn't agree with Roe versus Wade. He's held the position for the past several weeks that Roe versus Wade needs to be taken down and rights to go back to states, which is what would happen. But then when this came out with Colorado, and he started harping on the Colorado of them taking up abortion to on the delivery table. He's been really going off on that deep end, that outlying one time, once in a while position. It's happened. Yes, he's right. It has happened. There have been cases where without a medical reason, a child being aborted was aborted. And it has happened. I've seen the reports on it. But it is an outlier. It's not something that's going to happen. And any rational doctor, sane doctor, and any semi-rational female. Now, when I say semi-rational female, I'm going to say that with a caveat that I don't think that most women that go into taking abortion as a first option for getting rid of an unwanted fetus or child, I don't think that is a rational thought. I think that's a woman who is thinking out of desperation more than anything. She cannot be thinking rationally if she's thinking that at 8 months, at 7 months, she's going to go in and abort her fetus. It's just no rational. There has to be a really serious problem with that fetus, or with her in her own
Health.
mental state.
Yeah, or it could be that too. Yes. Exactly.
So
if you're carrying,
it's an outlier either way.
Right. And it seems like if you care about those outliers, but agree that it's important that we have safe legal abortions in this country, you would go after the outliers and not the whole entire thing, like he seems to be okay with now.
Yeah, I think what it was, he just couldn't explain himself well enough there. He was not articulating well at all. What he was trying to, I think, if I may, what he was trying to say was that Tim has taken a position, a very staunch position on two different things here recently. One is that no prisoner in prison should ever spend 1 day in jail. He'd rather see 10,000 criminals go free than see one innocent person spend 1 night in prison. It happens, right? It does happen. And a lot of it, that happens much more often than the Planned Parenthood thing. But he's taken it to this extreme that he doesn't want to see anybody sit in jail for 1 night. He'd rather see 10,000 criminals be set free than see one innocent person sitting in jail overnight. I think that's a little extreme.
Right. See, here's the thing.
He has gone the exact same way with this Roe versus Wade thing. He has gone over the line to an extreme outlier. And he's sitting there because his position now is this: if the baby can be saved, if that mother is on the delivery table, says, you know what, I don't want this baby, abort this baby. His position is, if you're on the delivery table, give birth. If the doctor does not have the legal responsibility of giving birth to the child, so sometimes they won't. They won't try and save the child. Why? Because of incentives, monetary incentives. What are those monetary incentives? Not to be conspiratorial, but we know embryonic fluids are sold. They are put into our food.
All right, let's
put into many different things.
I don't think we should go.
Wait a minute. Let me just
Go
finish.
ahead.
Where do the embryonics come
Okay,
from?
all right. But I don't think we should go in this direction because I think you were.
No,
I'm
just saying.
Because I think a
there
lot of people
are monetary reasons. So, with that having been said, that is one reason to distrust that whole system of why would a doctor abort a fetus at 8-9 months? That's the reason. And there are doctors out there that would do it. We
should talk though about this because these are the things you are mentioning right now though, like this would be illegal. We know, like, for example, when Tim mentioned that abortion doctor Gosnell, he's a criminal. Like, he went to jail for what he did.
He's serving time.
What he did was illegal. So
exactly
the situation that you're talking about right now, if
it's an outlier.
It's an outlier, and it's also an illegal one. if it
Exactly.
happens.
But that's not to
So
say that won't others come in.
so
Especially if it's not
but that's not
put
but
into legal. He's saying that he wants to see it put into legal words to make sure that some other crazy doctor doesn't step in there and try and do something. And as the left is trying to go more and more towards legalizing abortions to the extremities, that's where he's going. I don't agree with it.
right. You're telling me his position on this part. Right. Right. But here's the thing though, those extreme cases, unless there is something horribly wrong with the fetus or the mother's health is in danger, unless those are the two things. Like when he's talking about a baby being born and then being aborted after the baby's born, that's not a thing. That's called homicide. That's illegal. Like that's not. If it happens, it's illegal. We have laws on the books for that.
I know this.
Right.
I know this.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. He was going on some outlying reports of stuff that has happened in the past. He's going on to say that if we don't go in there and put it into writing, that some crazy leftist might go in there and try and make it all together okay. Some crazy doctor might think, hey, it's not illegal, so it must be legal.
Right.
That's where he's coming from. It's not written into law to be illegal that way. So he wants to take it up a notch. I don't agree with his thing, but I see where he's coming from.
Waller, I really appreciate you calling in. Please do call in again. I have more people on the line. So, you're a Tim Pool viewer who was unhappy with how he performed and you didn't agree with everything he was saying or you don't think he represented.
I'm often unhappy with the way he performed. There's oft times I'm sitting here yelling at him.
Right. Do you listen? What else do you listen to on YouTube other than Tim Pool? Like, is that where you get your news from, Tim Pool and other YouTube channels?
No. I get my news from all over, many different sources. I listen to left wing, I listen to right wing, I listen to black, I listen to white. I've actually been listening to a lot more black YouTubers lately to try and get more perspective on this. The black perspective in the racial tensions.
Right.
I'm really confused with that. I'm from the South. I was born in Virginia.
Right.
I am a Southern rebel. My regular email is Virginia rebel, so I am a Confederate at heart. I understand all the Confederate feelings and the deep roots. But look, we're not the same country. Everything's changed.
Right, and you're willing to listen you're willing to listen and evolve. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
That's great. That's what it's all about.
I listen to a couple other. I can't name any names, but I listen to a few other left wing or center left.
Who do you consider a left winger who you listen to? I just want to sort of gauge.
Look, Joe Rogan is not a right winger. Joe Rogan is left.
I
listen to Joe Rogan is left.
All right, we have to continue this discussion. I hope you'd call in again and we could talk about this.
Where do you just let me ask you where do you put
Joe Rogan?
Jimmy Dore.
Jimmy Dore. Okay, I think he has, like Tim Pool, but I will say Jimmy Dore was further on the left than Tim Pool ever was or espoused on his show. But Jimmy Dore has certainly lurched right in terms of his arguments. He's certainly not advocating from a total left-wing perspective. It's the same sort of issue I have with Tim. If Jimmy Dore wants the things he advocates for, the progressive policies he advocates for, why does he spend so much time attacking those politicians who actually like AOC or Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib?
Let me ask you a question.
Sure, go ahead. Sure.
Speaking of AOC,
sure.
I thought with AOC coming up was a fresh new voice in the Democratic Party. I used to be a Democrat until 2016 election.
Okay.
I was known. I could not have a taste to see that witch get into the office.
All right, you weren't a Hillary fan. Okay. Continue.
Oh no, I was. I mean,
but no,
me and my mother had words over, but we didn't break up or nothing.
Let's stay on this though. Keep going with the what we're talking about.
But I can see where Jimmy has, in my opinion, bashed on the left for not being consistent. And when AOC comes out, starts talking about killing off cattle because we're being worried about cow farts. Woman,
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
what the hell?
I think here. I'm glad you brought this up because you need to look this up. That was not true. That's not true. Seriously, it's
Was
not
not
in. It wasn't in. This was a right wing hit job on AOC. It was not true. You could look it up. I'm being serious. I have to pick up. I have to take other calls.
Well, no. Let me rephrase. Yeah, the phraseology that I just used was the hit ring white. What she had made mention to was the amounts of CO2 being dispelled by the factories that are our cow and beef milk production industries. The cows are eating a lot of grass. They produce a lot of gas, but they don't fart. The gas comes out and belches through their mouth.
No, but I mean
that is a fact.
Seriously, that's what. Okay, what you're saying happens in terms of what cows do. Yes, that's what happens. But what you're explaining, it's not in the Green New Deal. It's not something. This was saying that was in the Green New Deal was a false thing that the right wing said to attack.
No. That I'm not saying that was in the Green New Deal. Her Green New Deal is supposed to be putting up a big front against for environmental issues, which I support all 100%. I don't think that mankind is killing us off so much as a collective of other things. Are we exasperating the problem? Absolutely. Are we making it move forward more rapidly? Absolutely. Are we going to go over a barrier at 2030 that say like, okay, if we don't make the change now, too late. I don't think 2030 is going to be too late. I don't think 2025 is going to be too late. I don't think 2050 is going to be too late to change things. But I do have great faith in mankind and technology. That they are going to come up with a solution to the problem as far as the CO2 problem,
right?
And well before 2030.
Well, Waller, I appreciate the call so much. Thank you so much for calling in. Definitely, I hope you still listen to. I hope you continue to listen to the show. Feel free to call in again anytime. Really, I really appreciate it. This was a great call. Have a great night.
All right, thanks. You too.
You know, I think this is, I mean, I don't know what else to say in terms of this is exactly what I was hoping would come out of this. Hey, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Oh, hey. Hi, is this Matt?
Hey, Cameron! How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good. You know, I wanted to call in just on your regular show because I feel like sometimes people like, what is the word? Typecast me? Or pigeonhole me? Or
I got it. We got. I don't know where all these. I don't know where all these Twitch viewers just came from on Twitch. I don't see a raid. If someone wants to tell me where everyone came from, please let me know. But for people who are not familiar with who's on the phone with me right now, this is Cameron. He is a regular caller into my other weekly show / live stream, Scam Economy, which is about crypto. And Cameron is a crypto miner. Like, literally, he mines crypto.
When I'm on your other show, I'm usually wearing a suit and a tie. This is casual, not tie day.
Right. Okay. All right. So you're not in business mode today, is what you're telling me.
I'm always in business mode. Continue telling these Twitch people about me.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So Cameron,
they just have to know.
his crypto mining business, if you've been paying attention to the crypto news over the past couple of weeks, not going well. In addition to that, I believe there was a tragedy at his mine, which caused it to literally, again, this is, I feel like I don't want to break kayfabe here, but I think people should know that this is just, what would you like to talk about today, Cameron?
Huh?
What would you like to talk about?
Oh, I was just telling. I caught your podcast with Jim Poole.
Jim Poole?
And he was talking about authoritarianism, and I wanted to just, if you can just convey this to Sam Cedar, I have this book about it, and I just want you to. If you can just tell Sam Cedar this. Okay, chapter 1, general remarks. There are a few circumstances among those which make up the present condition of human knowledge more unlike than what might have been expected, or more significant of the set. We're on page 1 of 77. We'll get there in a minute.
Okay, so you're gonna read all 77. What's the name of this book again? What's the name of this book again?
Utilitarianism by Joan Stevie Mills. Etiquette by
Joan Stevie
Oscar Piss. What?
John Stuart Mill, you said?
Yeah, John Stuart Millions.
Oh, John Stewart from The Daily Show. He wrote this book?
Yeah, John Stewart, once he invested in crypto, he made all these millions. And then he became John Stuart Millions. And he wrote the book, The Utilitarianism. So, next chapter.
Broke. Everyone pay attention. We have Matt Binder live stream history. I think Cameron. Oh no, I think you broke before.
Next chapter. What utilitarianism is. A passing remark is all that is needs to be given to the ignorant blunder of supposing that those who stand up for utility as the test of.
All right,
Are
Cameron,
you getting all this?
Yeah, I'm getting all this. You keep going, Cameron, and I'm gonna take other calls. You can call back in, and we'll catch up.
And right and wrong use the term in that restricted and merely colloquial sense in which utility is opposed to pleasure.
I'll call you back in a minute. You keep going. All right. I'll take some other calls.
Philosophical opponents of.
All right. Next callers, feel free to call in, and we'll check back on Cameron in a minute. For those of you who don't know, I guess I should play it on here, right? Let me pull it. Oh, my God. Let me take this call, and I'll grab the video while we pull it. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, man. I'm Aaron, calling from Australia. I'll just turn the phone.
Hey, Aaron, can I pull you?
Wow, I can't believe I got through.
Can I pull your video up on the feed? Like, can I put your video?
You there? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, can I pull your video up on the feed?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
absolutely.
Great.
Let me just quickly do my hair.
Hey, Aaron, what was it to talk about?
Just a quick call. Greetings from Australia. Just wanted to congratulate you on your patience with your interview with Tim yesterday. I've tried to listen to it. I got most of the way through. Was super excited when I saw that you were on there because been a big fan of Doomed for a while, the Majority Report.
Oh, thank you.
And I thought you handled yourself very well. And I think it was a very good example of how Tim runs his bullshit, right? Like, and why it's hard for leftists to go on there and talk to him because he just doesn't seem to listen to any points or concede anything and just consistently changes the topic and creates these ridiculous hypotheticals that don't mean shit.
Right.
So
yeah, I mean, I'll say this, like, I think it was whatever he did. Maybe I vastly underestimated how it went down, honestly. Like, I thought it went well. I got to tell you, those two callers who just called in, who are Tim Pool listeners, who had no idea who I was, I'm a little bit surprised. Like, I'm a little bit taken back in a good way, I guess you can say. Know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I didn't know it was going to be that successful in terms of like two people literally calling in and telling me that they you know, their even if their politics or their positions weren't changed, which again you can't do that in a 2-minute, 3-hour, 2-hour interview. I planted the idea that, hey, maybe what you're watching isn't exactly what you think it is, or the guy's not acting in 100% good faith when he's telling you he is. And the fact that, I would have been happy if one person got that. 2 people called into the show saying they got that. And I'm assuming that if 2 people called in, there has to be exponentially more who are not going to call in.
Yeah, you hope so, right? And I think you're right, because I think the way that you handled it and your patience and you're pointing out certain things, it allowed him to. And this is the thing, right? Like you give these people enough rope and they'll hang themselves with it. And I think, like those last 2 callers, it showed that Tim just goes round and round in circles and doesn't actually listen to people who have an opposing view. He just waits for his point or to create another hypothetical. And I think the other thing it really showed is how unfair it is that he's got like this big computer screen that he can look up anything at will, and you were kind of debating 2 people that were kind of throwing stuff at you. Like, that's not a debate. It's not a good discussion. It's just not a good faith.
It also didn't help. Again, I want to say I knew going in exactly what it was going to be. So it wasn't unfair. I do think they should have told me to bring a computer. And if every guest, like they said, knew to bring a computer, obviously something was not communicated to me. I'm not saying it was purposeful, but there was a mistake made not telling me I could bring a computer. For sure, 100%. For example, and I see my biggest mistake was I was on my phone trying to find out information about that YouTube study that came out that Tim was citing. And I found a Medium post from the author, and looking on a phone in a hurry to respond to Tim, I misread and misrepresented and misunderstood what I was reading. If people missed it at the end of the show, before the show ended, I made sure to say complete retraction, apology to that study author. He wrote a Medium post criticizing YouTube and other platforms for taking QAnon content down. Now, in my hurry to pull it up and reading it on my phone, I misread, misunderstood, and I thought he was coming from a position of being a QAnon supporter or a QAnon defender at the very least. And that's not what it was at all. And I want to stress again, this guy was just arguing that it was counterproductive, in his view, for platforms to remove this content, the QAnon content, because he thinks it would not be successful in doing what they set out to do. In fact, it would make things worse, perhaps. Again, I don't necessarily agree with that position, but that's a fine argument to have. And because the situation I was in, I completely misrepresented it. Yeah.
Every day. Tim Pool just sits there and pulls up articles without properly looking at them and gets fired up and talks about it. Like, he does that on his stream all the time. So it's a mistake, but I think it's a totally forgivable one given the context. Anyway, just wanted to say that word from Australia. Can I ask one more question? What's his compound like? No one ever talks about that.
It's so fucking big. I was so it was beyond what I imagined it. He has a fucking skate park in his he's got a skate park in his basement. Huge.
That's crazy.
Like medium size punk rock venue huge. Like you could have like ceilings like you would see in a warehouse space in his basement.
Wow.
It was he's got a chick and you know, I'm gonna respect that this is this guy's house. I'm not gonna tell anything, but you know, this is just basic stuff. He's got a chicken house, like literally live chickens living in his backyard. Has a stream where he streams 24/7 the chickens and the stream, and he's monetized it where whenever you drop a super chat, you feed the chickens, which, regardless of what I think of Tim Pool and his opinions, that's pretty savvy, smart idea.
Yeah. It's a good money making idea. He's a good grifter. Like, if, no matter what you think, and this is my opinion, like he's a good grifter. You got to give him that.
Right. I want to be respectful enough to make sure I don't share any specifics in terms of what we talked about off air, because I'm assuming they'll do the same. I will be happy to break that if they don't also respect that. But I didn't say anything that would. But yeah, I mean, it's very, very nice and big, and really drove home, how successful he's been in doing what he does. So people should be aware that there is, I don't think he hides it, but people should know, that what he does has been very successful for him.
Wow, awesome. Well, thanks for having me on, man. Big fan. Good work.
All right. Thanks you for the call. Have a great night. Or wait, what time is it where you are?
You too. It's 1:15 in the afternoon in Australia. So
then enjoy your lunch. Have a great afternoon. Bye. Oh, right. Oh my God. So many people trying to call in. And this always happens. Just when I hang up the call, I miss all their call. Like all their calls end. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, thank God I got on. Hey, how's it going, man? My name's Cullen. I'm calling from the Baltimore, Maryland area.
Hey, what was your name again? I'm sorry, you cut out for a second.
Yeah, so my name's Cullen.
Hey, Cullen, what would you like to talk about?
Well, first let me say, when you debated him last night, you did a great job. I don't know much about that social issue stuff. The only much about social issues is that I don't like the drug war. That's the only thing. But I did want to talk about, though, because you guys didn't get far into it, but I think this is a much more important issue, and I wish you guys would have spent more time on it. I was so bummed. I'd rather talk about the economy. I think that's a much more important issue. I think it affects a lot more people. Not saying, of course, that those social issues that you discussed last night don't affect people. They obviously do. But I think inflation that's going on right now, it affects literally everyone.
Right.
And the only people that really don't feel it that much are, like, obviously the wealthiest Americans. But even they're obviously they're gonna feel price increases somewhat.
Sure.
Because they're still gonna be paying more than they were, just like the rest of us. So I'm just wondering though, what? Because you really didn't get a chance to explain yourself too much last night. How do you feel about inflation, and what do you think we should do about it?
It's not good. In terms of what's going on, because people who have to get to work, people who drive for work, I'm sure Uber drivers are feeling it. And I'm sure Uber's not doing anything to help out. But when it comes down to it, I also think we have to be careful in also realizing that, companies raise their prices, and that happens with or without inflation. And I think some of what we're seeing is companies taking advantage of the news cycle and all the, inflation fears. And I'm not saying it's not.
How much?
I'm not saying it's not happening, and I don't know how much. That's the thing. And I think
so. You don't even know. Okay.
And I think.
Matt, I'm sorry. Matt. Okay. I get it, Matt. Listen, it seems to me like you might not know very much about economics, based on what I heard last night, and based on what I'm hearing right now.
Sure.
You call yourself a progressive, and you need to know about progressive economics, because the progressive term originally comes from the people who supported progressive economics from FDR, right? So I got to ask, I'm assuming you self-define as a progressive at least sometimes.
Sure.
I got to ask, do you believe in the what do they call it? The modern monetary theory. Do you believe in that?
I do.
Okay, great. I've talked to a lot of progressives about this, and none of them have ever been able to give me a straight answer, because the progressive modern monetary theory, which is based on really heavy Keynesianism, Marxism, whatever it is, it's based on the theory that you can pay for all your programs based on printing money, and regardless of whether or not we're the world's reserve currency, there's only 8 billion people in the world. Just like there's only 350 million people in America, just like there's only tens of millions of people in Venezuela. At some point, the law apply. And I'm just wondering, how many dollars can we print before we print too much? Because, I mean, and just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, I saw a picture, a report from Venezuela the other day from an independent journalist. And they took a picture of how many Venezuelan dollars it costs just to buy one apple there. And the pile of dollars looked like it outweighed, as far as like ounces or pounds, the apple by like times. So I'm just wondering, how many dollars can we print in America? Can you answer me that question?
Listen, I can't because this is not honestly, it's not my specialty in terms of the specifics of it. I've read a number of you.
That's what I.
You know who you should check out.
See, so this is the problem. Hold on,
Sure,
Matt,
sure.
Let me say this. This is the problem I have with progressive economics, because it sounds like the progressives in America just want us all to kind of hold hands and then jump into the darkness. And I don't think that that's a great way to run a sovereign nation's economy. Do you? Do you think that's a good way to run a sovereign nation's economy?
Well, Cullen, calm down. Listen, you know who you should check out? Check out Stephanie Kelton's work on this. I think she'll be able to answer.
God, man.
That's who I've read. I mean, I can't tell you. You're asking me a question that's not in my wheelhouse, not my specialty.
Matt, do you understand the fractional reserve banking system? Do you understand the way the Federal Reserve operates? Can you just kind of explain it to me in, say, 500 characters or less?
No.
You can't. Okay, so you really literally know nothing about economics at all. Dude, okay, this is why it's hard for people to take progressives seriously these days. Okay, Matt.
But listen. Who? Listen. I don't want. Wait. You have to let me respond for a second.
Okay.
You have to let me respond.
Okay.
Let me respond. Okay.
You're right. Okay, I get it.
Calm
I've
down.
had a few drinks tonight. Let me just say this before.
Calm down.
Let me just say
calm
this.
down. Calm down.
Sure.
Just listen.
Let me
Then
just
you
say
can
this
respond.
before.
Then you can respond. This is my opinion on this, and I don't think I think there's a problem here. When people think that you need to have this minutia understanding of this, listen, dude, you got to calm down for a second. You have to calm down. You have to calm down for a second. I'm not someone who writes these policies. The vast majority of these politicians do not write these policies.
Right.
They have
politicians.
Economic.
So
they
you
have
want a bunch of politicians in the federal. You want a bunch of politicians and bureaucrats in the Federal Reserve just running around aimlessly, pushing buttons like a bunch of zombies and printing out money, and that's how you want our economy run.
They have economic policy writers
Matt,
and specialists.
Let me ask you this: would Sam Cedar be a better person to debate than you on this?
Maybe. Probably.
You said, I'm sorry, you cut out a little bit there. What'd you say?
Probably
he would. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
I mean, let's put it this way. Put it this way. What is something you want to see done in government? And
for inflation?
No, in general. What's something you want to see done in government in general, regardless of whatever it is?
What would be my absolute first priority right now? Like, are you asking if I were the benevolent dictator of the world and I could just make one thing happen, anything now? What would it be? Is that what you're asking?
It has to be within, what the reality of the current situation is. You can't say, free, no, magical bullshit. Like, you have to give me a real, within reality thing that you could just snap your fingers.
Could I take advantage of executive orders the way all politicians take advantage of them when they get into office?
Sure. Go ahead. Sure.
Okay, this is what I would do. I would release all non-violent drug offenders immediately. I would release them all from prison, and I would let them back out into society as long as they were non-violent. That's what I would do.
And do you have all the understanding of what needs to be done to make sure that those people get out of prison and they have a system set up for themselves so they don't find themselves on the streets?
I don't need that. You asked me one thing that I would do to better society. If I'm letting them out of jail and I'm giving them their freedom back unprecedentedly, I'm giving them a pretty good deal in comparison to what they've got right now.
Right,
I would hope that they would take advantage of that freedom and make their own situation better based on what I just did for them.
Right, but you don't have any idea how to make sure they don't end up back in jail, right?
What do you mean?
Like, do you have any idea of how to?
What are you talking
like,
about?
do you okay? So you're letting all of these non-violent offenders, which I agree with. People should not be in jail for drugs. But do you have all the details and understanding of what needs to be done to make sure they don't end up back in jail and that they're on their feet when
to
they
make sure a non-violent
What if they get out of jail? What if they get out of jail and they need to and they can't find a job, they can't find the home, so they commit a crime to get money and they find their way back in jail?
Yeah, that's their problem. If they go out and if a non-violent offender gets out of jail because I've let them out because they're non-violent and they choose to go down a life of violence, then that's not my problem. That's their fault. That's something that they need to work out for themselves.
Do you understand the point I'm making here, though? Like, you have something that you want done that you think is a good idea. And I agree. It is a good idea. It is a really good idea. Non-violent drug offenders should not be in jail. It should not be in prison. 100% I agree. I don't, and you said clearly that you don't have all the details in what we can do to make sure.
That. Now you're just putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that. What are you talking about?
Then tell me what we would do to make sure they don't get back into prison.
I would do nothing. What do what? I mean, if they're not, that's why I let out the non-violent offenders. And if they decide to go down the pathway of violence and criminality in that sense, then that's something entirely different than a non-violent drug offense.
Okay, so what if
it is 100% under in my opinion, and obviously under current American law opinion, that they should be prosecuted for a violent crime.
What if they didn't do a violent crime? What if you let them go and to make money, they can't find a job, they're going to be homeless, they start selling drugs.
What non-violent crime?
They start selling drugs again and get put back into prison.
Well, look, I don't believe in any drug laws. I don't want any drug laws at all.
Okay, but but I told you could only.
So along with that executive order would come the end to all drug laws. Okay.
I told you could do one thing. I mean, all right, but so you would just make another executive order to end all drug laws. Okay, so
I would do it all in this. I would do it all in the same time. I would do it all in one. I would do it all in one order. I would end all the drug laws and release all the nonviolent drug offenders in jail.
All right. So what if someone ends up in jail? Doing some sort of scam or monetary crime because they needed money and couldn't find a job. What then?
A scam or monetary crime? Like what?
What do you mean? People
did they defraud? So, like what?
Yeah,
so,
yeah. Someone
give me an example. Come on.
Someone commits fraud. Someone pretends to be someone they're not.
If you commit fraud and if you commit fraud in somebody else's life and you defraud someone and it costs them some amount of money or some amount of damage. I mean,
is that a violent crime? Is that a violent crime?
Defrauding someone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would consider a violent crime.
Please give me a break. Yeah. All right, goodbye. I gave you good faith discussion.
What?
Come
you're gonna hang up on me now because But
okay, do you see what I mean though? You could not tell me.
I don't see what you mean at all.
You could not tell me.
And by the way, this went from me calling into economics, and you've been able to pivot the conversation completely away to something else that had nothing to do with my original.
No, my point is that you don't have to understand all the minutiae to think something is a good idea. It's up to someone else to then say, hey, let's formulate a plan, and maybe we could do something that's half that, or 75% of that, or maybe we can't do it at all.
Well, here's the problem with your argument is I know all the minutia that you're talking about, and I've been able to articulate that so far in this conversation. So
you're an economist.
What? What are you talking about?
What am I talking about? You're an economist.
When did I say I was an economist?
You just told me you could explain all this stuff.
I can explain to you the minutia of what you were asking me to defend my own argument because you're completely irrelevant point, quite frankly, which is, by the way, you've got a pretty nice history there in the last couple of days of bringing up irrelevant points to try to get out of difficult conversations.
Past couple of days. That was yesterday.
Yeah,
that was yesterday.
Last night on Tim Pool's show, when he asked you what you would do about inflation, you talked about raising taxes on the rich or something like that. Why don't you tell me, Matt Binder, how is raising taxes on the rich going to fight inflation? Can you answer me that question, please?
Dude, I don't need to.
You don't? Okay, yeah, because you don't know anything about economics.
I asked you. I told told you. I
host
told
a
you.
political show.
I told you.
You host a political show on the internet, a progressive political show, and you know nothing about progressive economics. And dude, I gotta tell you what, I'm no big Jimmy Dore fan, but I know that his audience has been climbing compared to Sam Cedars, and it's probably because of the disingenuity that your audience sees from, quite frankly, you and guys like Sam, both of you, and the other hosts on that show. Emma Vigeland, I'd say, is probably the most disingenuous one out of all.
All right, buddy. Have a good night. Thanks for calling in. Thank you for not, for not understanding anything I was saying. But have a great night.
Oh, okay. I don't understand. Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
You didn't.
Okay, Matt. Before you hang up, let me just say this.
Sure.
I don't know if you read books often. What I recommend when you get done with your show tonight, go onto eBay. Just type in ebay.com in your search bar, and then in that the finder in eBay, type in "End the Fed" by Ron Paul, and just read that book. And it would be very good for you. I think that would do a lot of good for you.
Sure. Maybe it'll come with maybe I'll be recommended to also order a side of his newsletters too. Have a great night, my friend.
I don't get that reference.
Of course you don't. Hey, what's your name? Where you calling from? Oh, hey, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Matt. It's Olaf from Brooklyn.
Hey, Olaf. What's up? What to talk about?
It's good. I see everyone talking about like the Tim Bolden debate that you just had, which is really, really like, you did a good job. You did an incredible job there.
Thank you.
Every time he just pivoted and went to his line of, I'm not a liberal. I'm a classical liberal. I'm a moderate. I'm a social liberal all of a sudden, even though you don't agree with most of what liberals agree with. But I don't know. Like, that debate was silly on his part because like everyone said, like, I don't want to rehash too much, but then basically, like, he literally had the guy beside him to to ease him out of like situations, or like, oh, come and combat you when he needed it. And it was just pretty much a joke. And like, I know some people in chat don't like Vosh, but then like you saying, I mean, like him telling you that, hey, you could have a laptop right next to you, or like our guests bring laptops. Maybe for guests that he doesn't debate, but then like every time I seen it, it was never there. Even Charlie Kirk didn't have a laptop with him. So it's pretty funny that he said, oh yeah, you could brought up laptop, we tell our guests. But then like the last two debates that he had with the leftists on no laptop.
Is that true that they don't? He told me that every guest brings a laptop, but it does seem like it's framed out of the picture. Are we sure about this?
Yes, because Vosh made it. He was like, hey, it's really hard there when you like just spitting facts at each other. You can't really fact check or like live. And like he made note of that.
Right. I mean, I don't know. They told me that they usually have laptops. I wish there was a way. I mean, there's got to be, some way to see. They usually have laptops there. No.
That's why it's some sussy-wussy like stuff. I'm like, hey, when did he say that? Like they brought laptops. They were able to bring laptops. I'm not. Maybe this is a new rule, but I've never heard that. But like, let
me pull up his most recent. Let's see what he did today. Interestingly, he had Jamie Kilstein on today. I have history going back with Jamie Kilstein. I used to go to his house and watch UFC before he moved from. This is a long time ago, like 10 years ago. But let's see. Do they have? All right. He now has. Tim has screens in front of him. I don't know if Jamie has. I don't think Jamie has anything in front of him. Maybe he does though. I don't know.
I just remember Vosh like, hey, yeah, like it's pretty hard, like when you get there.
So it might be a new thing, which is fine. That's cool to. I actually think it's better to have screens in front of you, especially if you want to use data and check on things for sure. So I don't have a problem with that. I just think they should have told me to bring it.
Like I remember, like I kind of when you guys were talking about the YouTube thing, I remember like a website called Transparency Tube, which will show you like the the divide between like right and left, like right, left, and center media. And something that Transparency 2 does, which is better than whatever study that he just gave you, it shows you, like I said, right, left, center, and then it will break it down into multiple groups, SAW or anti-SAWs, or like socialist or alt-right, and just it goes on and on and breaks it down to like show you the specific media and what type of bubbles they're in. It said center left, like center/left, but then it didn't go out of his way to show you anything center/right. It just automatically partisan right. And I was like, okay, so you're just trying to like you're literally trying to show everything that the left will disseminate, but you wouldn't show how it would like go on the other side either, which I find really strange because other like data analysis will like show you, hey, there's either left right and there's right center or left center. It will at least do that. Like, so I found it like really strange, like how like his data will always like, or information that he used was skew in different ways, and it's like to feed his narrative. But then like, yeah, I think that's the problem with sometimes when you have debates, because you're both trying to find your source. But I think the most immediate source or the most truthful design, because that's not always true, will always skim up to the versus something that's you have to define that's like false or like just heavily skewed towards one direction.
Right.
Um,
Let me
and-
could you just give me 1 second? Here's something I just pulled up while you were talking to me, because I don't have a chance to. This is really funny. And you know who agrees with me that Biden should tax you know what? I'll just read it right now. To help, and I'll mention who wrote this after. To help fight inflation, Joe Biden ought to take a page out of his former boss's book. He should make a strong pitch for taxing the rich to reduce the federal budget deficit. From the day his party suffered a massive midterm shellacking straight through his successful re-election campaign, Barack Obama branded Democrats as the party of deficit reduction. He talked about the alleged need for the federal government to tighten its belt in a State of the Union address and dive deep in blah, 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 blah. Throughout it all, he had a fixed idea. The rich had to pay their fair share. Basically, the argument is, and let me go further down in the article. The government, let me go now. Racked with inflation, we face a basic problem. Voters want to bring prices down. This can be done by slowing aggregate demand, but in practice, that means lowering Americans' incomes. People want cheaper gas at the pump and beef at the supermarket, but lower paychecks would be a steep price to pay for these things. Hence the appeal of soaking the rich. By taking money from the pockets of millionaires, it's possible to suck demand out of the economy and lower prices in a way that leaves most people's incomes untouched. The catch is that money really does to be used for deficit reduction. Taxing the rich in order to transfer it to people with more modest means is inflationary, since less rich people have a higher marginal propensity to consume. But taxing the rich to reduce the deficit leaves them with less money to spend, bidding up the prices of houses, food, gasoline, and cars for everyone else. And then he says, this wouldn't be the only thing you can do. This wouldn't be the only thing you would have to do. You'd have to do other things. But this is something you can do to, and this isn't I'm sure Mr. Ron Paul Cullen would not, want a Bernie Sanders. He probably thinks this guy's far left, but this is Matthew Iglesias, formerly of Vox.
Nah. Okay.
And, Matthew Iglesias, whether you agree with him or not, he is someone who usually writes about these issues.
I wish your former caller was listening properly, because like he just I think he was basically one of those people in the chat that was just screaming and hollering, "Oh, you're this and that. No, you were doing that." And it's like, you didn't notice how Tim was dodging questions. At the same time, he wanted to, like, your former caller was talking about economics, but then like, how are you not questioning that? Oh, you're talking about, okay, we can't print infinite money, But why is it that always every company has the idea that there's infinite money out there that they could just squeeze from their consumers or just squeeze from the marketplace?
Yeah.
That does mix. But why is it always that always that idea out there that like, oh yeah, we gotta beat our last quarter, and that hey, if we don't do good, if we don't do better than last quarter, we failed, and our stock prices go down. No, fuck, no, motherfucker, your stock is doing perfectly fine. You don't need this infinite money growth. There's not infinite money in this world necessarily, unless we print it. But then, oh no, if we print it, then it's like that's just fucking circle jerker bullshit, in my opinion. And then like you don't want regular day everyday citizens to be prosperous and be well, but then hey, you're fine with companies doing that shit.
Right.
You're fine with companies squeezing the fucking money out of people. But aside from the former caller, because I am not an economical person, I am just a average everyday citizen. I wanted to talk about the abortion stuff necessarily, not abortion, and also one other point that Tim brought up, which is very weird. Like he always likes to go about like how he's like he grew up in Chicago and it hits hard for him, and that like they will always do these shootings. You know, the murder rate in Chicago is high, and it's like no one's denying that. That's true. But then like you know what they were doing it for? Honor killings, and it was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Honor killing?
Well, he says he's from Chicago, so he knows about these things.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, most of the time it's like there's a similar thing that happens in almost every major city where like you had like, especially when it's gang violence. Let's call a spade a spade. It's most of the time it just falls into gang violence, and these gangs usually traffic drugs and weapons around in some cases. And then like basically they get into this rivalry where you disrespect someone. It's not honor killings. Like I think that's what they call it, but then like it's just disrespecting someone and just call what it is. But then like you could fix these problems. One, by providing actual jobs so they don't have to sell drugs on the street. And two, getting weapons off the street and basically going where the weapons are being distributed, which is literally called the Iron Pipeline. Go down south, like I'm not a person that goes like, hey, yeah, we need to stop that guns should be illegal. No, you have your Second Amendment guns to defend themselves.
Right.
And we just see it like you don't need. And then like there are people that will, hey, there be people that will just buy guns and do shootings. I'm not saying everyone does this, but there be those few minor cases that people will do this. And we just had an incident in Buffalo.
Right.
And it's crazy to like, hey, yeah, this person legally brought their gun and they illegally modified it. Regardless of that modification, they still legally brought that gun and fucking went on a shooting spree to kill 10 people that were black because, oh yeah, you had this thought that like black people are like destroying the world for you.
Right.
That, oh no, they're replacing us. No, you replaced Native Americans. I don't belong in this country. You don't belong in this country. Nobody fucking belongs in this country except for Native Americans. But you know, we're all stuck here. Let's work together and get the fuck along. Let's work together.
Yeah.
Oh man. I don't want to ramble too much, but then one last point, because I feel like I am rambling all over the place. I'm glad that you had some callers from Temple's side to come and call. And specifically going back to what I was about to present, the abortion stuff. He tries
make it a little bit quick because I want to get to the next caller. Because we've talked so much about the abortion issue with Tim. So
it is.
Go ahead.
Because it's not specifically about Tim, but like he tries to morph himself like around his audience and what they like and what they want, and then like you'll see examples of this, like just especially like how the laws are transforming in this country, and then they talk about, oh no, it won't be that bad. Like no, it will be bad because you have other countries with stricter abortion laws, and that people like. I might not be in the right headspace at the moment, but then basically I just want to say it like this: in certain African countries, basically we have stricter abortion laws over there, especially like in my family's home, like home nation in Nigeria. There's there's strict abortion laws there, and these people don't understand that like I seen a person on YouTube basically post up a picture of like, oh yeah, you have it so good over here, blah blah blah. Like you got this lady working hard, pulling a truck. She's pulling a truck by herself, and she's working. Back in I think back in African country, I'm not sure which one it was exactly. And then you have him comparing it to like, oh these ladies have it so good over here, but they're bitching and complaining. You need a hardworking lady like that one that's pulling the truck over there. And I'm just like, is this person stupid?
Right.
Are they dumb? And they're also African themselves, but they call themselves a conservative. They're stupid because women over there will love the chance of an education, will love the chance to just deliver a baby on their own terms when it's planned. And even in my home country, there's literally, I think, even rape is still you can't even get an abortion if you're raped. You can't. And it's like you're stupid enough to go like, hey, you could compare that lady that's working hard over there to the lady that's still they're still fighting to not become the same as the other one over there. And the thing that's craziest to me is because I have my own mom going like back in the day, like, hey, if I had the same education you, I don't know where I would have been. I probably would have been somewhere else.
Right.
She had to feed her sister, her brothers, because she was the only her mom and dad died when she was little young. So when I see that picture and I have an idiot going like, oh, look at this hardworking lady over here, and you have all these ladies screaming about like, oh yeah, like, oh, we're losing our rights. Like, no, you fucking moron. I don't even care if you're my African brother. You're a goddamn fucking moron for basically shitting on these ladies' rights, period. If that woman dragging the truck literally was able to get the education that she needed, had the money that she did, she doesn't need to hawk on the streets. You think that you'd still be saying the same shit? No, fuck off. And that's basically my point. I don't want to be like all here too much.
All right. No, it's thanks for the call. Always a pleasure when you call in. Have a great night.
Bro.
Yeah, that's hard. You know, your personal experience and your family experience is obviously very crucial to these things. I'm still thinking about. I'm sorry, but I was still distracted by that caller. I want to make sure. Hold on. Everyone who's calling in. Oh my God. Hey, give me 1 second, caller. I just want to address something because I realize maybe people who are watching from Tim Pool's audience doesn't understand the point I was making with that caller Cullen. It was hitting me while that last caller was talking to me. Listen, I don't pretend to know everything. Period. But my specialty is far from economics. Economics, yes. I'm not an economist. It's not that I've never looked at anything. I've looked at some basic stuff, and I honestly, even that's, I mean, I have a show called Scam Economy, but that's actually just focused on crypto. That's what I call crypto. Just like the creator economy, like YouTubers and stuff like that, isn't about economics. It's about cryptocurrency. The technology, the culture surrounding it, the scams, the grifts, things like that. I'm not an economist, but I think it is a super sort of elitist position to say that, all right, I shouldn't opine about, and I don't go into like the minutiae, the details of economics like I understand it. But does that mean I can't say I think a particular government policy would be good because it would cost money? Do you know how to pay for everything you think would be a good idea for the government to do? And my example with that caller, he wanted to let every nonviolent drug offender out of prison. That's a great idea. I agree. He did not think for one moment what we would do with all of these nonviolent drug offenders out on the street. Either he noticed where I got him, or he didn't get it because he said he was, a little bit, I think he said he had too much to drink. But that's my point. That's a great idea. Nonviolent drug offenders should not be in prison. Does that mean, though, that you can't say that's a good idea, we should do that, if you don't know all the minutia, all the different policies, all the different safety nets, all the different welfare programs we should put in place to make sure those people get on their feet, get a job, get a home, and become everyday members of society? Absolutely not. You should be able to advocate for these things. You should force your government, your politicians, to work on your behalf to see the world, to create the world that you want to see, excuse me. That does not mean you need to know how to do it. Do you think every single activist throughout this country's history knew how to get done what they wanted? Do you think people were on the streets during, the Great Depression era saying, we want Social Security and this is how it's done? Absolutely not. But people, especially older people too, were in dire straits. Something needed to be done. And the government needed to figure it out. And there were people advocating for the government to do something. It's that simple. And to say you can't advocate for something you'd like to see to make the world a better place unless you know exactly every single, like, does Cullen know how to, whatever policies he wants to see, does he know how to get that through Congress, all the steps it needs to go through? I highly doubt it. I mean, it's just a ridiculous point. If you want to say, if you want to explain how to pay for those things and you don't know, fine, I guess that's where you can say you don't know what you're talking about. But just wanting to see something and then going, oh, but you don't know. No, I'm sorry. That's not how it works. And if you're an everyday average American citizen, you likely don't know how single one of these things work. That doesn't mean you have no say in what you'd like to see and what you would like to advocate for. And with that note, hey, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Matt. I've been leaving some IMs in the majority pro. Are you guys won't answer my IMs? So now I think you need to clip that call. I found that particularly hilariously how unhinged that went, because as I was listening to that particular call, it did give me the Tim Pool energy. That guy, because of a certain weird anger at not knowing some specific thing that is not relevant to what's going on. And then later on in the same call, he admits that he's not really an economics expert, right?
Well, to me, the more amazing thing was I gave him the benefit to to bring up something that he feels strongly about and be an I didn't put him on the spot like he did with me. I said to him, whatever you'd like to see, tell me what you'd like done. And so I'm assuming he's probably thought about over the years. I don't know this, but I'm assuming, usually you advocate for something that hits close to home. Maybe a family member of his, or I don't know, a friend, I don't know, has experienced issues with, going to prison for this. And it's horrible. It's horrible. But
I don't. From the sounds of it just sounds like a Ron Paul cultist, because I'm not an economics guy personally, because most of it's kind of made up. But I
strongly agree. I strongly agree in the monetary money method. I think people should read Stephanie Kelton on this.
Well, I'm not against that method, but I guess that's for countries that have very strong control over their own currency.
I'm talking.
So basically,
obviously, I'm talking about
the U.S., China, places like that. Yeah.
Yes.
But if you are under the influence of other countries, there's not, well, then again, there's not much you can do because, it's just a power differential at that point. But no, I agree with your recommendation though. But here's the thing. I know people been calling it a debate, but from my view of it, you are having a discussion with Tim Pool, right? Because you're more or less giving him a chance to, explain his viewpoints. And then, of course, I know what your major goal is the hope to at least call in or observe the show, spread around their diet. And I think that is definitely a good long-term project for a lot of people to take up because, as you said, these things take a long time and might as well get started, right?
Right.
But as I was watching the discussion, I know Tim Pool and whoever, they're kind of lost in the sauce. But I was looking at the live chat, and I won't lie, a lot of them are pretty lost in the sauce too, right? But it kind of enlightened me at least to how they operate. There's definitely a lot of ignorance going on, but at the same time, there's a lot of deception as well, right? When I'm listening to Tim Pool talk, there's not so much he's thinking on a topic, right? It's like he's following a series of scripts, if you know what I'm saying, right? In other words, if you give him something, he's not really, well, let me consider that and let me work that through. It's because at the speed at which he jumps from point A to point B, he's waiting for a trigger. If you get what I'm saying, like a trigger in the conversation. And, that reminds me of this. And, so basically he was in attack mode. And from what I've noticed in that discussion, he was doing most of the talking, right? Because when you were explaining the position and you were coming at this as like it was a discussion, right? He was kind of looking ways to, I got you there. You got you. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
and I want to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't, I mean, obviously some of my questions would essentially lead to that, but my gotcha, if you want to call it that, is just, I wanted him to take a definitive position. That's my big gotcha. It wasn't to twist him into knots. Just take a fucking position on these things, man. Like, that's simple. Just take a clear cut position. And he had to, it was constant. His thing is constantly, so what you're saying is this, and I agree with you. But what about this? And the this at the end is something that completely undermines supposedly what he agrees with.
Right. And
like, I don't do that. I'm telling you guys, what you hear right now is literally like, I'm not like, you're not hearing me say like, listen, I'm for Medicare for all, right. But don't you think people should be responsible for going out and getting their own insurance? No. We should have universal health care, period. And there are numerous, and as I spoke to that earlier conservative caller who was a Tim Pool viewer who did not think Tim did a good job. I think there are great conservative arguments for universal health care in terms of freeing people to go out into the marketplace and do what they want. Innovation.
Right. But no, so the thing is, so I'm trying to figure out, like, I think as I said, what you're doing now is correct, because the first step is to kind of expose their media diet, the Tim Pool listeners who are reachable, and then kind of try to pull them out of that environment that kind of reinforces it. But a lot of it also, I think, is this weird, I don't know what to call it, debate pervertism or something, where they're into the rhetorical blood sport of the debate, and you were not giving them that, right? So I think that's what kind of drove Tim Pool up the wall. He
wanted me to take he really wanted me to take that moral position, and I took I took my moral position. They just were not happy with it.
Right. That's what drove them wild.
A moral position on abortion can easily be, I think it's up for every individual woman to decide what's best for her and the fetus with the doctor. And they have that discussion and they decide based on every single woman's personal situation and experience. That's the moral position. That's my moral position. You don't. It doesn't
But
mean.
here's the other thing. I guess my position on abortion is probably a little bit more, or we call it a little more strict than you. Like I personally think it's a woman's choice all the way through, right? Without question. The guy has no say because he does not put up as much as risk as the woman does through a pregnancy, right? So that's my position of it. It's all up to her. But what I also found interesting is the whole gathering of data and facts. I'm very suspicious of the quote-unquote data they had on late-term abortion because we don't know where they pulled it from.
Well, he said I forgot they are a big abortion resource. The Gutenberg. 1 second. The Guttmacher Institute. And they are. I'm familiar with them. But yeah, I don't know all the. They just ran off stats, and there's a lot of questions. I mean, one of the stats.
Lots of devils in the details.
One of the stats. I don't remember exactly which one, but one of the stats that they threw out was from 1988. Here someone even said in the chat. Piccolo in the chat said. 1988 study. I don't know what context it was in, but they mentioned 1988 study. Then claims there's no more data because they're not allowed to anymore. Immediately finds a 30-year newer one. LOL. Did they bring up another one? No, they didn't. Right? 1988. Piccolo.
I think they brought up two. One from 2013. But either way, I'm very suspicious because I do a little bit of science, and one thing I know about quote unquote data is unless you know the methodology of how it's collected and what was done, you can't. And in other words, if it's not some trusted research thing, you can't just give the benefit of the doubt, right? So that's very suspicious. So that, as you know, I'm kind of iffy on debates, right? And this is one of the things I don't like about debates, because even if you had your laptop, then you have all it devolves into is people saying, well, look at my stats and figures versus your stats and figures. And then the audience would have to go look up each one and want to truly determine how valid whoever's stats and figure is, right? And that's why I like discussion approach, because all of that is just, debate wankery. If you get what I mean, right? It doesn't help the audience arrive to something.
Right.
It's just
and what does it matter what my moral position is? Am I in a position of power where my moral position is going to influence my decision that will then affect everybody else in the country? No.
Right. I'm going to wrap it up pretty quick because the chat kindly remind me there's tons of other people. And you and me always get we tend to drag on too long.
I appreciate the calls all the time, though. Dave from Jamaica.
I'll just finish it up with this then. The thing is, I do like if people do want to do debates with stats and figures, I think Lex idea, make it written. It's very hard to weasel out of a written debate when you have if you're trying to quote stats and figures, because either party has decided time to look into them. But again, I think you did a great job with Tim. I'm seeing the Tim Pool fan wave coming in and making calls, and that's a good thing. So I think you have the right type of style to reach people, because you don't come off as adversarial, but you won't waffle on positions. You just tell them straight up, and I think the more reasonable of the Tim Pool crowd will listen to you, like with your first caller and so on. Not so much with the guy who's about to have a stroke, Will. But later, Matt.
Have a great night, Dave from Jamaica. I appreciate the call. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, hey, 1 second. Sorry about that. Can you hear me all right?
I can. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name's Ben from Iowa. I
Oh,
was
hey, Ben.
actually on the
It's
show a couple
Ben.
weeks ago.
Oh, shit. Hold on, let me put you up on the feed.
Yeah.
I just realized. Ben, is you cool with me bringing you up on the feed?
Oh, yeah, it's fine.
Ben was a guest on this show a few weeks ago. This is the same Ben who, do you want me to let people know? I don't have to if you don't want me to.
Oh, yeah, it's fine. It's no
Okay.
problem.
This is the same for the new viewers. This is the same Ben who was in that viral video clip where he wanted to challenge Ben Shapiro on why don't you go ahead and say what was the exact question you asked Ben?
Yeah, so I was trying to get Ben to, um, basically recognize the effect that intergenerational trauma has on people in the present.
Yes, I wanted you to break it down the way you did because I think that was really amazing how you brought up, what trauma of being a, someone of, a Jewish background, having family who lived through the Holocaust or, even extended family, and how that also is applicable to, the descendants of slaves in this country, for example. And he didn't really want to, talk about that very much, it seemed. But what did you want to talk about calling in? I just want to let people know who you were in case they recognized you or if they remembered that video, if they saw it. Go ahead. What do you want to talk about?
So I stayed up watching your discussion with Tim last night pretty late because I wanted to rewatch some parts. So I watched till 2 a.m. and I think I have some ideas about strategy because I agree with Dave from Jamaica that when you're having these types of conversations, it's not really like a debate. I think that when Tim Pool's feeling defensive, he tends to lean into these canned arguments, and a lot of times he's pulling up an article, barely reads it, barely thinks about it, and references it as if it sort of strengthens his point. You know what I mean?
Right. Yes. I mean, he did that constantly, and um, I mean, you see him even when he's not talking to someone, even in his solo videos, he does this. It's a common, rhetorical strategy that he falls on, and I will tell
Right.
you, it is, and I mean, obviously, if you're trying to get someone, I will say, even knowing that he does this, sitting down and having it done while you're trying to talk with him, it is a bit jarring at first. Like I actually think my weakest part of the discussion is those first 10, 20 minutes. And then from there, as I'm basically acclimating to his style, I think I start to do much better as the show goes on. And then obviously when we're doing a 3.5 hour thing, I think that's how a lot of people end up coming away with it and saying, I'm unhappy with Tim's performance if you're a Tim Pool performer. Like if you just look at those first 10, 20 minutes, I can see an argument where like Tim was in control and he was leading that conversation. And once I got adjusted to his style, I think that's where I did much better.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And when I was watching it, I noticed that. So the first piece of feedback I wanted to give is that I was trying to think of the way that Tim uses his argumentative style to basically turn around points so that you can't make it any further in the discussion. And I think I found the perfect idea to capture what his strategy is. And I think he deliberately misunderstands what you're trying to say in order to trap you into arguing something that's essentially a reversal of what's actually going on. And I think one of the best examples of this, if you have time to review it, is the discussion on racial affinity groups
Oh,
and how
we haven't
they're
talked about it yet, so I'm so happy you're bringing it up. This conversation, again, I don't want to give, in background on terms of what happened after or
Sure.
before the show, But I will say, after the show ended, everyone who I met, even Tim, when we first met, very, very cordial. We even reminisced a bit about Occupy. Just to, we're about to sit down and talk for 3 hours. You have to have some sort of basic, decency and humanity and discussion like that. But then after the show, I was actually a little bit taken back that show's over. If you're upset at me, that's one thing or whatever. But Tim was sort of still continuing, and it was like, do you want to keep going? I was a little bit confused as to what was going on.
Sure.
And no one knows this. The show ended, but I mean, that was a little bit. I was a little bit. That was a little bit. Talk about jarring in the beginning. That was a little bit. I was like, am I not going to be invited back to the show? It was a little bit confusing for me, honestly. But apparently he does.
Sure.
He. Whatever that was about, I don't know, but he does. He thought it went well and does want me back. So he says.
Yeah. And I think the way that he essentially I want to give capture the way that I understood it as a viewer, what Tim was arguing. So as far as I understand, Tim was arguing that anytime you separate people, it's intrinsically wrong because it's segregation and segregation is bad. And the way he tied it to the discussion is that these racial affinity groups, since they segregated people and segregation is bad, they lead to the type of experience which crystallizes in a shooter like the white nationalist in Baltimore, which is a completely insane concept on its face, because what he kept deliberately misunderstanding that I thought you put really well, and I don't know your exact words, so I'll just say it in mine, but segregation, it was a system of oppression designed to keep a certain people in a socioeconomic position. And
I didn't say that. That's very well put. I didn't say that, but I did. I got at something similar, but not as well put. That was much better put than I had. So, kudos.
I think the way you put it, that nobody wants to see a world where there's a school for black kids and there's a school for white kids, and we both understand and agree on that point. And I think that puts that into really concrete terms, what you're talking about when you're talking about segregation and why it's bad. And I don't know if it's bad faith. I can't mind read, obviously, but man, did he choose not to understand that.
Right. Well, he views any sort of, no matter what, like, even if you are doing it for a 30-minute project, presentation, course, specifically on anti-racism, having a group of white people together is automatically racist. And the bizarre thing, and I hope there's still listeners of his watching this, because I'd love to understand this and see how they feel about this. His argument, and I didn't point it out because I didn't realize right in the moment, but his argument is, if a gaggle of white people come together, just white people, they're automatically going to talk about how great white people are in a and in a racial way too, in terms of like white power. His term was, oh, how great Leif Erikson was, or I guess like, the Confederacy, or I don't know what. He did say Leif Erikson. He did say Leif, and then I said to him, I said to him, I don't know any students who are gonna fucking talk about Leif Erikson. If you put a bunch of kids together, they're gonna talk about video games and shit. But back to the point, as someone who actually believes in white privilege and how white supremacy is a thing, I also don't believe that if a bunch of white people come together, naturally they're going to be doing sig hails and talking about oppressing black people or people of color. I don't believe that. But that was his position, that white people will come together and naturally start talking about how great the white race is and become like, I don't know, racist Nazi skinheads. I don't believe that. But that's his position.
And I think you made this this point that it's especially absurd when you think about the fact that they're kids and this is a one-time activity within the framing of anti-racism. And it's so hard to understand how he came up with that idea. But I can identify what he's doing, but what I'm really struggling to try to understand is how do you take that situation and show to his viewers what he's doing? Because you started pointing out, okay, we segregate girls and boys, and then they kind of freaked out about bathrooms and things, and I think you correctly realized that this was just going to go towards some like weird anti-trans stuff.
I want to bring this up, right? I saw a comment, if you don't mind. I want to bring it up, and we can discuss
No
this.
problem, no
So
problem.
Nismo Fury says, both of you were right and wrong on that one. Depends on the kind of white people. I want to address this. I think, I think that's a point to be made. I wouldn't make that point because I know the answer to this. Racism is not something you're born with. Racism is taught. And if we're dealing with very young students, this is where you nip that in the bud. You won't have that kind of white people if we're getting those young white kids together to understand anti-racism. And can there possibly be one or two or three of out of a class of 30 or whatever who are being taught racism at home? That's exactly what these type of courses are trying to also accomplish. Those 2-3 kids will hear from other kids and understand, hopefully through this, and learn more. And then I'm assuming, because again, segregation of schools is illegal, after this 30-minute course, the children in both separate classes, the people of color class and the class talking about white privilege, they reintegrate after this 30-minute, 40-minute, whatever long course this is, and talk to each other. And it all comes together and makes sense as a whole. And I think, I'm not attacking you, Nismo Fury. I think that's if you don't understand, I think that's a good point. But I'm addressing it. People are not born racist. It's taught.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying
Racism
parents are even
is-
sitting down. I'm not saying even parents are sitting down and teaching their kids this. According to the Buffalo shooter, who clearly did not have any understanding of this stuff, because he's going ahead then and reading racist material online and having no counterfactuals to knock up against it, and he's just reading this nonsensical stuff, and he's believing it. And I do think, though, we're going to probably find out something that because he does go on and say that in his writing, not his writings, the Discord, I believe it is. He has a Discord channel, or he did. I've read some of those. That's not the same as the manifesto, but I've read some of those, and he does talk about issues with his parents that he did not talk about in his manifesto. But go ahead. I just wanted to address that comment. I thought it was interesting. Go ahead.
No, I think that perfectly encapsulates the issue. But I think, and the part that I perfectly understand what you're saying, because we're having a good faith discussion where we're trying to really understand each other's perspectives. But if somebody's trying to deliberately misunderstand what you're saying and really wants to hone in on this canned idea of segregation to try and rile up their listeners, or in the abortion discussion, he kept bringing up this this mental imagery that's kind of disgusting of taking a fetus and cutting it into pieces. And he just keeps bringing it up repeatedly because he's trying to deliberately misunderstand the point you're trying to make. I think it's sort of an open question how you approach that and move a right-wing audience on it so that they can see what he's doing. You know,
Right.
I don't know if that makes sense.
I do think that if I gave him a centimeter on that, which I wouldn't have because that's not my position, but if I made the calculation that I need to speak to his audience and give him a centimeter, his position would then be, look, even left-wing Matt Binder thinks this law is wrong and bad. And I don't. I don't.
Well, because the framing's ridiculous. I mean, you pointed it out so many times, but no woman's going to carry a baby to 8 terms. And then the doctor says, you're having medical problems and we can save your baby. No woman's going to say, okay, just, kill it. That's fine. It's like I don't know how that would enter into a conversation in an emergency room. It's totally bizarre. But I do have one piece of feedback that I think you might find useful, and it's only because I'm a scientist, and it's this idea for basically it's just a rule of thumb for trying to understand somebody's study on the fly. And the basic idea is that studies measure things literally. And you leaned into this, and I think if you had really maybe changed your mindset just slightly,
Oh yeah, go ahead.
you really
Go
really
ahead.
would have been able to overtake him. Which is that in this study, they were literally measuring what happens when you take a computer and you have it log into or like create 100,000 anonymous users and just randomly watch YouTube videos. Where does it end up, following the first recommendation?
Oh, that study.
And
No,
that's
I think
not
actually
the same thing as the user at all.
I looked up the study afterwards, and again, I couldn't read this stuff while I'm in the moment.
Right.
That study, that YouTube study that found that YouTube, that refutes all the previous studies that showed that YouTube would actually surface and recommend more right-wing content than left-wing content. The study that, and listen, you could make studies that, all sorts of, these things all matter, and I'm not attacking this guy's study, but we have to understand what he actually did. In that study that found that actually it was left-wing content that was more recommended. He actually was, I believe it was actually, the study was made with 100 users logged out of accounts. They didn't even have accounts.
Right.
I think it was logged out accounts. And I said, well, I don't remember if I said this off air or on air, but it's my word, so I think it's fair to bring up regardless. I said, do we know how many users on YouTube view logged in and view logged out? And I looked up that data. And according to YouTube, they receive 2.6 billion visitors, unique visitors, a month. And of that, 2 billion users are logged in. That's the vast majority. So that means that study might be the experience of those logged out users. But for most people who are logged into YouTube, who again, most people are logged into YouTube when they're using YouTube, that study's not applicable. And you might be thinking, how do you know? Well, think about all the different things you log in with Google. If you're logged into your Gmail 24/7, like who isn't? You're actually also logged into YouTube. If I'm ever logged out of YouTube, it's because Google has logged me out of everything because they want me to re-sign in to refresh my credentials. But once I log into Gmail or Google Docs or Google Drive, I'm automatically logged into my entire YouTube app library, Google app library, which includes YouTube. So yes, actually, if you are a user of the world's largest email service, Gmail, and you have a YouTube account, one of the world's largest websites, period, but the world's largest video service, you are likely logged in.
Well, so my only I guess critique is that I think it's enough for your purposes, especially because just based on what I saw from Tim, I think Tim's going to rotate and say, well, we can't really know that, and maybe some of those logged in users, they're not watching very many videos and blah blah blah. It's just going to turn into garbage really quickly. So that's why I think and scientists do this all the time. When we have arguments with each other, we're trying to figure out something. We talk about really what is being measured and how close that is to the thing you're discussing. Because, like the top recommended video, that's just a proxy for where the user might go. But in practice, it's not the same thing. So instead, what you can do is you can say, well, in the studies that I've read, we looked at actual, or the researchers looked at actual users and their behavior and where they were being led, when they were a human using the service. So what you're talking about, we don't need to use that proxy measurement. It's just garbage.
Right. People are asking about the YouTube information, so I'm gonna pull it up. Give me a second here to pull this up.
I was going to say that's no problem. My connection's kind of bad, and I'm
okay.
sure there are
So
other.
this was a fantastic call. Thank you so much, Ben. I really appreciate it. Please call in whenever. This was, you were great as a guest, great as a caller.
Sure. Have a good evening.
Take care. Let me pull up this study. Well, it's not a study. This is YouTube's official information. Give me 1 second, John. I will take your call in 1 second. Just if you're gonna call in, don't call in for a second. I'll let you know when you can call in again. I'll take a few more calls and then that'll be the show. But let me pull this up. Everyone's calling in, of course. I'm gonna log out for 1 second, just so because I hear the ringing in my ear. You guys don't hear it. I will log right back into my Skype in 1 second. I just want to show this because people asked. This is according to YouTube. Obviously, they're the only source you could have for this information because it's internal information. I mean, you could have third parties guesstimate like basic traffic stats, but for logged in users, YouTube's going to be the only one to tell you that. And there's... All right, so let me... Okay, so here we go. Ready? So... Okay, so here is the third party. I'll give you the third party if you don't trust YouTube, but you have to get YouTube for the logged in users. According to, let me actually make sure that this isn't just an aggregator. Where is Statista getting their information from? This might be one of those pay sites. They might not tell you. So let me specifically look. Okay, this is an actual third-party service who doesn't, like this is the third-party firm itself, not like an aggregator like I think Statista is. So, well, here you go. They got the Statista stats. Maybe Statista isn't an aggregator then. Let me double check. Because I want to make sure maybe I'm thinking of a different company. What is Statista? I want to make sure I give you guys legitimate information here. Let me see there about Statista. I just want to make sure they're not an aggregator. Okay, so I'm wrong. No, they are the actual service provider. They are a market research and consumer data company. They're not an aggregator. I must have been thinking of a different company. So according to Statista, and so we just go back to this. In 2021, there were an estimated 2.24 billion YouTube users worldwide. That seems to be outdated now because Global Media Insight has a more recent number from Statista that says 2.6 billion active users. And now from YouTube's own press page, this is the information they give to journalists. But anyone can, this is their journalism, there's their press page that's public. YouTube has over 2 billion monthly logged in users. So they are actually specifying the number of logged in users, which gives them a lower number. They're not even flaunting that they have almost 3 billion people visiting altogether. They'd rather actually flaunt that they have specifically 2 billion logged in users each month. I mean, that's I mean, I get why they're doing that. There's not many websites that can tell you they have that many actual active user accounts. I mean, there's probably a bunch of websites that can flaunt large, just overall visitors who don't have accounts included. But to flaunt that, I get why they do it. So, yes, the vast majority of people, and again, if you don't trust Google, here's YouTube telling you right on their page. YouTube has over 2 billion monthly logged in users. YouTube by the numbers. So the vast majority of people, who use YouTube are logged in. So if you're doing a study and you're not logged in to an account and creating a history to then use for that study to mimic how the YouTube algorithm works specifically for logged in users, then your study might be interesting to get a grasp of like how YouTube works for people who aren't logged in, how the algorithm runs if it didn't have that user history. But if you're trying to gauge what the vast majority of users are experiencing, that's not a study to use. And if people are wondering what study I'm talking about, I don't know if I could find it really quick. Okay, this is M. Ledwich, who again is seems like he's a legitimate data analyst. Definitely not a QAnon defender or believer or anything like that. I'm saying that because I pulled up that article on the Tim show, and I misunderstood as I was reading quickly what he was actually arguing in his blog post. I went deeper into it earlier in the stream. So again, I was wrong. Apologies for that error there, and I retract that 100%. This guy put together a study that I just disagree with, based on data that we now know. And he, let's see where it says in this study. I want to make sure I find exactly. Where does he say accounts? Here we go. Here it is. I'm going to pull this up. Let me get close in here so you can see it. This is from firstmonday.org, the study that Tim Pool brought up on his stream. I'll have to move all this stuff out of the way so I can see it, because I can't see it currently with how this is. Okay, here we go. Where is it? We currently do not have a way. Okay, hold on. There are several limitations to our study that must be considered for the future. First, the main limitation is the anonymity of the dataset and the recommendations. The recommendations the algorithm provided were not based on videos watched over extensive periods. We expect and have anecdotally observed that the recommendation algorithm becomes more fine-tuned and context-specific after each video that is watched. However, we currently do not have a way of collecting such information from individual user accounts, but our study shows that the anonymous user is generally directed towards more mainstream content. And to be completely clear on what he means by anonymous user, he mentions it earlier in the study with more context. He says that it seems counterintuitive for YouTube to apply vastly different criteria for anonymous users and users who are logged into their accounts. So he's separating the two there. Anonymous users, which is what he used for the data set, and users who are logged into their accounts. So for this study, anonymous users means people who went to YouTube not logged into their account. And the findings were, when you're not logged in, the YouTube algorithm sends you towards more mainstream content than extremist content. However, and this is in the study itself, we expect and anecdotally observe that the recommendation algorithm changes for logged in users because it becomes more fine-tuned and context-specific after each video that is watched. So there you have it. And then we have prior studies that did use logged in user accounts and found that when the YouTube algorithm has a history, it sends users down a rabbit hole of more extreme content typically right-wing content. I mean, again, if I had the opportunity to pull this up during the show and didn't just have my phone and had to quickly read a random blog post I found on my little iPhone and, and couldn't get everything as both of them are talking to me and both of them are having their own data to show me to prove, to show that, to argue their position, I would have been able to point this out. So next time I'll make sure, though, that I bring a laptop. And I will, I'll wait too. If they want to, if they want to, they should. So their study has this flaw. The one study that backs their position has this major flaw that even the study itself mentions. Let's see. Oh, hey, Ravana viewers over on Twitch. I got a thank you, Ravana. I got an awesome raid over on Twitch. Please subscribe to the channel. I know I'm a habit of saying that. If you'd like to subscribe, that's when you give me money on Twitch, which is not the same thing you do on YouTube when you subscribe. Subscribing on YouTube is just the subscription, like the free follow thing. If you're not already a follower on Twitch, follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/MattBinder. If you are a follower on Twitch, follow me on YouTube, youtube.com/MattBinder. Yeah. And if you'd like to monetarily support this show, patreon.com/MattBinder. I would love to grow the Patreon page. That's a huge, what word am I looking? It's geez, I've been doing this for 3.5 hours now. I just literally went an entire me and Tim Pool discussion just by myself and with random callers to give you a sense of like the type of show I do if you're new here. So if you'd like to support the show, patreon.com/MattBinder. Being able to grow the Patreon account helps me grow this show. So if you can afford to do so, please. I'd love it. But if you can't, that's cool. Also, if you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch subscription. Connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, and you get a free Twitch Prime subscription every month. And you can give me that free Twitch Prime subscription. What you're literally doing when you do that is you are becoming Robin Hood. And you are extracting money from Jeff Bezos. And you are giving it to me. It's a win-win-win. It doesn't cost you anything extra. By not doing that, you're basically letting Jeff Bezos and Amazon keep an extra $5 that they were giving you for free every month. That doesn't make any sense. Don't do that. If not, give it to me. If you don't give it to me, at least give it to someone on Twitch. So yeah, thank you all for tuning in. I'm going to take a few more calls, actually. I know it sounded like I was closing up shop, but there was a number of callers, and I don't want to leave them hanging. I'll take a few more calls. I'm back on Skype if you had called in previously, and I'll take one or two more calls, and then we'll call it a night. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm back on Skype. If you called in.
Oh, you have to listen to the Skype. There you go. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Matt. Can you hear me well? I'm using an earbud, so I want to make sure it sounds good.
You sound great to me. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is John. I'm calling from Idaho.
Hey, John from Idaho. What would you like to talk about?
Part of the Tim Pool conversation you had. Basically, one of the things that stood out to me, which is not something I've heard you talk about yet, was his when he thought he was going to go on he thought you were going on the men's rights argument, and he thought you were going on a men's rights argument, and then started asking you what he thought was a gotcha question about how. So if a woman makes more than a man, would you be okay with, her paying the man?
Oh yeah.
And I thought you answered it perfectly, possibly since you're I assume married with 2 kids, and I assume Tim Pool has never been married, and then his Catholic guy is married. But none of you know what going through a divorce is, and I'm an old guy who has gone through a divorce, and there's a simple calculator that basically shows that like whoever makes more money pays more money for the upkeep of the kids, and that's just a standard in every single state ever.
Right.
And so,
I mean, there's a very famous right-wing personality who very famously had a divorce with his richer ex-wife and has been able to pretty much do everything he's done thanks to the alimony he's received from her. That one would be
Robert Brand.
There's another. I'm talking about Mike Cernovich, actually.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, and he's gone on the record prior to him becoming a right-wing personality back when he was trying to be a pickup artist on his blog back in like 2013, 2014. And he went into great detail about how he gets alimony from his ex-wife. And it was a substantial amount that he receives. And I mean, there you go. And listen, that's the situation. And we bring a kid involved. And you know, if two parents have a child and they split up, then yes, whoever makes more money needs to make sure that the main caregiver of the child is taken care of and able to provide child care for the child for their kid. It's that simple. Doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman.
And that was the whole thing, is that like that caught me as them trying to, they tried to almost play it up as some kind of like gotcha. He couldn't dare be in favor of this when it's just so ridiculous, because it is the standard. Like each parent fills out a calculator. There's a simple calculator that's done. Whoever makes more money, if they're splitting custody, whoever makes more money is the one that ends up paying, more cash for the child. And they played it as like, oh, this must be some gotcha. He'll never be able to agree to that because they just don't even know how it actually works in the real world.
You know what is really interesting, actually, now that I think about it? I mean, I'm sure this isn't a new thought, but think about the conservative position. And this is not all conservative. I want to be clear. Again, this is specifically, usually it could be more of an evangelical thing, but this is a right-wing position typically, if not all right-wingers believe this. They prefer a woman to be like a homemaker or the main child care provider. Some even prefer the woman not to work at all. Yet but then at the same time, when we talk about what happens during a divorce, they're the ones who get super mad that they have to pay alimony or, whatever, they have to pay for the child care, give, whatever percentage of their income to the mother if she's the main child care provider when they split up. They get mad about that. And here's the funny thing. If they had the more progressive position of letting their partner, their wife, work and have a career and have a job, if that's what she wants, of course, because again, you should be able to choose this, then they wouldn't have to complain about that because there's a chance that their ex-partner could possibly make more money than them. I mean, they put themselves in this situation and then complain about it.
And I that was, as somebody a bit older, that's something that, who's had these instances happen to me, it was just very obvious to me. I'm just kind of like, they're playing this up for people who have no idea what's going on. And like I said, I mean, they were tough on you and threw a bunch of stuff out there as far as like some of the abortion debate stuff. And, again, if you are walking into it and aren't able to like just rail off those numbers to people, the fact that third trimester abortions are 1.1% of all abortions. Right. If you can't just rail that off to them and just be like, it's almost never happens. And then, when the Catholic guy said to you, like, look at the good fucker. Most of these are still abortions of choice. Well, the thing is that then when you start digging deeper into those stats, all those women who have a late term abortion, i.e., anything after 26 weeks, it's because the states were preventing them from getting one sooner. That's the argument back to that is just kind of like
Right.
these
That's a
are
great
women
point.
that
Yeah,
wanted
I
to
didn't
get
get a chance to bring that up.
these
Yeah.
women wanted to get an abortion, but their states only have a single abortion clinic and they can't get off. There's so many other things that make that happen, and if it wasn't for these states preventing them from getting the abortions sooner, you wouldn't have any of these late term abortions that he's also, that all of a sudden, instead, he kept being like, I'm not trying to make a moral argument. All of a sudden, this moral argument that they're like, oh, this terrible, these children, no, this fetus, but these children are dying. No, 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 no. It was a fetus that you prevented from being able to be terminated sooner. That's the problem.
Right. Right. Yeah.
And
Great
that's kind
points.
of all I
Really.
wanted to really call it. Like I
No.
said,
Fantastic.
different thought on it, but they jumped through so many different things and again, with both of them looking up stuff to be able to interrupt you, definitely, he tried to say, well, it wasn't a 2-on-1, but there is still there was a laptop versus
Like I said,
everything
I would have
else like
preferred,
that.
and again, I do want to stress. I didn't bring you up on the feed. Do you want me to bring you up on the feed for the end of this call, or you prefer to stay off?
If you like, I'm actually just here. I'm actually working. I'm busy making alcohol.
Oh, cool. Oh, wow. Nice. Wow. This is really, oh, shit. Look at this. Damn.
I'm working right now, but you can bring that up if you like.
Cool.
But yeah, I just want to say at the end of the day, you sticking to that point of continuing to regurgitate back to them what he was showing you, that the good faith of the medical provider. That was that was exactly where you should have been, and kept repeating back to them, even though they didn't want to accept it. I'm not sure if I probably would have made that same mistake you were talking about, where I would have tried to swap it into something else. But really, that base argument of, it says with the the good faith effort from the medical provider, it is the protection from the 15 minutes before birth, abortion, that is their gross exaggeration of what they claim is what the left wants for abortion.
Right. And you know what? Here's the thing. Like, for anyone who's watching, who listens to Tim Pool, here's the thing. Let's say that what Tim Pool is asking for was put into that law. What if that extra line that he's demanding was added, or a version of it was added? Do you think he wouldn't have found something else to complain about? I do. I mean, you know him better than I do if you're a regular Tim Pool viewer. I mean,
I'm not.
I'm not saying you.
I watched the Majority Report and everything else. Yeah.
No, I'm talking to the Tim Pool viewer. Sorry if I wasn't clear. Yeah. If you're a Tim Pool viewer, you know him better than I do. Do you think he would not have just found something else to back up what his real position is, with that he's just not for Roe v. Wade? I mean, he made it clear that he wasn't, but he argues something different. But thanks for the call. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the look into your alcohol That's cool.
I'm busy and bored at work, and I watch a lot of online political stuff. Watch the Majority Report, and obviously I've started following you since then. So keep up the good work, man. I thought you did the best you could with the situation, and I was happy with what you put out as a fellow leftist liberal. I'm so old these days, I'm not even sure what a leftist or a liberal and the difference between them are, but I appreciate the effort you put in there, going out there and pushing back on it.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I got to ask you, you're familiar with Kowalski, the caller from the Majority Report?
A little bit, yeah.
Farmer from Nebraska. Have you ever seen when he calls into this show?
No, I have not.
When he calls into my show, because he has Skype and it's not just like the only audio like Sam has, he's been calling in late at night in his tractor on his farm doing his farmer work. So I want to say, now that you have called in from your job making alcohol, you have now created a pattern on this show that I hope continues, where people call in live from their awesome, cool job.
I make vodka out of potato flakes, and in Idaho, and
I
I
love
have
it.
fun doing it.
I love it. I love it. So please, if you're at work right now, all my working class listeners, callers, use that video function. And if you can, don't do it if you're gonna get in trouble. But if you can, let's see what you're up to while you're listening to the show. Have a great night, my friend. I really appreciate you. It was a great
Have a good
call.
one, man. Thank you.
Please call in again. Take care.
Oh, of course. Thank you.
Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello.
Hi, what's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the
Hello?
air. Yep, that's you.
Hello, can you hear me? I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Great.
Hello.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Queens, New York.
Ah, Queens. I'm very happy to hear. I don't know if you know this, but we are in the same borough.
Wow.
What would you like to talk about?
Well, I kind of wanted to talk about the Roe v. Wade situation and just the whole topic on abortion. Um, the, like
I'm sorry.
I
What
don't
did you
know
say?
how
What did you say your
this
name?
goes. This is actually
No,
sorry.
What did you say your name was again?
You could just call me Melephant.
Melephant
Or Mela.
Oh, Mela. I'd love. Great. And pronouns?
I'm a woman, so
Just want to
she, hers.
Sure. Okay. Just want to make sure because I wanted to say and I didn't want to say because I can't see you on the feed. I'm just going by your voice.
Okay.
Thank you for calling in because, damn it, we need a woman on this topic. I mean, for God's sakes, this has been ridiculous. And again, if Tim invited me out specifically to talk about this, I would have said we need to have a female perspective, a woman on the show to discuss this. We could talk too, but we need to have that perspective on to have a full rounded actual discussion about this. If it didn't just come up as I was on the train and I saw that tweet of his, I would have asked for that. And then all these callers, but thank you for calling in because we need this.
Yeah, of course. And I was thinking the same thing, that I really think that we need to have more of these conversations, like also with women, because I noticed in the chat there was a lot of men with a lot of opinions, and yet like a lot of times women will say, oh well, it's my body, you have no right to talk about this and that, and I don't believe in that, but I do think that it is important to have a woman's perspective. I personally I used to be pro-choice, not because I agreed with abortion, but because I felt that it's every woman's choice, it's their body, it's none of my business. But over the years, and especially after I had my first daughter, I really changed my view. Sure. Where I don't see abortion as an inherent right. Especially with the videos that have come out of how abortions are performed. I don't know if I can say that word on you. But like I saw the videos of how they're performed, how the organs are sold off, and I don't think that's okay. I don't think that's right, and especially when we're starting to see states that are advocating not only for abortion up to birth, but even after. And so I think that's a danger line when we have no boundaries when it comes to abortion. When we're saying, hey, you bore a 9-month-old baby, and that the reality is that living in especially a blue state, it's very easy to get an abortion. You could use any BS excuse and tell your doctor that, hey, I haven't been feeling good, or I have so much anxiety, or any excuse to get that abortion. And especially in a liberal state, the chances of you being able to go through with that abortion are very high. So
could I ask you, and I think this is important to hear. So you would consider yourself to be anti-abortion now fully?
So honestly, yeah, I would consider myself to be anti-abortion. Oh, because I live in New York City, so obviously I live in a very, very liberal state. I believe that it would be something good for it to be something each state decides, right? Because this is a polarizing conversation where I think that's why on Tim Pool's live stream, it becomes a moral issue, because if we don't agree on when life begins, if we don't agree of when is a human, then there isn't going to be much common ground. There isn't going to be much compromise.
Right. Wait.
So
Well, first, I want to let's just I want to so I just want to get a very distinct, like, I want to understand completely, because I listen. I think your perspective is very important for sure. But I want to understand. So you think, so you're going to be happy when the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court does what it seems like they're going to do and overturns Roe v. Wade and Casey.
yeah, I think that it makes sense, because it would take power away from the federal government to be making those decisions, which I don't think they have any business, putting laws regarding abortion. And the states that want to have abortion up to 9 months and even after birth, will still have those laws. So New York and places like California will still have those kind of laws. And states like Texas will have like the heartbeat bill, where you won't be able to get an abortion after 6 weeks.
Are you okay with abortions if the mother's life is at risk, or if there's going to be a severe fetal deformity that will completely, there will be no quality of life for the fetus, when it is born?
Well, I truly believe that is something that a woman has to have a conversation with their doctor with. So if the doctor is like, okay, this your life is at risk, and there's no chance for the baby to survive either, then of course there's situations where an abortion is necessary.
Sure.
And
Okay, so
I don't.
I think that's important to hear, because you are okay. So that does mean you are okay with them in order to save the life of the mother. Like, you're not saying that she has to give birth, even if the doctor is saying like this is going to be potentially fatal for the woman.
Well, no, because obviously then, like, it's a sensitive conversation, right? Like, it's
Right.
and I think that for each woman it would be different. Me personally, even if my life was at risk, I would continue on with the pregnancy as far as I could go to give that baby a chance.
What if the doctor, what if you like were a medical situation happened, and you're brought to the hospital, God forbid, and listen, I have 2 kids myself, and I could tell you these scenarios all thankfully never happened, but as I'm sure you can understand as a mother yourself, these different scenarios go through your head when, in your case, you were pregnant, or in my case, my partner was pregnant, and you think of what you would do. All these, so would you though have considered an abortion if you were taken to the hospital and you were going to die, if if they didn't remove the fetus?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay. All right, that's interesting.
Because for me as a mother, like, I would put my child's life first.
What if
that to me would be most important.
Okay, so what if you're fine, but the doctor says that your child is going to be born, and again, I'm saying this I want to get your full blown position so I can then sort of see where we should take this, and the doctor says that the fetus is severely deformed, and it will have no quality of life, and will likely die shortly after birth, and it could be a painful, horrible situation for that fetus when it's born.
I would still have that baby, just because I think that a lot of the times doctors can say, "Hey, this is the likelihood of your baby surviving, or even a person surviving," and they could be wrong.
Okay, so what if
they could be completely wrong, because they don't have control over that.
Okay, so let's go back to that first scenario though, where they need to abort the baby to save your life. Let's say you already have your current child, what would you do?
Can you repeat the question? I'm
Sure,
sorry.
sure. So you have a child now, right? Like you.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you have a child right now. What if you were to get pregnant again, completely planned? You want to have this baby, and the situation arises where you're going to lose your life. There's something horribly is wrong, and the doctor says we need to remove the fetus now, or you will very likely lose your life. And again,
Well, would it be a delivery or would it be an abortion? Because I think that those are two different things. If I have to be induced versus, hey, we're gonna need to perform an abortion and actually kill the baby inside of you, I think those are two different scenarios.
What if it's before viability? So inducing, again, I don't even know if this is possible, but inducing a birth of a child who cannot live outside the mother's womb.
And because it's medically necessary for me to live.
For you to live. Yes. Then these scenarios happen. I mean, I thankfully no one in my family, but I know people who have had friends or coworkers who have died during pregnancy and also during childbirth, but that's a separate thing.
Yeah, of course, it's traumatic on the body.
Right.
But honestly, I think that in almost every situation, and of course, we're talking about extreme cases,
yes,
right?
Of course,
because the majority of women have healthy and stable pregnancies, and even me personally, I had a baby with gastroschisis, which means that like her bowels were literally outside of her body, and that's how she was growing inside of me.
Right.
And so because of a situation like that, I could have been like, oh wait, like she has this horrible deformity that might mean that she has gastrointestinal issues for the rest of her life. Let me abort this child. But that's not the first thing that popped up in my head. The first thing that popped up in my head is like, what am I gonna do to make sure that my baby is okay?
Right.
And I think that a lot of women are on the same boat. But I think there's a pressure from society for women to be like, oh, we're pro-choice because it's my body, my choice. And in reality, it's not just your body, because it took two people. It took a man and a woman to create that baby.
I think this is not the same. Like I respect your position earlier that you think, this is a life. And I mean, there is no answer to this. We don't know when life begins. But what you're saying now is you're saying a man now has an ownership over a woman's body just because he impregnated her?
No. I'm sorry. Like maybe I misspoke. Not over the woman's body, but over that baby that is growing inside of that woman's body.
Right,
and that's the part that I really get frustrated with, because it's like we take all personal responsibility away from a woman. When it comes to a man, we can say a man has to be responsible. He better wear a condom if he doesn't want to get a woman pregnant. He needs to pay child support if the woman decides to have the baby, and if she decides to have an abortion, he has to pay for that too. But when it comes to a woman, we treat her like a child and say, "Oh no, it's equality when it benefits you." And I'm sorry, we're all adults.
But what is
I think
what is the I get the argument you're making, but what does a man's body go through when there's a pregnancy?
Well, like studies have shown that a man's body goes through chemical changes too during pregnancy. It might not be the same like as a woman, obviously, because he's not carrying the baby.
Right.
But to say that the man has it absolutely doesn't affect him at all, I think that's BS. I think that a man is very much affected, but society has told men, you have no rights over children.
Right.
It's all a woman's choice, and I think that's wrong.
But you know this, that whatever happens to a man's body, for a woman, it's literally organs are being moved around. A fetus is inside you, taking nutrients. You're now
it's a beautiful thing.
Yes. So for you personal, so it's not the same thing as what a man goes through. So I mean, I don't see how the man in the scenario would have a choice to determine that the woman has to carry the fetus. But are you so? This is your personal views, and I know many people who feel this personally because you said it changed for you as you had a child. You think this should be the same for everybody, though. You don't think people should be able to, at least, at least in your scenario, you don't think a woman who is, I know you're against abortions, but you don't think another woman should be able to say, I don't want to die if this fetus is going to kill me, if the pregnancy is going to kill me. I want to have an abortion because I'm going to die otherwise. Do you think a woman should be able to choose that at least?
Well, it depends on what trimester she's in, and it depends. Like I said again, like a lot of these extreme scenarios, it's not just like, oh, 100% you're guaranteed to die if this fetus is taken out of
But do you
you.
want to take that
There,
chance? Like, especially if you have other kids, like if you already have living kids who need their mother in their life, and you need to, you want to raise your children. You have I don't know how old your kid is, but I have a 2-year-old, a 6-year-old. I would do anything in my
yeah, my
power
baby's
if
5 months. Of
well,
course.
congratulations. But
Thank you.
if me and my partner, were to have another kid, I can guarantee you this is an easy decision. We have 2 living, breathing children right now who need us. And this is an easy decision for us. If something was to go horrible, like if we wanted a child, a third child, this is an easy decision. If something was going to happen to her, no question about it. We have
Even
2 children with no question about it. Not even easy peasy. They're alive and breathing and living, and they are experiencing and they understand, and they
what if
have.
the baby was 7, 8 months where the baby was viable, and
If
like let's say her life was at risk, and they were like, okay, we need to induce this baby.
If
Why
they're going
can't
to
that be an option?
if
Why
they're
does
if they're going to
abortion have to be an option?
if they can induce the baby and we want the child and that's the safe method, sure. I'm not saying we just wanted to. I'm literally saying like if nothing else can be done. Obviously, if we want the child, like if we purposely had had another pregnancy, we want the child. So if they said we need to induce now, absolutely, let's do it. We want this child. But if they're telling us that nothing can be done, it needs to happen. It's an easy decision for me, and we've talked about it before. An easy decision for her. Our children right now they're full persons. They are persons. They have personalities. They have they have understanding of life. They would need their mother. Easy decision, no doubt about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, but those two
And
children
that's
also
my choice.
started in her womb,
And
and
that's our
that's
choice.
yeah, of course.
I'm not saying you would have to say this choice. I'm saying you would have to at least grant us the ability to make that choice for ourselves. If you wanted to continue with your choice, that's completely fine. I respect that. If you are pro-life and that's your own personal life, that you live by, I am 100% for that. You should be able to choose to be personally whatever you like. But my position is you should not be able to say that other people can't, especially when we're talking about other people who possibly can die. You understand what's gonna happen when I'm asking all these hypotheticals is not to trip you up or anything. I'm not Tim Pool. I just wanted to understand your position so I could. I'm truly interested in hearing what you have. No worry about, or maybe you even want this. I hope not. If Roe v. Wade is struck down, Republicans may very well try to fully ban abortion federally. They've talked about it before. This is the end game. This is the end game for them. I'm not saying maybe they can't. Maybe there'll be an uprising so hard against it that they won't be able to do it. But this is the end game for them. They want to do this.
I mean, I honestly think that with this issue, there's gonna be no agreements between people that believe that abortions are murdering babies, and people who think that even if the baby is born, it's okay to murder that baby. And so I think that's why when I read the decision, thought that it made logical sense what they were saying as to the reasons why, as to the constitutionality of Roe v. Wade, whether or not this was even a constitutional right, which it's not, and to leave this decision to the states. I think that's very important. I don't think that even if people do want to, the federal level, completely ban abortion, I don't think that's going to happen, because look at just how much people are rioting now.
Did you think
attacking churches and organizations and using violence just because of the idea that Roe v. Wade might be overturned? You imagine if they tried federally completely banning abortion?
Do you think
there would be a civil war in America?
Are you who did you vote for in 2020, if you don't mind me asking?
I did. Oh, well, I voted for Kanye.
Okay.
That's who I.
Who did you vote for in 2016?
I voted for Hillary Clinton.
Okay. Did you think when Donald Trump became president that he would be able to put not one, not two, but three judges on the Supreme Court? Did you ever think?
Is that your question?
Yeah. Did you ever think that we would be in a position where there would be a large conservative majority in the Supreme Court, and Roe v. Wade would even be under discussion here?
Well, obviously I don't know the future, so I didn't know that this would ever happen with Roe v. Wade.
Right.
However,
but that's what I'm saying. You said that you don't think Republicans will do this in terms of federal abortion ban. We don't know the future, and judging by what's going on right now, it seems very likely. Yeah, it seems it's certainly in the realm of possibility. Which if you think that women should at the very least be able to have an abortion if they're going to die otherwise, and there's no other no other choice.
Well, I think that's like every state agrees on that, though. Of a medically necessary abortion, of if your life is at risk of having the option to have an abortion, no doctor is going to tell you, oh, well, you have to carry too bad. Even in a state like Texas, in a state like Louisiana, it's not going to happen.
Well,
that's why I think that
we know what happens.
Disingenuous.
We know what happens now, though. When you're in a state like that, you have to spend a lot of money. You have to take off from work. You have to travel to a state where you can do this, and so you have to be of means, first of all. So you're saying if you're a poor woman who works a service job, can't take off, otherwise you'll lose your job, and there goes your home, there goes your rent. You're saying that they would not be able to get this abortion that could save their life
if they're living in a state like that, and Roe v. Wade is overturned. Then yes, you know what state you know what state you're living in. If it's for example in Texas, if it's past 6 weeks and you haven't been able to get an abortion because you can't afford it, I'm sorry, assume your consequences.
If you had
We're all adults.
If you had to move out of New York City right now, would you be able to do so?
Oh, right now, no. That's why I'm still in New York City.
So there you go. I mean, that's
and which is why I have to accept and kind of deal with the laws of New York City, even though I don't agree with a lot of them. I don't agree with what's happening in our education system. I don't agree with what's happening with our police force.
But I'm not talking about.
I'm talking in general of living in a very liberal and blue state, right? Because I can't afford to move. I can't afford that.
Right. Well,
which means that I have to deal with the consequences of living here.
Right.
And
do you think a
consequence the same with everybody else?
Do you think a fair consequence in a society is death for a woman who can't move somewhere where she can have an abortion to save her life? Do you think that's a fair consequence?
See, I don't think that's even a fair statement, because like I said before, all states allow abortions if it means that the woman's life is at risk.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
No, it absolutely does.
No, not
it
under,
absolutely
not
does.
if Not if Roe v. Wade is, and that's not true because there are. Because of okay, if Roe v. Wade is struck down, though, this will be the case.
No, it wouldn't, because like the state by state, like law abortion, it would be on like what the boundaries of the abortion would be. That's why a state like this is saying, hey, after 6 weeks, have an abortion. A state like California could say there's absolutely no limits to abortion, but it's not an outright ban on abortion. And that's why women would still have access to it, especially the women that if a OBGYN talks to them and says, listen, if we don't right now, or if like, let's say it's before viability, if you don't have an abortion right now, you will die. We need to perform this right now. No state is gonna ban that. No doctor.
I mean,
doctor is gonna reject.
There's laws.
But they don't,
but
especially in America. I that's the part where I think is disingenuous, because I think especially in low income neighborhoods, they actually encourage women to get abortions. Especially they encourage us to they encourage us to dispose of our babies.
Who's they?
Society. Government programs that, like, for example, Planned Parenthood, they encourage people of color, target people of color to abortions.
They don't.
They do.
You should also. We've talked for a long time. I really appreciate the call. Definitely call back in. But I do want to point out something that I didn't want to forget, because it's been stuck in my head since you mentioned it early on. It is illegal to sell fetus organs, or what you mentioned earlier. It's illegal. It's against the law. So if you know of that happening, that's against the law. People would get arrested for that. That's not something that's done and is okay. It's not legal. You can't do that. It doesn't happen. And if you're talking if you're talking about it, if you found a edge case scenario where some criminal did that, they would be arrested and prosecuted for it because it's against the law. It's against the law.
No, it's all the time in Planned Parenthood.
Please,
not against the law.
That's a right
especially
wing.
with something like liver.
No, it doesn't. Please look it up.
Are very.
We can't have this. We can't have this conversation because you need to look it up, because it's not, you're.
No, I've looked and I've even seen the videos myself of the undercover journalism that has
Project
been
Veritas?
done, like
Project Veritas?
No, not from Project Veritas.
Live Action.
I'm sorry?
Live Action?
Hello?
Live Action News? Live Action? Hello?
No.
Live Action? That's another.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? I'm sorry. It's cutting up a bit.
Okay, well,
can you repeat what you said?
Live Action News? Is that another source? Live Action?
No, I can't remember the name right now, but like I've definitely seen the videos, and I've looked into it, and it's not something that's illegal. I mean,
it is illegal.
Like
it's
organs,
100% illegal.
We know
that's against the law.
We know in general how much
illegal, though.
baby organs are valued.
It's illegal,
especially for research.
It's illegal.
Stem cell
it's
research.
Illegal. All right,
it's not illegal.
I gotta let you go. We've talked for a long time, so I definitely gave you an opportunity. I'm fine with your.
Thank you so much.
And I'm fine with your position on talking your position on abortion. I think it's a very relevant discussion to have, but you have to there's no conversation to be had around the fact that it is 100% illegal to sell what you're talking about. But have a great night. Appreciate the call. Take care.
Yeah, of course. Have a good night, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my opinion, even if it goes against yours. I really appreciate it, and I think we need more conversations like this.
Sure.
For us to even get anywhere in this country.
Sure.
So have a good night.
Take care.
Thank you.
And congratulations on the 5-month-old.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
I can. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Great. My name is Devin. They, them. Calling from New Orleans.
Hey, Devin from New Orleans. Can I bring your video up on the feed, or you prefer not to? It's up to you.
Yeah, that's cool. Fine. Yeah.
Hey, Devin, what would you like to talk about?
You just heard from
yeah,
very bizarre conservative. I thought maybe you needed a Southern leftist.
Ooh, yeah, completely flipping the script. Let's do it.
Great. So I am in New Orleans, which is in Louisiana, which has been in the news a lot lately for our very draconian attempt at further our abortion trigger law, which I believe are the trigger law currently have in place is one of the most restrictive in the country. But we had a bill co-written by a preacher.
Always a good idea.
Love that Operation Church and State.
Right.
By a preacher who stated that he specifically felt a calling to help write this bill because the punishment was not enough.
Always great.
Right.
So what? Want to break down this a little bit for us in terms of what it says?
Well, the bill itself was just amended. So it was it came out of committee and it went before the House, the State House, and it's been put back on the back burner until probably next session because it was amended to take out the homicide portion. Apparently, that was too much. However, it still doesn't change the wording of the bill, which would still effectively outlaw IUDs, most birth control, and in vitro fertilization. The only thing they amended was having a homicide charge for the parent, the person getting the abortion. So that's probably going to be, that's probably killed for this session, but it's definitely coming back to the next session. Now, something else I kind of wanted to talk about, given your last caller who really like listening to that prompted me to call in. I'm an AFAB NB, and I have children, and I have had an abortion. So I feel like I talk fully on this issue. I've had an abortion in a state that is very, very hostile towards that. Actually, I was living in Mississippi at the time and had to travel all the way down to New Orleans to get mine because I was escaping an abusive situation, and I didn't want to have a tie to my abuser. And the fact that we have to justify that or, create these narrative scenarios in order to elicit empathy from people. The fact that you can't just have someone say, hey, that on its face, being in a position of having to decide whether or not to get an abortion, being in a position of having to make any kind of medical decision that affects your body in enormous ways, either way, pregnancy more so than abortion, but still does not affect you at all. That in itself is difficult and awful, and your personal struggle and your between you and your doctor, right? Like the fact that we need to go into these details, that we need to prostrate, ourselves and expose our wound people in order to elicit the empathy, to get them to treat us as people that deserve to make decisions about our lives and our bodies. And also the fact that we treat pregnancy so flippantly. I want to tell you, I'm in a state that has the highest maternal mortality of anywhere in the fucking country. Anywhere. Um, our maternal care in the state is absolutely abysmal, and I saw that firsthand with my child. I literally almost died. I had a uh, there was complication with my C-section. I had a massive hemorrhage, and I had to have an emergency hysterectomy. Right, and I literally almost died. I was in the ICU for a month. Pregnancy isn't some it people don't understand, right? Especially people who maybe had, an easier pregnancy, a wanted pregnancy, sometimes where you kind of gloss over the bad details because you want it so bad, or people, who have never been pregnant, right? Um, they tend to not want to see it as this excessively impactful thing on your body, right? You are enormously immunocompromised. You go through changes that they don't even talk about a lot. Did you know that it's incredibly common to have gallbladder after pregnancy, especially after multiple pregnancies? It changes your body forever.
Right. I mean, I mean, not my body, but I can tell you that I completely understand what you're talking about, because as going through this with my partner, 2 pregnancies, it's not the same as before.
Right. And I mean, it's common for things like excessive tooth decay, for heart problems, for excessive gallstones, for all kinds of like lingering medical issues because of the toll that it takes on your body. And it's also not entirely uncommon to die, to actually die. We have not fully solved that issue in this country, especially in states like mine.
Right.
And to just flippantly, tell people, oh, just give them up for adoption, right?
Well, it's
just
also
go through this enormous medical toll, risk your life, and just
also
have a person in the world wondering who you are.
Well, even aside from that, the people who just say, like, the idea that you could just first of all, thank you so much for sharing your personal story. Really appreciate you opening up, really, and sharing that. But the idea that abortion is just the idea that just giving a child up for adoption is just some easy thing that you can just do, and everything's hunky dory. I've done what I need to do. The child is gonna be fine. That's not true. See, I pulled some of these stats, and it didn't come up during the conversation with Tim, and it didn't come up yet here. But now that you've brought it up, it's the perfect time to bring up some of these stats I pulled up, and this is from adoption advocacy groups. There are currently 390,000 children and teens in foster care, 100,000 plus of which are waiting to be adopted. No more than 2% of Americans have actually adopted. So all in all, there are about 1.5 million adopted children in the U.S. Who've already been adopted. Total in existence. About 130 right now, like who are living right now. About 135,000 children are adopted in the United States each year. Let's say every woman who goes and has or even half of the women who currently have abortions. I believe the current abortion stats from the CDC 2019 was 629,898 abortions, which, by the way, has been cut in half since the 80s and early 90s. The abortion rate is going down and has been going down. So if you were to say even half of those abortions, women decided, you know what, I'll have, if they could, by the way, say, I'll put this baby up for adoption. That's about 315,000 children going into the system, when 135,000 children are adopted in the United States each year. as many as 5% of those adoptions fail. More than 60% of children in foster care spend 2 to 5 years in the system before being adopted. Around 20% spend 5 or more years in foster care before being adopted. Some never get adopted. According to the Children's Home Society, more than 23,000 kids age out of the U.S. foster care each year. Only 3% will ever earn a college degree. 1 in 4 won't graduate from high school or get a college degree. 1 in 2 will develop substance dependence. 7 in 10 girls will become pregnant before 21. 25% will become homeless. 60% will be convicted of a crime. So it's not so easy just, throw them in an orphanage and everything will be okay.
But this feeds their narrative, right?
A little
This
bit.
feeds
A little
the.
bit, but it also, I also think it does help a little bit to also deny that, though.
It feeds it in the sense that you have this contingent of victims that can't speak for themselves, so they're prime targets for speaking in the place of. They're going to result in potentially getting their way as far as, conservative gender roles, trapping people in the home, getting this impoverished, desperate workforce out there. I mean, I'm getting a little conspiratorial here, but a lot of these things, a lot of these like results that are going to happen from this policy aren't necessarily seen as negatives from that side.
Right.
Yeah. I did want to say one more thing with the whole late term abortion comments. Living in a state that does have limits, I believe it's 22 weeks here. They absolutely will you die. Absolutely will. There's what doctors normally do. They try their best to find whatever anomalies there are, or potential for some complication before that cutoff. But if you think these states won't do that, you're in an absolute fantasy land.
I mean, they're openly already passing laws for the second Roe v. Wade is struck down. They literally have laws in place in some of these states that literally will go into effect automatically weeks after Roe v. Wade is overturned, if that happens, which seems to be likely.
And you look at a lot of other countries that have or had the same type of laws, and they did the same thing with that case in Ireland a few years ago, where the woman at a Catholic hospital was allowed to die of a massive infection because they were not going to abort. The recent case in Poland, where they allowed a woman to die.
Wait,
because they did not allow for a abortion for the mother's life.
Oh, let me look that up. Oh wow! A Polish woman who died on Monday after doctors refused to perform an abortion. Oh wow!
Yeah, these can't just say, "Oh, doctors would never." Doctors are held by the same laws as the rest of us are.
I think this is especially interesting case to point out. She died. This is according to the Guardian. The Polish woman died on Tuesday after doctors refused to perform an abortion when the fetus's heart stopped beating. The woman was said to have been in the first trimester of a twin pregnancy when she was admitted to the hospital. The first fetus died in the womb in December, but doctors refused to remove it, quoting the current abortion legislation. And then her family said that her health quickly deteriorated after. The hospital waited until the heartbeat of the second twin also stopped a week later, and then waited a further 2 days before terminating the pregnancy. And by then it was too late. She died. Wow. I mean, that's what will happen here for anyone who needs a case of something,
And
not a hypothetical, let's ponder and be philosophical here. This is something that actually happened. It's been covered in the news.
The other case I was talking about actually has its own Wikipedia page. Savita Halapanavar in Ireland.
This was a famous case.
SAVITA.
I think this one changed Ireland's laws too. There was
Yeah, it did.
Yes.
It had a big impact on Ireland's abortion laws. But that's Halapanavar, Savita Halapanavar.
Halapanavar, then 17 weeks pregnant, was examined at the hospital after complaining of back pain, but was soon discharged without a diagnosis. She returned to the hospital later that day, complaining of lower pressure, a sensation she described as feeling something coming down. And a subsequent examination found that the gestational sac was protruding from her body. She was admitted to the hospital as it was determined that miscarriage was unavoidable. And several hours later, her water broke, but did not expel the fetus. The following day, Halapanavar discussed abortion with her consulting physician, but her request was promptly refused, as Irish law at that time forbade abortion if a fetal heartbeat was still present. Afterwards, Halapanavar developed sepsis, and despite doctors' efforts to treat her, had cardiac arrest, and at the age of 31, died. Jeez.
These are not hypotheticals.
Yes.
This is real, and it infuriates me that we have to go, oh, look how sympathetic I am. Look how sympathetic this case is. Like I said, just prostrate ourselves and our worries and our pain to these people to get any amount of empathy in order to just have control over our own medical decisions. It's just infuriating. I don't know how else to put it.
Thank you so much for calling in and not only sharing your story, but directing the conversation to what we just covered and everything that came before it. This is fantastic. Also, I want to say, Louisiana, I haven't traveled much, but out of all the states I have been to, if I was to, just from I think Louisiana is a beautiful state, and it would probably be politics, and I would probably, if there was one state to move to, I think Louisiana was my favorite that I visited.
New Orleans is our little blue island in the red ocean.
That's where I went. Yes, and
we do have a very, very strong DSA chapter here.
I will say, when I visited, all the people thought I was a local because I look a little bit, when you see me full body, and especially during the summer when I'm wearing my shorts and everything, I look a little bit like a crusty punk. And so they thought I was a local, a local kid hanging out.
We're very, very well known.
Yeah. I literally, people come up to me and was like, "Hey, can you tell us?" I was like, "I don't live here." Like, "Oh, sorry, I thought you were with them." And I look over and it was like a couple of crusties playing with their ukuleles, with their pit bulls and stuff. So have a banjo, I should say. We're talking crusties here. Have a great night. Really appreciate this call. It was fantastic.
Yeah, no worries.
Take care.
Thank you.
And feel free to call in again. I hope you continue listening to the show.
For sure.
Bye. I think this is we have another. I feel long show. I'll do one more final call. Let's do this. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
I think this is
Matt.
Hey, you have to just lower your stream, like turn off the stream volume
Yeah, I'm
completely.
gonna lower my.
Yeah.
show. I'll do one more final call. Let's do this.
Come on, baby. All right.
So, hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name's Marla. I'm calling from Southwest Florida.
Hey, Marla, how are you?
And originally from Massachusetts, and embarrassed about where I am. But I wanted to continue on what's going on with the other calls. The first woman, and I'm really glad that you finally got women calling in.
Right. It only took 4 hours, but it's happening, thankfully.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I was trying. At first, I didn't have Skype, and then trying to get onto it, and then everybody started calling. So, at any rate, doesn't matter. Here we are. The first woman that called in had been in the chat, pissing a lot of people off.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I do think, I'm happy she called in. I think hearing from someone like that is very important. Yeah.
But some of the stuff that I saw that she didn't mention that people were taking issue with was one of the old tropes of, well, if she can't keep her legs shut. And there are so many reasons that women may become pregnant, number one, and also a lot when it comes to being able to have birth control, which we know they're going to do as soon as they can, then you're just talking about people who are trying to avoid pregnancy, used other issues and have, and now if then or going to eliminate health care for a lot of other women who cannot access that anymore, though it's not being used as a contraceptive. And right there is something that I don't think people have brought up. My personal opinion is that when it comes to the abortion issue, it really should be the woman's choice. It doesn't matter why. All this stuff about the late term abortions and born abortions, that people believe those things is, and living where I live, I guess it doesn't really surprise me all that much. But just in general, we're being dumbed down by more and more failing education systems. And so we already have issues with that. The other thing is, like the lady called in right before me, she had an issue with a relationship that was not healthy. So in that case, a lot of women don't have a choice about whether or not they're going to be made to have sex. And you have these people say, well, there's no such thing as marital rape. Yeah, there is. When you're in an abusive relationship, one of the worst things you could do would be to bring a child into that. People don't get that. None of them obviously will say, oh, I'll adopt. One of my grandchildren, he happens to be the oldest, and that's because he was, I want to say 7, don't quote me, but I want to say 7 when they adopted him. So he actually kind of lucked out. So did they. He could not more genetically like him, but that wasn't the reason. But he was one of the lucky ones, because most people want a white infant, newborn. They don't want somebody that has a bunch of issues, medical issues or psychological issues, et cetera, et cetera. So out of those things that you were reading about how many people adopt, I guess it's a matter of how do you get through to people who only see this as it's just, as soon as that sperm comes out, that's it. You're not going to get them to hear the truth about it, have anything like that. And when people say, well, it shouldn't be government, it should be up to the states are a government too, and they don't necessarily represent. I have, let's see, DeSantis, Gates, Rubio. These are the people that supposedly represent me, and they don't in any way. Oh, Scott. Oh, there's a good one right there. So, like at this point, and I'm 65, so I have seen a lot of stuff, and it makes it. I'm so upset for my children and my grandchildren that it's not going to technically affect me personally, but as a parent and a grandparent, these people have never known life without Roe v. Wade. I didn't even, I think it was passed in 72 that it was passed,
Yeah,
I think.
yes.
So I was a freshman.
73.
73, okay, yeah. So I graduated high school in 75. So I knew, but I wasn't all that politically into it. I did go to a few, Vietnam War protests. As far as knowing how the government really worked and things, I was not that interested and haven't really become that interested until probably about years ago. So all these things that are happening, and coming from also Jewish background, seeing what's going on, all of that kind of pulls in, because again, once they get once they start doing all the stuff that they want to do to keep women down, they're going to go after the LGBTQ community. They're going to go after the trans. They're going to go. It wouldn't surprise me really if they did try and do something about interracial marriages at this point. So, me personally, I'm retired, so I'm not out in the community all that often. But all in all, gotten to the point where I don't really want to speak to anybody, because they've all gotten to the point. It's like we have well water and they're on city water, and they've all had the Kool-Aid at city water. And it is redneck, and I never thought Florida was as it was, but
yeah, it seems like it got right. It definitely has. I've been arguing in terms of like when it comes to electorally for like presidential races. I think and obviously progressives should continue to fight for Florida in local races and statewide races, but when we're talking about like a presidential race, any money being put into trying to win Florida now is like the equivalent of trying to put money into winning, I don't know, Alabama. Florida is the rare case of a state progressively going red as time goes on, whereas we've seen pretty much the opposite happen, mostly. Even Texas, as red as Texas is, it's still been getting a little bit more every year, a little bit more blue, a little bit more blue. It's not there yet, but Florida's been going in the opposite direction.
Oh, absolutely. And it galls me that and again, I grew up in Massachusetts, so my family were liberal. I don't know if you're also aware, because you really didn't have much. I know you also come from a Jewish background. I am also not religious, more agnostic, but grew up with the traditions and things like that.
That's the same exact thing for me, except I'm not even agnostic. I'm full on non-believer completely.
Yeah, I don't know. So there's a lot to go with that. Could be an entirely different conversation. But the point is that I totally my train of thought.
No, it's okay. No, listen. It's been a great conversation, really, and even not even so much conversation. You sharing your experience with me. This has been really interesting to hear from that perspective, especially being that, from someone who's been there and around to where we could possibly end up at in, who knows, a few weeks or whatever, a month or so. Really interesting insight. Thank you so much for calling.
Oh, absolutely. I wanted to call in here and there.
Oh, please do again in the future. I mean, you're on the East Coast
too. A lot
too,
of times I just can't catch you live.
Right.
So, because usually even if I catch you on a Tuesday night, sometimes I don't catch it from the beginning. So I'm like a half hour or an hour behind. So.
Right. I mean, it seems like I need to stream much later at night if I want women to call into this show. Like, I have to start the show at like 1 a.m. and then.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have issues with sleep, so a lot of times I'm going to bed when my husband's getting up to go to work. Yeah. So I just think I've noticed on your show anyway that your percentage of callers, male callers, is really, really high.
Yes, of
course, it's cool that you get a lot of trans people too. I think it's because it's a safe place to call and to be able to talk. You're so not judgmental for the most part. Actually, sometimes you're like too nice.
I mean, I try.
And the other thing is I missed that Tim Pool last night. I knew there was something, and I thought that I had signed up, gotten a thing for a reminder. But so I have to go back and watch it, and then see. But from what I can understand, you did a good job under circumstances. So just getting through the show.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoyed it, and from judging by those earlier calls, like the first couple people that called in, that alone made it worth it. I don't know if you saw, but 2 Tim Pool viewers called in, and
I saw that.
Yeah, and I was astounded. That was the goal, but but just for those 2 people to call in back to back, and obviously they were, I'm not looking for immediate like that political persuasion. But just to to come here due to that appearance, and also share that they didn't think that they thought that my discussion with him was more genuine or convincing than his. I mean, that's a huge step, and if all they do is just take in a little bit more media from the left, progressive media, or just change up their media diet altogether and take in a little bit from everywhere and realize they weren't getting that before, that's important. Maybe there'll be some positions they change on. Maybe they'll change on a whole assortment of things. But, if just one person started listening to more things and just changing their outlook a little bit based on that. To me, it was all worth it, and I think I think that's going to be accomplished. I hope, at the very least.
No, I think that actually, at this point, that's one of the few ways to be able to move the needle a little bit, and have people try and do that. I don't know how many people that are listening that might have come over from Tim Pool's show to check it out, but that's just, we all have that. I can only literally, when somebody else is on, I can only literally, I can't, Dave Rubin or whoever. I mean, I can only listen to them for a few minutes. Never mind Tucker Carlson, who's anyway.
Right. No, I get what you're saying. It's
he really should. You know what? That's one. I know we've been on for a while, but with all the stuff that happened with them, and having to go to everything, why isn't there something that at the very least, and I mean, I've seen, like, if you're watching late night TV, which I don't anymore, but they have those things and it says the following program is the opinion of the person there and doesn't reflect the blah, 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 and is for entertainment purposes only. I mean, like, why didn't they have, when they settled, why didn't they have something like that? So every time he comes on, because all the people that are with him are the people that think it's a news show and not an opinion show.
Right. I think that's weird too. Like, I didn't even, I didn't even, I mean, obviously that's come to mind before, but going in, I wasn't, people do think that, right. It's weird.
Why? Yeah. Why can't they?
I think it's clear
that way there.
Right.
If nothing else, if you know that they're not going to take them off the air, I mean, unless, I mean, look at how far people go now and say with stuff. So who knows if there's anything short of him shooting somebody on Fifth Avenue that would get him off the air. But and we all know that he knows exactly what he's doing. And none of this is anything that he has not calculated, but still in all, if people were notified of that, because they're sitting there watching him like he's the gospel. And speaking of the gospel, why haven't people been screaming about all of these preachers that are preaching all the right way stuff, and they should be not tempted anymore because they are political. Nobody's going after any of that either. That would be a really good amount of tax money coming in.
Right. Yeah, that's yeah. Thanks for the call. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Have a great
night.
Let me take this one last call from this person. They've been trying to call in for a while, and I gotta get to their super chats. And this person left a super chat, so I wanna, if you wanna call in and drop a super chat, then I need to take it. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Perfect. My name's Moto Ryan, and I'm calling from Canada.
Hey, Hey, Moto Ryan, how are you? What would you like to talk about?
Okay, so I have a really interesting perspective on racism here. I don't feel like it's the right way or the wrong way, but what I am saying is something that I experienced. I lived in China as a white Canadian. I'm very white. Like, I don't get out very much. My skin pigment is definitely lacking. So when I went to China, I was in stores, I was going around places, started realizing a lot of people really didn't like me. I couldn't figure it out. I'm Canadian, right? I didn't wear the Canadian flag. I was just walking around with a bunch of my buddies that were also, white people, but from America. It's fairly queer. We all speak English. We're not from there. And the Chinese people were extremely racist towards us. They didn't like white people being in their location. And then me being just, the type of person that likes to figure this stuff out, I started wondering, like, why is this the case? Like, what did we do wrong, right? And it kind of made me realize that we were different, right? Like, we weren't them. We were the minority. And it started making me wonder, like, is it possible that racism, a lot of what bases, like, the very solid, like, if you dig down the levels, the base of the racism comes from the instinct to pick on somebody that's different than you. Like in high school, you always have that kid in high school that got picked on because he was slightly different, right? Like, that's where I'm trying to think, like, I could be wrong on this, but could racism possibly be that base to pick on people different than you, that instinct? What's your thought on that?
I mean, say this again. I'm a little bit confused as to what you're asking. Racism could basically be that, like, that bully instinct to pick on someone who's different than you.
Yeah, I think at the very lowest level, like if you were to dig down below it, like,
I mean, obviously that's not institutional racism, but I would agree that, yeah, I'm sure there are many cases where that seems accurate. Sure.
Yeah, because like China's really built against, like, as a person that's a foreigner, it doesn't matter what color you are, where you're from, you're just not allowed to own anything there. It's illegal there. You have to know somebody, or you have to marry somebody there. You know what I mean? So like, their system is systematically racist towards anybody that's not them. Our system also has that as well. Like, as a Canadian, I see it all the time. I'm not agreeing that that doesn't exist. I actually fight for it myself, but I'm trying to get down to, like, what actually drives this to become something that continues on through generations, right? Like, we've accepted for the last couple generations on the average that it's probably not acceptable. And I think most people agree with that. So what keeps it going? Why are so many people, driven towards this? And I think it might be something that we have to start thinking about, like, a lot deeper. Instead of getting mad at each other and fighting each other over it, maybe we need to start changing who we are from the very base level.
So what are you saying? I'm interested. I want to hear a little bit more. So what are you continue, please.
Okay, well, the easiest way for me to put it is, like, when I go into stores in China, right? Like, I'm obviously not from there. I don't speak the language, so it's frustrating because it's hard to communicate. So instantly, right away, they probably don't want to deal with me because I'm not them, right? And at first I thought it was the language barrier, but then I learned how to speak Mandarin. I learned how to speak, basic Chinese. I guess, like, you would expect a basic immigrant that just recently moved to North America would learn to speak English. And once I kind of got to that level and I felt like I could communicate, I still had that, like, bias. Like, I wasn't allowed to go into certain nightclubs, or I wasn't allowed to go into certain stores, or things like that. Or if I did go in, they would, be really rude, or, different towards me to compare to my interpreter or somebody else that was from there.
Sure.
And that that kind of made me.
People in China can certainly be racist. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I know. I have a black acquaintance who visited China and had a similar experience. It certainly happens, and I mean, if you want to look no further than what China does to the Uyghur Muslim population in their own country, and that's systemic. That's not someone being mean to someone or following them around in a store. That's systemic xenophobia and racism there for sure. Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm curious for myself, I don't know, like, that's why I said when I started this, I didn't know if I'm right or wrong on this, is that could it be possibly that we're different, and that human instinct to pick on somebody that's different than you is a lot of what drives that from generation to generation.
Sure.
Like, how we can't get rid of it so easily. So, like, I think, like, maybe instead of fighting each other over the history of our decisions and stuff like that, maybe we should start trying to think about how we can, like, push forward through our basic instincts to try to get rid of that.
Come together, right? Like, come together.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what.
And I think through education, and, like, because a lot of people don't travel the world, they don't see this, they don't experience it as firsthand.
I'm interested. What is your are you a Tim Pool listener? Is that where you found the show?
Well, I wouldn't call myself a Tim Pool guy. Like, I've been watching his show on and off for about 3 or 4 months, right? Like, he's the most common, or I guess the most popular guy on YouTube for this kind of, talk, and he's the easiest place to find, I guess. And then when you got on to Tim Pool's stream there, like, there was some stuff that I don't agree with you, right?
Like
but then you explain it. Well, the abortion side of things.
I explained it, and go ahead. What do you mean by?
Yeah. Well, because, like, when you take things at face value, it's really hard to understand somebody's position, especially if you barely talk to them or don't know them, right? So once they have time to explain their situation, a lot of it becomes a lot easier to agree with,
For
right?
sure, yeah.
but that's always because, like, if I don't do my own research, I'm just more likely to agree with the person that makes more sense.
Sure.
And it doesn't always mean that person's right,
And
but
it's also
if
important
they're
to do.
making
It's also important to do good research. I think a lot of people, do your own research means they just find a source that basically confirms what their bias is. I'm not saying that you did this. I'm just saying it's important that you make sure that the source is good and accurate. And that's, I think that's very important when you say do your own research. Because
Yeah,
some people do their own
100%.
research and they just Google something, click a YouTube video that has a clickbaity headline that already confirms their own beliefs, and then they think, oh, I found another source that, like a third party that says this too. I did my own research, and that's everything. I see this all the time. I see this in, like, I do a crypto show. I see this all the time in the crypto community. Do your own research. They search for something and they don't realize that they're the person telling them that this is a good cryptocurrency to buy is actually telling them to buy it because they're trying to up the price because they already own a bunch of it already. And by you buying into it, you help out their investment. So yeah, definitely.
100%. I love that you brought up crypto, because how does a cryptocurrency, especially proof of work cryptocurrency, secure its ledger? It does it through multiple checks, right?
Yeah.
Like I think Bitcoin right now is doing 11 to 12 checks, and that usually secures a transaction. So when people do research, try to find 11 or even 5 resources that say the same thing. And then try to make sure that those resources have, like, some good sources to call on. They're not just opinion pieces. They're actually
we can't
data pieces.
I 100% agree, but I also want to say, like, sometimes news comes out, data comes out, and there's not much. So if the more sources you can find that back that up, 100%. But I wouldn't put a hard number on it. Like in my own reporting, like my own written reporting, and when I do original reporting, because this YouTube show, I let everybody know this is a leftist opinion show on a number of different topics, and that's that. But where my stance is, and it's opinion. I base it on fact, but I'm taking those facts and interpreting them through a leftist view. But I also do straight reporting, and when I do that, I always try to source as much stuff as possible. I actually hate a lot of mainstream journalism that doesn't source because they feel like if we source too much, it might not seem we did any, we didn't do this reporting on our own, or we don't want to give too much credit to something. No, I think the more credit you can give to sources and reports that came before you, the stronger your new reporting is. Even if your new reporting is just a very small piece of new information that builds upon what previously was reported by others, I think sourcing that reporting as much as you can backs up whatever your new reporting is, if you can follow.
I agree with you. Yeah, 100%. Like a lot of the problem today with a lot of people that are famous on the internet is they don't do that. The one thing that I really liked, like, honestly, I'm going to be completely honest. Until I saw you on Tim Pool's show, I'd never heard of you.
No, that's
right?
fine. Yeah, I'm not big at all.
And well, you should be, though, because what you're doing is you make the difference between your opinion and the facts. You tell people, hey, this is my opinion. And then you show the facts. And Tim used to do that, and he still tries to do that as much as he can. I think he's just getting too big to be able to do that without his opinion taking over the facts.
I see what you're saying in a sense, but that shouldn't be like doesn't have to be. Like if
it doesn't.
If what you're saying is true, it's not because he got too big. It's because he feels like, again, if your scenario is true, I'm not gonna.
The ego maybe comes into play. I kind of saw that when he was talking to you, because, like, when you were trying to, like, for example, you didn't have the computer, and I noticed that right away. You didn't have the access to data like they did. And I feel like if they're going to bring people onto the show and then, kind of hammer them questions like that, especially when there's 4 of them against 1, they should probably give you the ability to defend yourself in some sort of way with the data, right? If they're going to, especially, you should be able to see what they're looking at. So that was, like, as much as I think Tim tries to do a good job, I think that's where they're failing a little bit, is they didn't give you that opportunity. So I really respect what you're doing here. And I kind of got off my topic. My topic was to just try to share my experience in China there and try to understand it myself.
Listen, there's certainly racism all around the world, but it's all going to be different based on, China has a different race. Here in America, Asian Americans are going to experience racism in ways that someone in China who is Chinese is not going to experience. Yeah, for sure. Obviously.
Well,
and when
I think it gets pointed at, like, the color of the person more than it does the human being. I think human beings are just generally naturally racist to people that they are minorities, and not every person's like that. Obviously, I'm not saying that, but I just mean, like, a lot of the majority of the people that are like that, I feel like that's where it comes from. Some humans are just wired to pick on people different.
I think that's not true, and let me explain. no one's born racist. I can give you an example. And obviously this is my own personal anecdote, but I give you an example. I have a 6-year-old son. We are in a very multicultural area of New York City. His best friends are he is multiracial. I'm white. His mother is Latina. We are he goes to school. He has friends who are Latino. He has friends who are Korean, Chinese. One of his longest friends is black, and he plays with them. And I have never heard, or he has never brought to me any sort of racist, any not even racist, just like bringing up race at all, in terms of like picking on someone or being picked on or someone's different. And this is, this has been for a few years now. As he's gotten older, and he's learned more in school. They've started to teach him about, Martin Luther King, and they're already implanting the idea in these kids that we're all the same. Deep down, we're all human.
That's how I grew up, actually.
And these
like,
external,
that's why I'm so
and these external
Sorry.
No, that's okay. And these external differences are not what makes anyone. Like, that's just who someone is as a person, but together we're all humans, and we should all live together, help each other out, work together, and and everyone will hopefully rise and grow and thrive together.
I love that.
His friends, I do think it's important to know this too, because knowing that someone doesn't grow up racist, because it's something that's inherited or taught. When I mean inherited, I mean it's still taught, because you inherited the teachings from your parents or something. But then it is helpful to understand once they get to an age where they can understand that, oh, we're different, but in these externalities, but we're really humans and all the same. Then I think it makes it even harder for racism, because they've already developed these relationships, so they already know that we've been playing together. Everything's been we love hanging out. We like each other. We're all that's already established. But then it helps to learn early on too that, like, hey, we do have these little differences, but did that change anything before we knew about that? Absolutely not. It didn't. And I think learning about anti-racism early does that. Like, it doesn't mean anyone is bad or wrong. And that was really what bothered me about that discussion on Tim's show. The idea that young kids would get together and discuss these issues, anti-racism, would it in his
I think what Tim's worried about there is he's worried that the view of that is going to be really pushed towards the white person being the enemy or the bad person, and less of the human being being the bad person. I think that's what Tim was trying to get at, and he just totally blew that. He got upset, mad, and frustrated, and yelled at you and practically threw you out the door. But
I can tell you that is like a right-wing concoction. I can say this as someone who, like,
it's paranoia is what it is.
Because like his example was white people get together and will naturally be racist. I don't believe that. And it's funny because conservatives would look and listen to my progressive or leftist viewpoints and my position on racial justice, and they would automatically assume, I bet, that or project on me that, oh, this guy, I hear him talking about race, he hates white people. I was arguing the opposite, and Tim was the one arguing that white people are actually racist.
I would have to agree with you there. As much as I think, I'm not going to lie, I like you both. So I'm going to say I like Tim. I like some of his stuff. I like a lot of the people he has on his show. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to lie about that. But the one thing that I didn't like that he did with you there is he did really kind of put some words in your mouth. He did try to, turn things, like, when things didn't go his way. And I lost a little bit of respect for him, but at the same time, I was still going to watch his show. I'm still going to watch your show. But he did really try to push things, his way, when you were trying to agree with him, and he was trying to make it seem like as if you didn't. And so that's why I'm here. I'm talking right now, is because well,
I will say,
I felt like
I will say that we didn't
Sorry?
agree on that. He was against those anti-racist courses in school. I believe he on air said it was like white supremacy or something.
Yeah, by agree, I mean like other situations, not specifically that one.
Okay,
I should have
okay.
been more clear on that.
No,
But
no.
yeah, you're right. He did. You guys did disagree on that, and he did really try to, put some words in your mouth there. And there was other situations too. I'm not specifically remembering the topics you guys are talking about, but you guys kind of did agree on it, and he tried to make it seem as if you didn't. And that kind of was a little bit of a struggle for me, because like, if somebody's gonna kind of sit there and kind of agree with you, then why would you try to turn that disagreements? And like with what you're doing is fairly unique. You have that opinion, but you do back it up with like that facts, and then when you're wrong, you admit it. It's really hard to admit when you're freaking wrong.
Oh, I'm happy.
A lot of people don't do that.
I'm happy to do it because listen. You could even I don't know if you're familiar with the Majority Report with Sam Cedar. You probably heard about us talking about it on Tim Pool's show last night. Sam Cedar's got 1 million+ subs. He's one of the bigger left-wing channels. I'm on there actually every week, Thursdays, if you want to go check it out, for the second half of the show. I used to be there full time years ago as a producer and on-air contributor, but a couple weeks ago, I before even, and this wasn't even, there was nothing to do with the right. I was criticizing people on the left who were wrong on a topic. I think it was Ukraine and Russia and what was going on there. And I think it's fine to be wrong. And a number of leftist media channels corrected themselves and retracted. I thought that was great. But there were a number who didn't and try to double down. And I called it out. And I sort of was doing that little, I tried to do somewhat of that same point. I tried to make that same point on Tim's show, but I don't think they quite get it. If you're doing independent media, what is the goal of independent media? To provide an alternative from the mainstream, right? If you're not providing 100%. Something that is of a higher standard.
I remember this part. I remember you saying this exact sentence.
Then what is the point? Just let CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, just let them do it. They have larger budgets, more employees. They can cover everything a lot better, honestly, in terms of the swath of coverage they could actually do. If you're just going to hold yourself to the same or a lower standard. And then on top of that, for me, and at least I do this on this show a number of times, I'm a media critic. When a mainstream media outlet like the New York Times, CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, Washington Post, whatever, when they get something wrong and they don't correct, I will do a segment on the show usually and correct it for them and call them out or whatever. And I know a lot of independent media organizations do that. I'm sure you've seen Tim knock an outlet for covering something and he thinks they were wrong and he, whatever. If you don't hold yourself to that same standard, then I've seen this a lot with a lot of independent media on both the left and the right. When they get something wrong, they just chalk it up to, but we're an independent, we're just a YouTuber, No. You don't get to do that. I don't
Not
care.
anymore. Not anymore.
Right, especially not anymore. I don't care if you've got 200 subscribers. I don't care if you got 2 million subscribers. If you want to just be a YouTuber, just do vlogs and entertainment or whatever. That's fine, whatever. But if you're doing something where people, even one person is coming to you for information, then you have a responsibility to them. And I'm not saying you can't get things wrong. That's human nature. But you need to own up to it. And you need to hold yourself up to that same standard. You would never let CNN, New York Times, Fox News just go, we got it wrong. No, I wouldn't. So that's my feeling on that. And I hold myself to that standard. And that's why, when I was on the show and I was trying to match their data and I read that data analyst's blog post wrong, it took me a little bit to really understand what the point he was making as I was listening to Tim and trying to read the blog post. I definitely didn't do it right away. But once I understood, I said, whoa, wait a minute. I got to take a second here and correct myself.
Yeah. Well, it's really hard to correct yourself, and this goes for everybody that's involved in a situation where they're talking and discussing. This might be in business or just in social life. If somebody's talking to you, I talk really fast. I think we both talk really fast. Tim talks really fast. When we get excited, we talk faster, and we have to talk faster. So, like when those people are doing that, you have to, kind of derail them sometimes, and it might make them upset. And then your opinion right away is instantly aggravating them because you had to stop them off their train of thought, right? and slowing down that train of thought in a conversation so that you can have it, responsibly, I think is very important. And I think that's where your guys' conversation got derailed fairly quickly, is that it was you against 4 people. And you might have had one person in that room that was with you at that point.
To be fair, it was Ian wasn't there, so it was just the 3. But and also Lydia didn't really I don't think she said anything during, so it was just really 2-on-1. So it'd be
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I always expect there's a guy in the background doing the Googling, like, Joe Rogan's guy. You never see him, but he's there.
That's what Seamus was basically doing. He said, and I have no reason to think
he's the guy I think would probably sit on your side more than the other 4.
No, Ian, I think, would be the one, based on what I.
Oh, yes, Ian. Sorry, yeah, I mixed up, my bad.
Seamus is the hardcore religious Catholic, which again, to each its own. But he said he stayed out because he wanted it to be fair, which I think, I think that was in good faith. I'm not saying anything. But what ended up happening?
Yeah, no, 100%.
But what ended up happening was, when he did chime in, he took that time where he wasn't taking part in the conversation to look up data to back up Tim's point.
See, I could tell that was happening because Tim was getting so much information quickly, and then like, first off, you don't have that ability to do that really on your own. So like, it was noticeable, is what I'm saying. And I hope Tim sees this. I hope Tim hears it, because like, I love the guy, I love the whole crew. They do their job, but they're starting to slack on the legitimacy side of things, and they're starting to fall onto the money side of things. You know what I mean? They're just trying to keep them there, and I think that's the wrong way to do it. They started with what you do. You know what I mean? Having your opinion and then checking the facts and calling people out when they do something wrong, including both sides. They don't really pick a side. They just kind of have their, the facts and their opinion. And I really think that's a good way to do it. And that's why he blew up. And he's going to continue to get big because he's just an unstoppable train at this time. You know what I mean? Just like Joe Rogan and other guys. So this has gone on really long. I don't want to keep it. There's probably other people.
Appreciate it. No, have a great. I really appreciate the call. Seriously, and I hope you continue to listen and feel free to call in. And if a third person here called in from Tim's show, and that means a lot. I really appreciate it.
Well, I try to share. I try to stay. I don't pick a side. I hate the left and right mentality. I feel like that's kind of a lot of the problem. We shouldn't put each other on sides, because you pick what's on either side, and you could probably find something that they agree with that's on the other side. And I think that's a lot more common than people realize.
Sure. I mean, the people who called into the show, for example, one person. Oh, there's a spider just came down from my ceiling. Cool. I think that's true in terms of like, basic, humanity and things like that. Of course, like the things I advocate for, I don't advocate it just to benefit people on the left. Like, I truly believe that what I advocate for will help society as a whole, no matter what you are. And that's why I advocate for those things.
Dig deep. I like to dig deep. That's why I kind of asked that question about, like, just sharing my experience with the Chinese. I discriminated against because I was white, and it wasn't because everybody else was white. It was because I was the minority, right?
Well,
so I guess the easiest way to say this is that the minority. Well, yeah, and that's where maybe somebody else could chime in if they've traveled somewhere else and experienced this as a person that's lived there. I think as a tourist, it's different, because they know you're a tourist. But once you live there and you go to the same place for months at a time, I think that changes. You know what I mean? And you're right. It's not taught, or I mean, it's not, you're not grown up with it. You're taught it, the racism part of things. So let's figure out where that starts. Because like, if it's not starting in the schools nowadays, where is it really hitting hard? That's I think where we need to start making the conversation so that people stop getting mad at each other.
Yeah, I really appreciate the call. Have a great night.
Yeah, you too, man.
Take care. All right, folks. Yeah, call into the show next time and bring that up. I think it's important to hear from you if you're from Kansas. But I'll say it. I don't know if you have many viewers in Kansas, but could you encourage Kansas to vote no August 2nd so we don't become Texas? Is Kansas going to do try to pass an abortion law? I'm sorry, anyone else who's calling in right now. I got super chats to read. I gotta sign out of the calls. This is just basically the end of the show. I went really long because I had a lot of callers. Let me shout out. We got Santa Cliff, the Third Rail with Omar, MJM2, Ramble Ron, and Kowalski, all with super stickers. Thank you so much. And MGM2 with the $10 sticker. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And then, let's see, super chat. Let's see. Oh, boy. Frank, are the gun and sword real or replicas? Oh, in Tim's the swords he said were real. The gun that's on the wall, I believe he said it was a non-working a replica. I can't remember about the gun, honestly. But the swords were real. My first meeting with Tim was in the studio right before the show, maybe like 30 minutes, 40 minutes before the show. And he comes into the studio and he takes the sword, he shakes my hand, says hello, and he takes the swords off the wall and immediately starts cleaning them. I'll never forget it. Hey, maybe that was just the usual time he cleans his swords. Spencer with a $10 super chat, just dropping in after watching the whole Timcast. Insanely brutal slog. Kudos to your mental fortitude. Did Tim acknowledge the Timba on Toast videos? Did they even come up? No, not at all. Mr. Saxakeet with a super chat. The Car Eve Kid Finder. I don't know what you're referencing there. I'm sorry. Renee, I'm just a free thinker. To the gulag. Can we listen to Tim Pool's Will of the People to Upset Zoe? Oh, his song. I'll spare you. Orange Red with a $10 super chat. Hi, Matt. Tim Pool viewer here. Thanks for last night. Great show. I missed this whole stream of yours. Just know Tim's audience is not mostly conservatives. We respect you going on. You were great. I do think it's not all conservatives. Percentage-wise, I mean, I don't have the data to back me up, but anecdotally, from what I see in the stream, the comments, the chat, again, I'm not saying you are, or it is even all. In fact, of all the channels that I would consider to be right-wing, or on the right-leaning spectrum, Tim probably has more people who are not on the right listening to the show, compared to those. I think how he presents himself is a major factor. Truthfully, I do. And that's why I think it's important that I tried, and I think on at least one thing, nailed him down on a position that doesn't mesh with what the traditional left-wing opinion is. Whether you're a basic Democrat, a shit lib, a progressive, a leftist, doesn't jive with any of those. I'm talking about his Roe v. Wade position. Orange Red with a super chat. Another super chat. Also, not a debate, Matt. It was a convo. Good, too. I think, it was more of a convo. There were no debate rules or anything, sure. Orange Red said, no, Tim does not agree with Seamus, LOL. I mean, more so than he did with me, that's for sure. Which is odd for someone who claims to be, what he is. Orange Red says, Tim supports the non-AOC version. He's talking about the Green New Deal. But what Green New Deal does Tim support then? Which one? I'd love to look it up. I might have even heard of it. If such thing is what you're talking about. Orange Red says Tim is a great source for de-radicalization. I would need source for that. I've seen the opposite. Renee with a bunch of super chats. Let me read through them. National socialism, you mean putting socialist utopians for being pacifists to death? Really left wing, especially discouraging unionizing syndicalism. I'm starting to suspect that when conservatives talk about stocks, they don't mean a financial speculative portfolio. Capitalism kind of makes people desperate. Checkmate Lincolnites. Should I start feeling jealous? This is out of context, so I don't know. Ryan, Lennon fan with a super chat. Call Cameron back. I need to learn about economics. Oh, I've got to call Cameron back. I wonder if he's still reading. DCK Punk with a super chat. Shout out to the caller that got into the economics sugar. Nacho Nabo with a $50 super chat. Here's the tip, bro, and it's all in love as someone who doesn't agree with you, but know you mean well. Libertarian here. Stop letting these people overtalk you or ramble. Def work on your economic view if you're going to opine on economic issues. I'm sure. I mean, I could definitely be stronger on that. It's always been. It's always been. I mean, it's just not something that I feel comfortable or well versed in. But I think I made a point that you don't necessarily have to. I mean, obviously, if I'm going to argue how it gets done, I need to know. I just don't think that's necessary. I mean, I presented a situation with that caller. Everything that you would like to see, do you know exactly how to get that done? Maybe you do. Maybe they do. Then respect. That's you should be going on shows and talking about it. Reach out to me and we could see about having you on. Daredevil, mute callers when they act aggressive. Respect. Are you saying I should do that? Because I don't mute callers. Maybe I should, but if I thought he was being really disrespectful, that caller, Cullen, I believe his name was. I would have been fine with him calling me out, even being a dick to me. But if you're just gonna scream and not even at least get any point out. I mean, when you're, he got his point out and then started just screaming, just so I couldn't answer. But I let him do it. D. Heggerts with a super chat. Keep it up, brother. You're a media warrior. Thank you. Orange Red. Tim brought up being mocked in bad faith. Those here from Timcast giving your show a chance are feeling that right now. Tim does not mock others' ideas. I don't know what you're talking about. I've seen him mock ideas. He knocked the Green New Deal and his positioning of it. I mean, he could be against it. That's fine. But his positioning of it was free college for black people. That's absolutely not what it says in there. And to present it as that is, knowing what's in there, that's certainly mocking it. And then I explained to him why there's actually a provision that provides free college education with a focus on minority groups and vulnerable populations in vulnerable communities. That's because they are the ones who are going to be most harmed by climate change. And if you are an environmentalist and you agree that these things are going to happen, then you want to help those it's going to happen to first as quickly as possible. The people who are going to feel the effects first need the immediate attention. And he mocked that. He outright mocked that. And any environmental scientist will back up the idea that these are things that need to be done to address climate change. Whether they think it should be part of the Green New Deal, it's a policy in terms of whether it get passed, that's another thing. But they will tell you that there are communities that will get hit first. And we need to act as quickly as possible for them. Renee, a male of the white people. I have no idea what you're talking about, Renee. You have to give a little bit of context when you give these super chats. Zachamania, did Tim have a pretty nice pool? It's the question on everyone's mind. He didn't have a pool, as far as I knew, but he did, and I didn't see it. Moto Lab said, check Moto Ryan said, that's the guy who just talked on the phone, right? Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. You said you gave a $50 super chat. You gave a $5 super chat, you liar. No, but you did say 50. It was probably an accident. But $5 gets any super chat if you want to call in. Just like I read your comments if you do super chat. If you want me to take your call and you don't think I'm going to get you, I will do super chat calls first, for sure. D. Heggerts with another super chat says, Matt hosts a good chat. Daredevil again with a super chat. Cullen was a jerk. You deserve respect. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. That's very nice. Aaron Landis with a super chat. No comment. Just wanted to give me a super chat. Thank you. I appreciate that. And over on Twitch. Let's see. Over on Twitch. Oh, it's harder to follow on Twitch. We got canola oil with a 1-month subscription. Thank you so much. Oh, and Poly People gave me a raid earlier. Thank you, Poly People. Nug Wrangler with a 5 community gift sub. Thank you. Punk on a Bike with a subscription for a month. Thank you. Ravana with that raid earlier. Thank you, Ravana. Barncat Blues with a 1 community sub gift. Thank you. Spiky Mike with a 100-bit cheer. Naked Crab subscribed at 1 month. Thank you. Serious Business gave out 5 community sub gifts. Thank you. Left Flank Vets with the raid earlier. Thank you. I am CZ with a 1-month subscription. Thank you so much. Shayna420 subscribe with Prime. Awesome. Thank you. That was from I passed that now. That was the last of the and over on Patreon. Let's finish up with the wonderful patrons. Remember, patreon.com/mathbinder. To support this show. We got people who joined since last week are Stephen S., Gerald W., Spencer L., and Anthony R. Thank you so much for becoming patrons. I really appreciate the support. Folks, doomedcast.com for the audio version of the show. It'll probably go up in a day or two. I'm going to need a minute to... I have a full-time job that I need to go back to tomorrow. I took these past 2 days off to do the Tim show. I'm going to need to probably get this show up probably tomorrow night, maybe early Thursday. So hold on tight if you want the audio version of the show. What else? We're on a hype train right now on Twitch. Aiko Rules with 420 bits. Sweetheart's Cat with 200 bits. Lil Miss Martian with 100 bits. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the support. What else? I was saying something. So doomedcast.com for the audio version of the show. Check out Scam Economy at scameconomy.com. And the video version of Scam Economy shows up on this YouTube channel, youtube.com/MattBinder as well. That's on Thursdays. This week on Scam Economy, Molly White joins me again for that conversation that we were supposed to have last week that we didn't have because Luna and Terra failed, which tanked the entire crypto market. So we need to do an emergency pod. Definitely check that one out with Bennett Tomlin of Crypto Critics Corner. That's a fantastic episode. Listen, I don't care where you are politically, you should worry about the scams and grifts going on in the crypto world and how everyday people are being taken advantage by these insiders and these venture capitalists and these straight up scammers who are just creating fake shit, fake coins and bullshit NFTs and scamming people. If you're interested in that world, check out scameconomy.com. It looks at crypto from a critical standpoint, and obviously, again, my leftist perspective, and I say it too. It comes with leftist perspective. I criticize it for also enabling far right extremists and white supremacists, which it has done. So keep that in mind. I say it, just want to make sure people know. So, but check out scameconomy.com and youtube.com/MattBinder. I hope you guys enjoyed the Tim Pool discussion. I enjoyed it. I thought it was worth it. I think who called in here and the private messages I received bear that out. So thank you. And I will see you. Unless there's one last second super chat. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. Okay, cool. I didn't. And one last minute Twitch, so I'm make sure I don't miss anybody. And with that, I will see you all next time on Doomed.